Good morning, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. It's Wednesday morning, March 5th. I'm Jeanne Francine, here with you for the next few hours to give you all of your breaking news alerts, top stories, and of course, your live events of the day as we come on the air this Wednesday morning. We do want to begin with the latest of your political headlines, giving you a live look here 3 minutes shy of the 6 o'clock hour at the U.S. Capitol. President Donald Trump laid out his vision for the future of the nation in his first address to a joint session of Congress since returning to the White House. Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader has more on the speech, full of lively moments and protests from lawmakers.
We heard promises and protests last night as President Donald Trump delivered his first speech to a joint session of Congress since returning to the White House.
The golden age of America has only just begun.
Addressing a joint session of Congress for the first time in his second term, President Donald Trump highlighted his administration's accomplishments throughout its first 6 weeks.
Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
But there were interruptions. Minutes into the speech, Democratic Congressman Al Green of Texas was removed from the chamber after he interrupted Trump several times. But the president got back on track.
I deployed the U.S. military and border patrol to repel the invasion of our country.
Besides reducing illegal border crossings, Trump touted work with the Department of Government Efficiency, headed by Elon Musk, to cut federal spending.
And we've taken back the money and reduced our debt to fight inflation.
And the president claimed his newly enacted tariffs against China, Canada, and Mexico will make America rich again. He also said harnessing America's fossil fuel resources will lower inflation.
It's called drill, baby, drill.
Trump stressed the importance of ending the war between Israel and Hamas and the conflict between Russia and Ukraine.
It's time to end this senseless war.
Meanwhile, freshman Senator Alyssa Slotkin of Michigan gave the Democratic response.
America wants change, but there's a responsible way to make change and a reckless way.
And now it is back to work for the president and Congress. First of all, trying to prevent a government shutdown next week. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much for that detailed breakdown. A lot to discuss this Wednesday morning. So we want to bring into the conversation none other than political analyst and historian Rich Rubino. Rich, a pleasure having you back on the show this morning. Thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
So a lot to dissect from President Donald Trump's address to Congress. Let's first start with your thoughts as you were watching everything unfold. Doug hit the nail on the head, saying a lot of lively moments.
Yes, and this is really the low watermark, I think, of cordiality, the low watermark, if you will, of decorum, I guess, of some sort of bipartisan collegiality. And you saw this really on both sides. On the one hand, you saw Donald Trump give a very partisan speech. 76% of those, according to one survey, who watched the speech had a positive view because obviously we're at this time where it's really become an echo chamber where people who like the president listen to him more, listen to stations that are going to be more positive to him. Contrary-wise, those who don't like him just kind of tune him out. And you saw this really on both sides. You saw certainly the United States Congress. You saw Al Green getting up and really remonstrating against the president. And you saw members of the Congress that were Democrats just kind of sitting down. And you saw President Trump talking about his last election, for example, saying that he had won in an electoral landslide which is obviously something that you hear more of in a partisan type of a speech. You don't usually hear that in a State of the Union. A State of the Union is usually the president giving a laundry list or a litany, if you will, of what they expect the Congress to their proposals, what they want Congress to focus on. But this was obviously a very partisan speech and had a very partisan reaction. It's almost unprecedented.
Rich, with your political expertise, would you say Trump's address reminded you of any prior presidency?
I think that not so much the presidency, but the address itself reminded me a lot of Gerald Ford's address in 1975. Gerald Ford succeeded Richard Nixon in 1974. He pardoned Richard Nixon, and in 1974 rather, there was actually the Republicans lost 49 seats in the U.S. House of Representatives. So there was a coterie of new Republicans who called themselves the Democrats rather, who called themselves the Watergate babies, or they were called that. and they got up and protested the speech. Some of them left before President Ford began his speech to show that they would not be as conciliatory as some of the party elders, if you will, of the Republican Party. I think that was really seen as really much a breakdown of decorum. I think that's really the one speech that really stood out to me.
Rich, as we look ahead, a lot of eyes are on the tariffs this morning. We know that President Donald Trump has spoken about this. And of course, Mexico, Canada, and China, they are retaliating because of this. What do we expect to see in the coming days, weeks, and even months? Because as you know, President Donald Trump does not shy away from threats, as he likes to call them, or even retaliation from other entities.
Yes, tariffs, he says, is the most beautiful word in the English language. For all of Donald Trump's beliefs, and certainly the one thing that he has always stayed consistent, if you can listen to his speeches or being interviewed by Oprah Winfrey going back to 1987, he says that he basically believes in tariffs, for example. He believes that they can be used as a political weapon to get other countries to genuflect to the United States' will on certain issues. And that's what Donald Trump is, I think, trying to do, certainly with Canada and with Mexico. He did say in the speech that there would probably be some hurt from them. And I think that that's one thing that I think that he fears, is that a lot of particularly farmers, for example, who might have supported Donald Trump in some of the red counties in the country would disbenefit from them as more and more as it makes it harder and harder. There's reciprocal tariffs, that is, for them to sell their products abroad, to sell them overseas. So he said that there would be some hurt. The question is going to be how long that hurt is going to be. I think that Donald Trump is certainly somebody who really believes that tariffs can be used as a political weapon, but from an economic perspective, we'll see. We'll see if there's going to be deleterious effects.
Yeah, and along with tariffs, we know DOGE was a hot topic for President Donald Trump. Looking ahead today, we know that Elon Musk will be meeting with Republicans to further discuss DOGE. What do you expect to come from that meeting? What are some of the highlights? Some people this morning still confused about what DOGE really is and how it impacts them.
Right, and there's certainly been protests. Senators as conservatives, Roger Marshall, who went in Kansas, who went to one of the most conservative counties in the entire country, basically got booed. He got heckled because people were saying that they were afraid that, for example, veterans would be hurt who work in the civil service, or people he got to the point where he had to say God bless America, and then he left, and people were saying you're not done. So this is something that potentially could really hurt Republicans going into the midterm elections in 2026. Donald Trump has to make the case that the DOGE cuts are something that can actually benefit the American people. I think the idea that, as opposed to while some might go for deficit reduction, the money that is saved, others might go directly to the taxpayers. I think that that's something from an optical standpoint that might actually benefit him politically, but he really has to kind of change the direction. He has to change the optics, if you will, of how the Republican Party is viewed on this, because this could be something that akin to 2010, when many Democrats actually chose, because of the health care reform, because of Obamacare being unpopular at the time, many Democrats chose not to have town hall meetings, and consequently they ended up losing their re-election bids in 2010. And this time around, Mike Johnson, the Speaker, and Richard Hudson, who's chairman of the Republican Congressional Campaign Committee, have suggested to Republicans to only hold town hall meetings that are through Zoom, as opposed to actually going there and facing the voters directly.
Rich Rubino, always a pleasure having your political breakdown and your analysis. Thank you so much for joining us bright and early on this Wednesday. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you so much for having me on again. I enjoyed it.
Thank you. Right now, I want to take you back out to Capitol Hill as we watched everything unfold yesterday evening. A relative unknown and newcomer to the U.S. Senate gave the response to President Donald Trump's address to a joint Congress and the nation. Democratic Senator Elissa Slotkin, the newly minted senator from Michigan, introduced herself to the nation Tuesday night. She went right after the president on themes of responsibility for changes that hurt the working class and benefit billionaires, responsibility for high consumer prices and unfriendly international relations and tariff wars, and who's responsible for rapid speed government slashing filled with mistakes. She blames Elon Musk. Take a listen.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elissa Slotkin. I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak tonight. It's late, so I promise to be a lot shorter than what you just watched. I won't take it personally if you've never heard of me. Look, the president talked a big game on the economy, but it's always important to read the fine print. So, do his plans actually help Americans get ahead? Not even close. President Trump is trying to deliver an unprecedented giveaway to his billionaire friends. He's on the hunt to find trillions of dollars to pass along to the wealthiest in America. And to do that, he's going to make you pay in every part of your life. Grocery and home prices are going up, not down, and he hasn't laid out a credible plan to deal with either of those. His tariffs on allies like Canada will raise prices on energy, lumber, and cars, and start a trade war that will hurt manufacturing and farmers. Your premiums and prescriptions will cost more because the math on his proposals doesn't work without going after your health care. Meanwhile, for those keeping score, the national debt is going up, not down. And if he's not careful, he could walk us right into a recession. But Elon Musk just called Social Security the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. While we're on the subject of Elon Musk, is there anyone in America who is comfortable with him and his gang of 20-year-olds using their own computer servers to poke through your tax returns, your health information, and your bank accounts? No oversight, no protections against cyber attack, no guardrails on what they do with your private data. We need a more efficient government. You want to cut waste? I'll help you do it. But change doesn't need to be chaotic or make us less safe. The mindless firing of people who work to protect our nuclear weapons, keep our planes from crashing, and conduct the research that finds the cure for cancer, only to rehire them 2 days later? No CEO in America could do that without being summarily fired. Hi, everyone. I'm Alyssa Slotkin.
So that was Senator Alyssa Slotkin delivering the Democratic response to President Donald Trump's address here at 6:09 on the East Coast, giving you a live look outside of the U.S. Capitol. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, further analysis as Fox 5 DC's Melanie Onwick will join us from Capitol Hill this morning. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. .11 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue with your top stories and headlines this morning. President Donald Trump laying out his vision for the future of the nation. This happening in his address to a joint session of Congress. The speech was met with some protests from lawmakers as the president defended some of his more controversial moves since taking back the White House. Fox 5 DC's Melanie Onwick back on Capitol Hill this morning with all of the highlights. Melanie, good morning.
Hey, good morning. So the White House press office after the speech said this was a masterful, powerful speech. That was their quote. And they released a long list of glowing reviews. However, others said this was just a long-winded sales pitch for President Donald Trump's first 6 weeks in office, extraordinary as they have been. President Trump spoke for a record 99 minutes. That's breaking a congressional address record. He talked about things such as bringing Ukraine back to the negotiating table. He talked about taxes, and of course he talked about tariffs as well. Take a look here as President Trump walks into the chambers, a deeply divided chamber before his speech. Republicans cheered, but Democrats held signs, some of them saying this is not normal. The president defended his numerous executive actions and said that he is ready to ratchet up trade wars, announcing reciprocal tariffs will start on April 2nd.
Whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much.
Now, Trump came into office with a promise to fix inflation, but so far it has been economic chaos. The S&P 500 has wiped out any gains since Election Day. Trump threatened to fire more federal workers if they resist his agenda, and experts have warned those trade wars will raise prices for consumers. Virginia Democrat Jennifer McClellan among those giving their post-speech take.
A president pitting one group of Americans against another and stoking bigotry, defending the chaos of Elon Musk and Doge and their effort to put our federal workforce through trauma. It is alarming, and it is going to hurt the Virginia economy, and it's going to hurt the Virginia people.
Now, we know several Democrats skipped the speech. Others just sat and did not react at all. As you know, though, others did choose to make an outburst, or they would hold up signs when they felt that President Trump was speaking something that was misinformation or a lie. But again, a lot of glowing reviews from Republicans and Trump supporters. The next issue now becomes the debt fight and the budget here on Capitol Hill. President Trump scheduled to come today to speak with a group of House conservatives on trying to negotiate some kind of a stopgap spending measure. Janae, we just have about 2 weeks left until a possible government shutdown.
Fox 5 DC's Melanie Alnwick. Melanie, always a pleasure with you joining us here on Live Now with a thorough and detailed breakdown. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
A lot to get to this morning here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, following some breaking news as it relates to the IRS. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. This Wednesday morning, we're following some breaking news as it relates to the Internal Revenue Service. This coming in from the Associated Press. They report the IRS is drafting plans to cut its workforce by as much as half through a mix of layoffs, attrition, and incentivized buyouts, according to two people familiar with the situation. The people spoke on condition of being anonymous because they weren't authorized to disclose the plans. The layoffs we're learning are part of the Trump administration's efforts to shrink the size of the federal workforce through billionaire Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency. We're told this is expected to happen by closing agencies, laying off nearly all probationary employees who have not yet gained civil service protection, and offering buyouts to almost all federal employees through a, quote, deferred resignation program to quickly reduce the government workforce. A reduction in force of tens of thousands of employees would render the IRS dysfunctional, this coming from a former IRS commissioner. The federal tax collector employs roughly 90,000 workers total across the U.S., according to the latest IRS data. People of color make up 56% of the IRS workforce. Women represent 65%. Already, roughly 7,000 probationary IRS employees with roughly 1 year or less of service were laid off from the organization in February. The organization also offered IRS employees, along with almost all federal employees across the government, deferred resignation program buyouts through IRS employees involved in the 2025 tax season. We're told they were told earlier this month that they would not be allowed to accept a buyout offer from the Trump administration until mid-May, after the taxpayer filing deadline. In addition to the planned layoffs, the Trump administration intends to lend IRS workers to the Department of Homeland Security to assist with immigration enforcement. In the letter sent in February, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem asked Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent to borrow IRS workers to help with ongoing immigration crackdown efforts. So a lot to discuss this morning as it relates to this topic. If you're just now tuning in, we're learning the IRS is drafting plans to cut as much as half of its 90,000 person workforce. Of course, this is a developing story, so make sure you are staying tuned to Live Now from Fox. 6:20 here on the East Coast. We're going to take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. A live event popping into our Live Now from Fox feeds. It takes us out to London, England, as UK former ambassadors are making statements on the UK's future relationship with the US. This happening at the Lords Committee. Let's listen in.
The others, of course, are right that we have to be realistic about the extent to which there will be continuing divergences. There always were, there always will be. Some of them you can manage relatively easily. Karen talked about Bosnia. I remember not much long after that in the 1990s we had squabbles over Northern Ireland, and Lord Alderdice recalls that, and we were both in the middle of that, and we got through it. I think the single most important strategic divergence that we're going to have to deal with is the management of the relationship with Russia. Now, we have done very good work, and I'll come back to that in just a second, in, if you like, trying to put Humpty Dumpty back together again. And there is good language coming out of the State of the Union speech last night, and there's a letter from President Zelenskyy, and there's a chance of that relationship being put back together. But fundamentally, the way in which the Trump administration has positioned itself is a much more pro-Russian one than the rest of us would have gone along with. When you've got The Economist, the Financial Times, and a number of other serious organs saying America has given up on Europe and is siding with Russia, that's pretty alarming. We haven't had that for decades, and we have to deal with that current reality. And that, I think, is the biggest strategic problem. Even if we are now back in the business of trying to find a way forward with a combination of a ceasefire plan and security guarantees that Ukraine needs, we still got that fundamental problem of a very different approach to dealing with Russia. Is that part of a grand strategy to split off Russia from China, or, as Karen was suggesting, the Americans deciding that the three big beasts in the jungle, China, Russia, and America, divide up the world between them, and the rest of us can go hang? Perhaps, I don't know. I don't know whether there's that degree of strategic thinking, but we need to be thinking in those terms about those big issues. A couple of other tiny things. On tariffs, we're going to be doing some nimble work. Lord Mandelson will be doing some work on this. He knows a lot about trade policy. I think the only thing I would add is that for Donald Trump, not only are tariffs the most beautiful word in the English language, it is also, as I understand it, and the others may correct me if I'm wrong, it is a means of not putting up taxes when the existing tax cuts come to an end later this year. He's going to have to find some additional revenue. And for Trump, in many ways, tariffs equals income, federal income, alternative to tax rises, which would be very bad for the base and for people who voted for him. So he's going to be with tariffs, whether we like it or not. Whether we can ourselves negotiate a better deal because our trade is more or less in balance, that's to be seen. But the concept, I think, is there, and it's not going to go away, and that's what I'm hearing from a number of people who are close to the president on that issue. On the Middle East, the others have said the key points. I would just add one other four-letter word, Iran, which is that there is talk that once the whole Ukraine issue is resolved, let's hope it is, and the slaughter stops, and once whatever the Israel-Gaza package, Hezbollah, Hamas becomes, that maybe Donald Trump, squeamish though he can be about starting wars and seeing people killing on the battlefield, might be persuaded by a number of his donor friends and possibly even by the Israeli government that a weakened Iran is an Iran that it's worth giving one more push to see if you can deliver something resembling regime change. My own view is that regime change does not come from external military pressure. That tends to consolidate the hold on power of an internal regime. But let us not forget that Iran is a possible future foreign policy issue where we might not see eye to eye.
Chairman, if I may, I'd like to come back to Lord Darroch's question on the Middle East and have a shot at responding to that, because I think it is a very profound problem for us. I think our philosophy about how to handle the Israel-Arab problem is basically different. And for Trump in the last administration, goodness me, you know this better than I do, you were there, working to resolve the crisis from the outside in is more or less what they did with the Abrahamic Accords, and I applaud that. It's obviously very important that Israel should improve its relationships in the region and feel it can live at peace with its neighbours. But the core issue, for me anyway, is Israel-Palestine. And I think it's very difficult to imagine a settled solution in the Middle East without finding some way of providing for sovereignty and independence of some kind for the Palestinians. Now, if we are able, as the British government, to encourage Trump to keep pushing the Israelis to return to the table with the Palestinians, and there have been hints of that, and it seems to me objectively we have an ally in Saudi Arabia on that, then I think, maybe, just maybe, we can find common ground on this whole issue. But I think it would be foolish to pretend that we have seen this crisis in the same way as the US administration does. For us, I don't think, and I think back to the previous British governments that we've all worked for, I think for them it is absolutely essential that there is an Israel-Palestine solution, and this isn't something you can tack on to a regional plan. If I could just say a word about Ukraine. I think, as my colleagues have said, I applaud what the British Prime Minister has been doing, what we've been trying to do, and anything we can do to, get the Ukrainians and the Americans back round the table and some forward movement to some sort of acceptable solution is absolutely desirable. I would just make the point that there's absolutely no sign that Putin is interested in this peace deal. And I would also say, a ceasefire is not a peace deal. And we need to be very clear about this. I mean, at the moment, Putin is sitting there, and as I understand it, the Americans have said, well, they certainly can't join NATO, you can keep the occupied territories, we're going to divide up their minerals between us. And that's before this negotiation has begun. What more does Putin need to do to encourage? We don't know. And I think it's also worth saying that the Ukrainians have agency in this. At the moment we're addressing this, at least a lot of people are addressing this crisis as though the only people who count are the Russians and the Americans. Actually, the Europeans do have a role in this. We have a great many of Russia's frozen assets in European capitals. And the Ukrainians have fought for 3 years for their independence. And I would personally, it's a long time since I served in the then Soviet Union, but I'd be quite surprised if they're just willing to say after 3 years, well, we've been fighting like this, but Trump's told us to give up. And so I think there's a long way to go in this, and I think the difference of our approach on Ukraine and Trump being in a hurry and wanting to do a deal, I think there's a very fundamental difference of approach. And I think we may find it, despite the Prime Minister's best efforts, very difficult to hold together over what happens to Ukraine.
Ms. Morris.
Well, thank you very much. David, you mostly answered my question. Could I just probe a little bit more on the relationship that we have with Saudi Arabia and the relationship between the US and Saudi? Do you think, on Monday, the Arab leaders met in Cairo to put forward a plan for Gaza. Today it's been rejected by the US. Do you think there is a place for dusting down the Arab peace initiative? Probably.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, we're listening in as former UK ambassadors are speaking on the future relationship with the U.S. Topics including President Donald Trump, Ukraine, Russia, and the Middle East conflicts. We are recognizing that this feed seems to be glitching. So what we're going to do right now is switch out the feed. We found one that is a lot smoother. Let's do it right now.
That by all means keep the Western powers involved, and it's inconceivable there can be a deal without the United States, but I also think it can't last any more than a deal imposed on Ukraine can last. You have to have the people who are involved with you, who are going to subscribe to it.
Oh, please.
Thank you very much. I want to comment from Karen. You said that we have a common law, common, but there is a difference because they politically appoint and elect their judges, and we now have executive orders just setting law aside. So that's a very big divergence. You also said we are America's go-to ally, and that's a value. But why should we be their go-to ally if they're not going to defend us in Europe? That becomes a really fundamental question, that we're deploying aircraft carriers for American interests, and they're not prepared to back us up in Europe. And within that context, we're trying to reset our relationships both with the European Union and bilaterally and multilaterally with our European neighbours. And I think the Prime Minister is doing a strenuous job on that. But what we're being told is that the EU was only set up in order to screw America, that frankly he's not really interested in what happens to Europe. And it raises the issue of how we can ride between our interest in Europe and maintaining this relationship. I'm not saying we shouldn't try. I think we should, and I think you've all given us indications of how we should and why we should. But it seems to me there comes a crunch point where there might be a fundamental choice between US and Europe. Is that something you think is a fearful possibility?
Can I just say...
Yeah, do please go ahead.
I think the Prime Minister is very clear that we're not going to choose between our allies. Both are very valuable to us. But I also think if you listen to President Trump's press conference with the Prime Minister, he did stick by Article 5. It is a congressional decision put there by Marco Rubio, Secretary Rubio, that America cannot leave NATO without congressional agreement. And although there is, you're quite right, there is a difference of view in the Trump administration from many of its predecessors about Europe, they do help us. They will help us. We're in the South China Seas for our interests, not just America's. And they have assisted us. They still have troops in the Balkans, for example. So it's a much more symbiotic relationship, I think, than you were implying. I turn to Nigel.
I was going to go on just to talk more generally about the tension, Lord Bruce, that you were talking about between the United States and Europe, an old, familiar tension. I think the Prime Minister is right to try to hang on to what we can of the relationship with the US and their commitment to European security. As we've seen in the last few days, that's going to be tough, but I think it's the right objective, and on trade as well. But I do think in terms of what's going to change, we've been left since Brexit, we the UK, more exposed to the United States. And the US has been going through a difficult period with Trump 1 and the pressures on the Biden administration in the foreign policy area. That affects the UK probably more than anybody, because we are so closely connected to the way that the US conducts its foreign policy. So I think, in a way, strategically, the most important thing for us, as well as maintaining what we can of the UK-US relationship, is moving ahead with Keir Starmer's initiative with Europe. And that has at least two fundamental elements to it. The first is the security, defence, foreign policy element that we've been talking about this morning, caused by this new world order that confronts us and a diminished, at least, American support for NATO and for Europe. But the second is obviously the review of the Trade and Cooperation Agreement that we negotiated 5 years ago, the defects of which are apparent in British public opinion and need over time to be corrected. I think that if we are able, and there's an EU summit in May for the UK, if we are able to create a much closer relationship between the UK and Europe on defence, for all the difficulties of that, which go back a long time, including some real-life efforts in areas of defence procurement and kit. If that is possible, it ought to be not only acceptable but supported by the United States, because it goes in the direction that they're asking us to go. Whether it does without an unpleasant interview here or comment there we'll have to see. But I think it ought to be saleable to them. The second is much more difficult, because in Trump's first term, he was encouraging the UK government of the day to go for complete rupture with the Europeans, and that's obviously the mood today. So that will, I think, take some explaining to the United States. But this is an area where our government will have to be firm, and this to me is not should not be up for negotiation. We're going to have to do that if we're going to rebalance our own long-term security interests and respond to a world which requires us and other Europeans to act much more confidently on our own.
Fraser.
Thank you. Obviously, the challenge for us is to sort of unpick what's happening in the here and now and try and identify some long-term trends. So I want to come back to the international and multilateral organisations in this new world order. One would think that they might provide some sort of ballast in our relationship with the US, although I don't think any of us could have imagined the US voting with Russia and North Korea at the UN a few weeks ago. But how much is our membership of these organisations, and whether it's the UN, NATO, Five Eyes, AUKUS, how important is that to our ongoing future relationship with the US? And just as a sort of subsidiary question to that, I think, Karen, you touched on the attitude of the younger generation, and you mentioned, the 17-year-old graduates at West Point. Our research seems to say that there is a sort of generational shift going on in domestic American public opinion around their attitude to how important not only the UK, but actually how important America should concentrate overseas is becoming. So I just wondered if you could comment on those two shifts, if you like.
I've served at the UN, as you know, as well as in Washington. We don't always have the same interests in the multilateral organisations, but more often than not, even with the Trump administration, we do, and we work through that. I'm afraid it won't just be on the Ukraine resolution in the General Assembly. I suspect some of the differences will start to show on some of the more social policy resolutions that will come with the Commission on the Status of Women, for example. And we will have to work through those as we did before. We add in the international multilateral dimension to all aspects of government dealings with the Americans, whether the Americans are members of X or not. So, for example, President Trump wishes to pull out of WHO, we would still discuss world health issues, pandemic issues with the United States, and we would discuss how, if you like, the international system is doing anyway. So it's an important part of the conversation that particularly the Foreign Secretary has with his counterparts, but obviously it's not the only aspect. Something like CPTPP, where we are members and they are not, but Canada is a member, Mexico is a member, that's a very interesting contribution to any debate about prosperity in the Pacific area. So again, it forms part of the regular discussions that the Foreign Secretary would have. On the younger generation, there's some really fascinating polling that I can't remember all of, but we could easily send you, the embassy could send you. It depends which questions you ask. On the whole, Britain comes out either top or near the top. As Nigel and Peter were saying. Australia comes out pretty high, but some of that is very much around Australian cultural things like surfing. So it does depend a little bit on what question you're asking, but certainly if you go round the US and visit institutions, whether they're state level, whether they're city halls, there is enormous interest and affection for the UK, and a kind of understanding that we are cousins, if you like, and that we start from the same place, even though we don't always agree.
Can I say a word about your question on multilateralism? Because I think there is a philosophical difference, probably. I think for us, as a medium-sized power, We believe that it's very important that there's a rules-based international order which is policed, if you like, or at least there is a framework provided by multilateral institutions which we all belong to, and we observe the rules. I don't think that is the same view in Washington, and I defer to Karen on this, but I think it probably, you can point also to some extent this is true of the Democratic Party now as well as the Republican Party. But my view is that this administration, in the person of Trump, will see multilateralism in a completely transactional way, and unless it's useful, it gets in the way. And you would rather deploy American power on a one-to-one basis than have to go through the bureaucratic procedures and the voting procedures of being in an institution, that is an inhibition to your exercise of power. So I think there is a fundamental difference. It's partly about our size. It's also, I think, partly about values and attitude to international relations. It was quite clearly, performance politics to pull out of the Paris Climate Change Agreement on day one, to walk out of WHO, which Trump has accused of misleading everybody on COVID, and so on. And you point to this extraordinary, absolutely unprecedented vote in the UN. And even if it's gesture politics on one level and it's showmanship, it comes back to this question of trust, and can you work with people who are going to, subject you to this kind of shock? I think multilateralism is very important for us. I think, again, it's an issue we need to be absolutely clear. We're committed to it. I also think it could easily backfire on the Americans if they take it too far. Multilateralism isn't going to go away. There may be a vacuum because the Americans leave. It may be filled by the Chinese, and other Western countries will suffer for that, because we will have, without the American voice in place in key institutions, whether it's climate change or whatever it is, we are weakened, in my view. So I'm not sure that it will in the long run help the United States very much if they do that. But I think to your point, I think we need to be clear that we do not see multilateralism in the same way.
Thanks. Just a couple of general points. One is that I think we have to be ready for the reality that whether it's in the international organizations or whether it's in terms of our own determination to reset relations with Europe while fixing relations with America or keeping them in good repair, there will be some nasty surprises. We often will not be consulted very closely, even after the very close consultation between President Trump and the Prime Minister. We didn't know, the British government was not tipped off that he was about to suspend all military assistance to Ukraine immediately afterwards. I don't think we knew that they were going to vote as they did. I'd be fascinated to know how it actually happened at the United Nations General Assembly on that ludicrous resolution which declined to apportion blame for the Ukraine war to the Russians for having invaded. It will be like that. It was always a bit thus. Sometimes the process of consultation in the US system was for them to whir the cogs and work out what they wanted and then call up the allies and saying, here's what we're doing, are you with us? Rather than consult at an earlier stage of the policy-making process. I think we made a lot of progress in recent years. Maybe at the moment we're going a little bit backwards, but we're going to have to live with that. And in a sense, Lord Darrick's question, how do you advise the Prime Minister to deal with all this stuff? I think it's about not so much challenge and confront, which we may need to do sometimes with the Chinese, but nudging and adjusting in a different direction. That may be part of the answer on tariffs. I think it certainly needs to be the answer on the commitment that this government is making, quite rightly, on Europe. The reality is, if we can project what we need to do with fixing relations and interests in Europe, in the context of what's good for America as well. In other words, they want the European Union to have economic growth and to do more in terms of shouldering the burden for NATO. Well, we need to have economic growth and closer relations with European neighbours for that to work. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to meet an objective, stated objective, of the United States government. So, phrasing stuff in the context of what matters to them and persuading them, if you can, this is back to the point about personal relationships, to adjust their fire in the light of new facts which they might not have thought about, will be a part of this. So lots of hard work to be done there. There will be bumpy surprises, and sometimes there will be stuff that's chucked out stream of consciousness which 2 days later doesn't actually turn out to be American policy. We shouldn't take every single utterance as being ex cathedra, but we do need to face up to the fact that it's going to be different. And to the extent we can, try to nudge and adjust where they are in a different direction to take account of what we think is in our interest in the context of what's in their interest too.
Ernest Crawley.
Thank you, Chair. In our earlier discussion on looking at the non-definition of the special relationship, I think David Manning raised one of the ingredients of that relationship as our relationship as far as nuclear weaponry is concerned. And perhaps we could delve a little deeper into that. We have an enormously close relationship with the US. They produce, they service the Trident missiles. We supply the warheads. And do you think, looking ahead, that that is going to remain the case in President Trump's efforts to decouple from Europe?
I see no reason at the moment to panic on this. I raised it because I think it would be, wrong not to put this on the table. This is a key part of the special relationship. And if we're worried about what is its future direction and contours, it is an absolutely integral part. And the nuclear relationship, of course, it includes all sorts of aspects. It's not just Trident. But the fact is that it is absolutely vital to us, and we have to think about, what is that going to look like under President Trump? I mean, you can make the case that actually it's very convenient for the Americans because it's very useful for them. I mean, this is if we get into this argument about leverage, it's leverage, So why would you put this at risk? But I think in thinking about our defence posture, and I very much agree with Nigel and I think with Peter, who've spoken about the need to think hard about the European relationship. And to make the case that we need to develop that. We need to do that in parallel. Logically, that ought to be welcome in Washington. I think there is a question mark in my mind about how cooperating with Europe goes down with Trump and his entourage at all. I can't speak about Trump, but we've had it, J.D. Vance coming to Europe. We had Musk interfering in our internal politics. We know that there is much greater, let me put it like this, MAGA sympathy for the populists in Europe than there is for the moderates. And so calculating what the attitude to us, moving closer to Europe on defence or economically, and I'm sure Nigel's right, we need to do both. I think that's quite a difficult thing to get right. On the other hand, I don't see any signs at the moment that President Trump is threatening us over this, or that there's any inclination in the United States to call into doubt the nuclear agreement. But I think it would be wrong for you, if I dare say this to your committee, not at least to be thinking about if this relationship of trust and common view is in jeopardy, what might that mean?
Could I add a fact? The Mutual Defence Agreement is the 1958 original nuclear agreement, and it's renewed every so often. We have just renewed it, and we have renewed it indefinitely rather than on a 10-year cycle. So I think that's a piece of good news. I think as well the investment that is going in Britain and Australia to the AUKUS submarine development, matched of course by America, that also is a positive factor for the future.
Karen, was it renewed under Biden or Trump?
It was renewed under Biden, but the Trump camp, for want of a better word at the time, were informed about it.
Ernest Blackstone.
First of all, I'm terribly sorry I was late for the ridiculous reason that I've lost my phone. Anyway, that means I missed what you said at the beginning about the special relationship. But I just want to be slightly provocative about the way in which this debate has gone up until now. Because it seems to me that all of you, perhaps to slightly different degrees, are very, very committed to keeping the relationship with the United States pretty well as it is. And I wonder whether that can possibly happen whilst this divergence is so great and is likely to become greater, which I think is what two of you have said. And this brings then the issues of trust and values, which Lord Soames mentioned earlier. And I think there are three categories that will need to be taken into account in this context. The first is Parliament, and I think there's already a lot of restiveness amongst members of Parliament, particularly on the Labour side, about what is happening in the United States under President Trump. And that restiveness will continue if they perceive there's not enough toughness from their leader, our Prime Minister, in dealing with this response. And the second is the electorate, where we know from public opinion that there's a tremendous amount of sympathy with Ukraine, a lot of sympathy with the Palestinians, especially amongst young people, and this all affects their perception of the United States as well. But thirdly, our allies. The US is not our only ally. I've got a special interest in, or have had, because I used to be the chairman of the Franco-British Council, and we cannot at any point dismiss the importance of the French to us. They are our nearest neighbours, and they have been our allies and close allies for a very long time. The rest of the European Union, the Germans, and so on, are also equally important. We mustn't forget Canada. Canada is under enormous threat at the moment, and I think they would expect the UK to take up their cause with the Americans, and very forcibly and publicly. We haven't yet really seen that. I also believe that there is a lot of scope, as more than one of you suggested, for a much closer relationship with the European Union on defence. We already have quite a close one with the French, and this is likely to grow. If that is the case, surely that can be seen in part as a move away from such dependence on the Americans on the defence and security front. And nothing is forever in this world. And if we're going to see this huge movement in terms of where the Americans stand on so many international issues, whether it's multilateralism, whether it's aid for developing countries, whether it's Russia, and I was going to raise Russia, and I'm extremely glad you did, because we've got a completely new position now from the United States on Russia. And it's not one that we hold, nor do any of our allies. So I want to ask whether you can't see a point where the conventional wisdom about this special relationship is really deeply threatened, and we should be talking about not only a reset with Europe, but a reset with the United States.
Well, I agree with that. I mean, I don't think the reset, I think a reset is going on. And I think the profundity of the challenge and what we've heard over the last few weeks has genuinely sunk in the UK, elsewhere in Europe, and so on. I don't think that that's in doubt. In terms of what it means, the incoming German Chancellor, just after the election, used the word independence from America. And I'm not sure that that works either as the end state, and certainly not as the transitional state that we're in, or would work for the UK. Not complete independence. I think no, giving ourselves more options, trying to keep the best of the UK-US and transatlantic relationship, while at the same time finding other partnerships, particularly in Europe, who are still 50% of our trade and already have a lot of security and defence links. That, to me, is what we need to be aiming for. I also agree with you that foreign policy is the result of an often intangible sense of feeling in public opinion. And public opinion at different stages has had a negative opinion of developments in the US, of cultural change and differences between us. And that's very, very profound for obvious reasons today. And you've already seen in British public opinion.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, a compelling conversation underway in London on the left side of your screen as former UK ambassadors are speaking on the relationship with the United States. Several topics they've discussed ranging from President Donald Trump, Ukraine, Russia, and the Middle East conflict. On the right side of your screen, that top right box, we're live in Rome, Italy this Wednesday, keeping a close eye on Pope Francis as he remains in Gemelli Hospital this morning. That bottom box, we are looking ahead as you plan your day with us here on Live Now from Fox. We know Elon Musk will meet with GOP lawmakers today to discuss DOGE. Let's go ahead and take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, more top stories and headlines for your Wednesday morning. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're 2 minutes shy from the top of the 7 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. And as we are closely approaching 7 a.m., we are following your political headlines. Right now, I want to give you a live look out in Washington, D.C., the U.S. Capitol on your screen, as President Donald Trump laid out his vision for the future of the nation in his first address to a joint session of Congress since returning to the White House. Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader has the very latest on the speech, full of lively moments and protests from lawmakers.
We heard promises and protests last night as President Donald Trump delivered his first speech to a joint session of Congress since returning to the White House.
The golden age of America has only just begun.
Addressing a joint session of Congress for the first time in his second term, President Donald Trump highlighted his administration's accomplishments throughout its first 6 weeks.
Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
But there were interruptions. Minutes into the speech, Democratic Congressman Al Green of Texas was removed from the chamber after he interrupted Trump several times. But the president got back on track.
I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country.
And besides reducing illegal border crossings, Trump touted work with the Department of Government Efficiency, headed by Elon Musk, to cut federal spending.
And we've taken back the money and reduced our debt to fight inflation.
And the president claimed his newly enacted tariffs against China, Canada, and Mexico will make America rich again. He also said harnessing America's fossil fuel resources will lower inflation.
It's called drill, baby, drill.
Trump stressed the importance of ending the war between Israel and Hamas and the conflict between Russia and Ukraine.
It's time to end the senseless war.
Meanwhile, freshman Senator Alyssa Slotkin of Michigan gave the Democratic response.
America wants change, but there's a responsible way to make change and a reckless way.
And now it is back to work for the president and Congress. First of all, trying to prevent a government shutdown next week. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you so much for that detailed breakdown. Right now, we want to analyze that Democratic response a little further. A relative unknown and newcomer to the U.S. Senate gave the response to President Donald Trump's address to a joint Congress and the nation. Democratic Senator Elissa Slotkin, the newly minted senator from Michigan, introduced herself to the nation Tuesday night. She went right after the president on themes of responsibility. Responsibility for changes that hurt the working class and benefit billionaires. Responsibility for high consumer prices and unfriendly international relations and tariff wars. And who's responsible for rapid speed government slashing filled with mistakes? She blames Elon Musk. Take a listen.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elissa Slotkin. I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak tonight. It's late, so I promise to be a lot shorter than what you just watched. I won't take it personally if you've never heard of me. Look, the president talked a big game on the economy, but it's always important to read the fine print. So, do his plans actually help Americans get ahead? Not even close. President Trump is trying to deliver an unprecedented giveaway to his billionaire friends. He's on the hunt to find trillions of dollars to pass along to the wealthiest in America. And to do that, he's going to make you pay in every part of your life. Grocery and home prices are going up, not down, and he hasn't laid out a credible plan to deal with either of those. His tariffs on allies like Canada will raise prices on energy, lumber, and cars, and start a trade war that will hurt manufacturing and farmers. Your premiums and prescriptions will cost more because the math on his proposals doesn't work without going after your health care. Meanwhile, for those keeping score, the national debt is going up, not down. And if he's not careful, he could walk us right into a recession. But Elon Musk just called Social Security the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. While we're on the subject of Elon Musk, is there anyone in America who is comfortable with him and his gang of 20-year-olds using their own computer servers to poke through your tax returns, your health information, and your bank accounts? No oversight, no protections against cyber attack, no guardrails on what they do with your private data. We need a more efficient government. You want to cut waste? I'll help you do it. But change doesn't need to be chaotic or make us less safe. The mindless firing of people who work to protect our nuclear weapons, keep our planes from crashing, and conduct the research that finds the cure for cancer, only to rehire them 2 days later? No CEO in America could do that without being summarily fired. Hi, everyone.
So that was Senator Elissa Slotkin delivering the Democratic response to President Donald Trump's address. We'll continue to look ahead at the very latest of the Trump presidency here on Live Now from Fox. 7:04 here on the East Coast, and this Wednesday morning, we are also keeping a close eye on your winter weather headlines, taking you out to Minnesota, giving you a live look out in Minneapolis. My goodness, a winter storm definitely underway. Let's check in right now with our content partners over at Fox 9 Minneapolis, as they do have team coverage this morning.
As you are waking up this morning, winter weather is making the morning commute a rough one. A live look outside as we're getting you ready to head out the door.
We have been following spinouts and other issues on the road. Check this one cut just in the last hour or so. This is 212 at Eden Prairie. Ooh, a car spins, then corrects, able to get back on the road. Thankfully not hit by another car. This is likely what you'll see a lot of today.
Just like that.
Live and local all morning. This is Fox 9 Morning News at 6 a.m.
It is going to be one of those mornings, and glad you're with us here on the Fox 9 Morning News. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Tom Butler.
And I'm Kelly O'Connell. We do appreciate starting the morning with us here. We will get you prepared as best we can. This winter weather creating quite the mess out there for the roads, starting off this Wednesday morning.
And we have team coverage for you. Of course, Bill Keller and Saquon are out among all the fun in the metro. Lauren Andrego is watching the roads this morning. But we start with meteorologist Keith Marler with a look at this winter wallop. Keith.
I tell you guys, step one in all of this was getting a lot of our traffic off the roadways in terms of students and kids and school buses. And we have nearly 200 closures and delays that are listed at the bottom of your screen, or you can, of course, go to our Fox Local app and get that list as well. But that snow came rolling on in and changed over from our rain of yesterday. And we've got anywhere from low-end amounts on the far west and northwest side of town that are still less than 4 inches to upwards of 8 inches plus on the southeast side of town, where you see the these brighter whites that have just kind of hung out for a good portion of the night. Now, some of those whites have started to creep back into the Northwest Metro over the past 90 minutes, but notice as they kind of creep, they also fizzle. But there have been a few bursts that have made it on the west and northwest side of town, at least temporarily. But those bigger, brighter whites have really set up, and that's why we see those higher amounts. We've seen some anecdotal amounts through the overnight hours, like the 8.5 inches down in southeastern parts of the Metro down near Apple Valley. We'll get more reports. Now that we're past 6 o'clock now, some of the more formal reports start to roll in between 6 and 7 o'clock in the morning. We'll have those for you. As these snow showers continue to burst, this has always been a morning affair. We'll start to see things taper off in our snowfall after 7 a.m. this morning, and then really it fades away between 8 and 11 this morning. By this afternoon, we're in the sunshine, but we still have another good hour and a half of heavy snow at times that we're going to have to deal with overall. Now, our winter storm warnings and our blizzard warnings remain in effect for most of the day. Even though we're going back to sunshine, the gusts are going to be with us. Our gusts are upwards of 45 miles per hour in the Twin Cities and our areas in purple, and our blizzard warning certainly still in effect for our southern viewing area in shades of red. Parts of Interstate 90 from Albert Lee all the way to the South Dakota border are just closed. We talked about that yesterday morning. We'd have road closures. And of course, as Lauren's been detailing since 4 o'clock this morning, even around the metro area, roads are just slippery and hazardous. Now, the morning snow is just that, a morning commute snow. The snow fizzles out over the course of the mid-morning, and by the afternoon, we're in the sun, but we will have some blowing snow concerns as we stay just about frozen for the better part of the day. I'll have more details coming up over the next 19 minutes, but right now, let's get a look at those roadways, because it is a mess out there, Lauren.
Yes, good morning. Here's that crash we showed you right at the top of the show. We've got a vehicle stuck on the ramp from Highway 100 south to 494 east. It's a semi-truck. It looks like State Patrol shut this ramp down. They've told other vehicles to turn around. There's a wider look. Yep, we've got State Patrol shutting that ramp down right now. Up to Rogers, it's our first crash I'm seeing north of Maple Grove on 94. Looks like at least one vehicle stuck in the ditch there near Rogers at Highway 101. Here in over to Sunfish Lake, this is 494 at Piper Road. We've got a vehicle. It looks like they've got flares on the road there and a lot of law enforcement, a couple vehicles involved in a crash. Right where we saw that spin out in Eden Prairie, we've got a tow truck there finally pulling that vehicle out of the ditch. 212 at Wallace Road in Eden Prairie. This is a spot where we see spin outs all the time. It's a turn and things get slick. And then over to White Bear Lake, 694 and White Bear Avenue. This is a situation we've been following for about 45 minutes. A semi stuck on the bridge, and it looks like one of their tires might be suspended in the air here. They've been stuck here for about 45 minutes. Traffic stuck in one lane here in the left lane. Not sure exactly how they're going to figure this out, but here's a look at the big map. It's been in the yellow and orange all day, even since 4 a.m. We have speeds less than 30 miles an hour on most major roadways. Visibility is tough. Tom and Kelly, it's hard to tell where the road ends and the shoulder begins, so take it easy out there. If you get stuck on the side of the road, do not get out of your car. Wait for law enforcement to arrive. I'll check back in with a couple more shots of what's going on around the Twin Cities in a couple of minutes.
Yeah,
okay.
Indicative of what's going on out there. Thank you. Appreciate it, Lauren. This winter storm is causing more than just messy roads.
The Minneapolis Fire Department trying to put out a fire being fueled by those high winds. It's proving to be difficult. Bill Keller live for us in the scene. This is in the Uptown area, we understand. Bill, what can you tell us?
Well, this broke out just about 2 hours ago, a little before 4 a.m. That's when the Minneapolis Fire Department was called to the 2900 block. This is Grand Avenue, about 3 blocks east of Lyndale. Lake Street is closed right now. Take a look at what the firefighters are dealing with on the scene here. A lot of wind, a lot of snow, and a lot of blowing conditions. And the fire department says that is what contributed to the quick spread of this blaze. They're responding to a 2.5-story building, vacant, thankfully. Nobody inside. However, that windswept fire did affect the buildings on either side, so they had to bring in a couple of buses to be used as temporary warming shelters. This was raised to a second, then quickly a third alarm, primarily just to bring in all that additional extra personnel to assist with what was involved in fighting this fire. Xcel Energy came out. They cut power to that building, but they've been making some pretty good progress. They had an aerial tower. They were just pouring tons of water on this. They took a defensive approach. It was no longer safe to be in that building because the back of it had collapsed and the roof was already compromised. They are dealing with a few flare-ups right now, but we've seen them rolling up a lot of hoses They're going to be out here for some time. Lake Street, again, still impassable because of some of the equipment, but they do have the upper hand on this fire. Again, a lot of flames when they showed up, and again, mostly driven by the weather, the wind, but things are under control now. They'll be out here on the scene, keeping an eye on some hot spots, and of course, once the sun comes up, it'll be easier to get a better look at what they're dealing with.
Yeah, sure. Not only the wind, Bill, but the snow, too, blowing in their face and trying to find the hydrants from overnight and all of that. All right, Bill, thank you.
6:07 now, and here's what your drive might have looked like overnight. This is one of our crews driving to Blaine towards 35W South, and it was not good.
Not only are the roads slick, you can see right there, it's kind of sometimes hard to find where the lane is. Saquon joins us live from Rosemount with a look outside, what we are waking up to. Good morning, Say.
Hey, good morning to you guys. I don't know if you guys can tell, really. I don't know if it's picking up on the cameras. Maybe you can hear it through my microphone. But the wind has really started to pick up here in the Rosemount area. We've been tracking, the conditions here in the Southeast Metro. And really, honestly, I haven't seen too many cars. I will say we've seen a handful of plows out and about already this morning. One thing I've been focusing on, there's that gust of wind that I was waiting for, is that, snow measurements are not going to be accurate this morning just because of that blowing snow, right? So where I'm standing right now, we are measuring just about 10 inches of snow. Again, that's a good estimate, not accurate. Just across the street in another snow area, or a snowy area, we measured 14 inches. So it goes to show not very accurate because of this wind. Take a look behind me, though. We're at this intersection here in Rosemount, and you can see that these light poles and these traffic lights are all covered up with snow right now, and that's again a very clear sign of the blowing snow. You can probably see it off in the distance there closer to the light this morning, but really in terms of cars that we've seen driving this morning, a lot of them did have some heavy snowpack on top. Make sure you are allowing for that extra time to get that snow off of your cars. Another visual here of this fire hydrant, again, you can see the snow. This is where the wind is really starting to hit us, so you can see it's kind of built up on this fire hydrant there. We know school districts here in the Southeast Metro are closed for the day, including Rosemount, Egan. Those are just some of them. We do have, of course, a list of those school closures on the screen right now. But yeah, we'll be here, guys, all morning tracking these conditions and give you a look at what we're seeing throughout the morning. Back to you.
Yeah, it is something out there, especially those drifts. Thank you, Say. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. Some 200 school closures at this point, and we've been having them come in almost by the minute. So watch the bottom of the screen.
And we appreciate our content partners at Fox 9 Minneapolis for that detailed coverage. My goodness. All of these different live images really putting things into perspective, giving you a live look at the downtown Minneapolis area. You can barely see all of the buildings with the blizzard-like conditions they are dealing with. I want to show you the very latest from weather authorities. This coming from the National Weather Service Twin Cities. They put this out on X saying as of 1:30 a.m. travel is either not advised or roads are closed across southern Minnesota west of I-35. This includes the closure of I-90 between Laverne and Albert Lee. Needless to say, it's best to stay home tonight. Things will improve considerably starting late this morning, but that depends on where you are because as you can see, some of those roads are completely iced over. Snow on top, but ice underneath because of the cold temperatures. 7:14 here on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and take our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. 7:15 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. Our next story taking us out to the Big Apple, giving you a live look outside of our Fox television studios in New York City. As we are looking into Mayor Eric Adams, we are learning he's in D.C. today to testify in front of a House subcommittee. The hearing will focus on how sanctuary cities like New York work with the federal government to enforce its immigration policies. Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti joining us live at City Hall this morning with more. Briella, good morning.
Jeanne, good morning to you. All eyes will be on Washington, D.C. as Mayor Adams is set to testify at 10 o'clock, just a few hours away from now. Mayor Adams has been a strong supporter of sanctuary protections. He insists the city can still do that while also continuing to be tough on crime.
I want to really show why it's important of this concept of sanctuary city.
It'll be a heated day on Capitol Hill with Mayor Adams set to testify alongside the Democratic mayors of Boston, Chicago, and Denver before the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee. Committee Chairman James Comer, a Republican from Kentucky, announced an investigation into sanctuary jurisdictions and the effectiveness of President Trump's immigration crackdown. Letters were sent to all four mayors. All of them will likely be grilled by House Republicans on their sanctuary city policies. But Mayor Adams stands apart from Michelle Wu of Boston, Brandon Johnson of Chicago, and Mike Johnston of Denver for his willingness to cooperate with the Trump administration, with many believing cooperation is what earned him freedom from his federal corruption case.
What I asked the city council to do, change the bill that was already in place and modify it, that if you are committing a crime, that we should be able to collaborate with ICE.
Last month, Mayor Adams and Border Czar Tom Homan sat down on Fox and Friends to talk about immigration enforcement. Long before Trump was elected to a second term, Adams was vocal about wanting a rollback on the city's sanctuary laws, though he's vowed to defend them. The two promised a partnership, starting with reopening an ICE office at Rikers Island. For 2 decades, ICE agents were allowed to operate at Rikers until sanctuary city laws were passed banning officers from the jail complex. But that proposal wasn't welcomed by some New Yorkers who gathered to protest in Lower Manhattan.
New York City is bigger than one person.
Yesterday, City Council Speaker Adrienne Adams, no relation to Mayor Eric Adams, delivered her State of the City address just weeks after she called on Mayor Adams to resign following quid pro quo allegations with the Trump administration. And while she's term limited out of her council seat at the end of the year, she is considering a run for mayor herself. Sources tell Fox 5 Speaker Adams will likely decide whether to join the crowded race before the end of the week.
Our city deserves leadership that prioritizes its people over individual glory or interests.
If elected, Speaker Adams would become the first female mayor of New York City. And speaking of City Hall, where we are right now, demonstrators are set to flood this area in just a little while, demanding that Mayor Adams stands up for sanctuary protections today in D.C. So we'll also be watching those protests very closely, Jeanne, but we'll send it back to you.
All right, definitely keeping a close eye on that. Briella Tomasetti with Fox 5 New York. Always a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And we do want to share the latest with you, further breaking out this topic. Representative James Comer putting this out on X, saying, quote, big days supporting President Trump's swift work to secure the border. The sanctuary city mayors of Chicago, Boston, Denver, and NYC will publicly testify on their policies that endanger all Americans. Joining others at 7:20 a.m. Tune in. So again, we will be keeping a close eye on everything pertaining to this topic as it relates to both sides of the conversation. 7:21 here on the East Coast. Want to give you another live look out in the Big Apple. You can see that there are some wet conditions, it looks like, in that area. Also windy in the Big Apple this morning. We're going to take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, some breaking news we're following as it relates to China and its defense budget. The details in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in on this Wednesday. We're following some breaking news. The Associated Press reporting China saying on this Wednesday it will increase its defense budget 7.2% this year as it continues its campaign to build a larger, more modern military to assert its territorial claims and challenge the U.S. defense lead in Asia. China's military spending remains the second largest behind the U.S., and it already has the world's largest Navy. The budget, which adds up to about $245 billion, was announced at the National People's Congress, the annual meeting of China's legislature. The Pentagon and many experts say China's total spending on defense may be 40% higher or more because of items included under other budgets. The boost is the same percentage as last year, far below the double-digit percentage increases of previous years and reflecting an overall slowdown in the economy. The nation's leaders have set a target of around 5% growth for this year. Now, tensions with the U.S., Taiwan, Japan, and neighbors who have overlapping claims to the crucial South China Sea are seen as driving spending on increasingly high-tech military technologies. Those include stealth fighters, the country's 3, soon-to-be 4 aircraft carriers, and a broad expansion of its nuclear arsenal. China generally ascribes the budget increases to exercises and maintenance and improving the lives of its 2 million service members. We do know that China deployed a smaller contingent of 5 planes and 7 ships near Taiwan on Wednesday, just days after sending dozens of aircraft. Such missions are intended to demoralize and wear down Taiwan's defenses, which have been holstered and bolstered by upgraded U.S. F-16s, tanks, and missiles, along with domestically developed armaments. So a lot to follow with this breaking news, learning China to increase its defense budget by 7.2% this year. This is a developing story, so make sure you're staying tuned to Live Now from Fox. Here at 7:25 on the East Coast, we're going to take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, heading out to a live event, learning that discussions are underway related to Russia and Ukraine. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. As promised, a live event underway. It does take us out to London, England. On your screen right now, the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer learning he's discussing several topics related to the Russia-Ukraine war, President Donald Trump, and the talks of tariffs. Let's listen in.
Security that hold our country back. It is pro-worker, pro-business and pro-growth.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Bernal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Divisions between Ukraine and the US only serve Vladimir Putin. President Zelenskyy is right to try and rebuild his relationship with President Trump. He is keeping a cool head under very difficult circumstances. And I was glad to see President Trump receive his letter positively. What is the Prime Minister doing to help rebuild their relationship after a challenging week?
Minister.
Well, she's absolutely right that we need to do everything we can to ensure that the US, Europe and Ukraine are working together on lasting peace. And I'm doing everything I can to play my part in that, in regular contact with all of the key players at the moment, including talking to President Zelenskyy yesterday afternoon.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Prime Minister for that answer. All of us in this House know that the British Armed Forces are a huge source of pride to our country. They put themselves in harm's way to defend our values. As the opposition, we support efforts to resolve this conflict, but we cannot write a blank check. If British peacekeeping troops in Ukraine were attacked, whether directly or via proxies, we could be drawn into conflict with Russia. Can the Prime Minister reassure all those who are concerned about the UK being drawn into war?
Minister.
Yes, that's the last thing anybody wants to see. And the whole point of ensuring that there's a lasting peace and that any deal, if there's a deal, is defended, is to avoid conflict, to ensure that we do have peace. The way to ensure we have peace is to ensure there are guarantees for any deal that is in place, because the surest risk that there would be conflict is if Putin thinks that he can breach any deal that may be arrived at.
The Prime Minister is quite right, and we on this side of the House agree with him. The objective for his visit to Washington was to get that US security guarantee for Ukraine, and I commend his efforts in this very difficult task. But nonetheless, on Monday, the United States withdrew military aid for Ukraine. Can he update the House on the steps he is taking to persuade America that it is also in their national interest to provide a security guarantee?
Prime Minister.
I'm pleased to inform the House that on Thursday of last week we did discuss security guarantees. The President made absolutely clear his commitment to Article 5 of NATO, absolutely clear that he would have our backs because of the relationship between our parties, and agreed that our teams would sit down together to talk through security guarantees. I've spoken to him, I think, 3 times since then on the telephone, because it is vitally important that we work with the US, with Europe and Ukraine and make sure that if there is a deal, it has proper security guarantees in place.
Mr. Speaker, I know the Prime Minister is not able to comment on specific intelligence matters, and I'm certainly not asking him to do that. However, there are concerning reports that the United States has instructed Britain to suspend intelligence sharing with Ukraine, and other reports that Five Eyes itself may be at risk. We need to make sure America does not disengage. There are some in this House who argue Europe should go it alone. But does he agree with me that without this country's greatest ally, any peace agreement would place a terrible burden on Britain and our taxpayers?
Prime Minister.
Well, I do agree with her wholeheartedly, and that's why in the debate we had just 2 days ago, I've always been clear that we need to ensure that the US, the UK, Europe and Ukraine are working together, but we must not choose between the US and Europe. We never have historically, and we're not going to do so now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister for his comments on that. He will know that it is not just the security situation that worries people. They are also concerned about trade wars and the economic impact of tariffs, like those levelled on Canada and Mexico yesterday. The best way to avoid America putting tariffs on Britain is to reach agreement on a US trade deal. Following the Prime Minister's trip to Washington, have talks on a UK-US trade deal begun?
Prime Minister.
Well, I was pleased in the meeting I had last week that we did discuss an economic deal and agreed that our teams would indeed sit down rapidly to talk through an economic deal, and that is what they're doing, because, as she rightly says, that is far better than getting drawn into conflict in relation to tariffs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad the Prime Minister has confirmed that those talks have started. People across our country are worried. They're worried about national security. They're worried about whether we can equip our military fast enough. They are worried about whether we will deploy troops in Ukraine and whether we will be able to keep the peace. They are also worried about our economic security. Can we afford all this? The world is changing fast, and we need an entirely new approach to our economy and our energy security. The budget last year halted growth with higher taxes and higher borrowing. Yesterday, farmers were protesting in Whitehall again. People are hurting. Will he now change course so we can have the economic security we know we need for our national security?
Prime Minister.
We were doing so well. What we inherited was insecurity in our economy. We inherited a £22 billion black hole, and we have now turned that around. We've got the highest investment coming into our economy. We've got wages higher than prices. We've got 3 times interest rates have been cut. That's the difference between stability with Labour and instability with the party opposite.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend the Prime Minister for his decisive leadership that he has shown in Europe and at home to bolster our collective security. The £13.4 billion increase in defence spending has been very much welcomed in my constituency of Stevenage. Can the Prime Minister outline how that increase in defence spending will boost jobs and growth in places like Stevenage, and would he like to join me in visiting some of those businesses?
Prime Minister.
Well, I thank him for his question. Our plan for change is built on national security, and that has to go hand in hand with economic security. And as we're returning to 2.5% for the first time since a Labour government, that investment must mean UK skills, UK jobs and UK apprenticeships. And I was very pleased that on Monday we were able to announce a new hub and new spending targets to help 12,000 SMEs access the supply chain, which will boost economic growth, and that'll be really important in so many constituencies. And of course I'll consider his invitation.
Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I visited Kingston's Army Reserve Centre, met members of the Royal Army Medical Service who'd served in Iraq and Afghanistan very bravely. So can I associate myself with the Prime Minister's initial remarks? On Monday, the Prime Minister rightly said a minerals deal only was not a sufficient security guarantee for Ukraine. But since then, the Trump administration has said that a minerals deal is the only guarantee on the table, and President Trump has removed military aid from Ukraine and said that the British cannot share American intelligence with Kyiv. Both those decisions mean more brave Ukrainians will die and further embolden Vladimir Putin. So can the Prime Minister tell the House, does he still believe that President Trump is a reliable ally? And if Ukraine does not get a sufficient security guarantee from this White House, what is the Prime Minister's plan B?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, look, we work very closely with the United States on defence, on security and on intelligence. We have done for many, many years. We're intertwined, and of course they're a reliable ally. We are operating on that basis day in, day out across the world, as he knows. In relation to the situation as it develops, obviously our main focus, our only focus, is on a lasting peace in Ukraine. There are many moving parts, there are many discussions to be had, but what I'm doing is staying focused on what I think is the single most important outcome, which is a lasting peace in Ukraine, which is good for Ukraine, for Europe, and of course essential for the United Kingdom.
So Ed Davey.
The Prime Minister knows we all support him in that effort. But can I take him back to President Trump's reliability? 4 British women have accused Andrew Tate of rape and human trafficking, and British police have issued arrest warrants. The Tates have tried to escape justice, first to Romania, now to the United States, but I'm delighted that Florida has thankfully opened a criminal investigation. But does the Prime Minister agree that people who are wanted by British police of such appalling crimes should stand trial in our country? And given his assessment that President Trump really is a reliable ally, will his government request an urgent extradition of the Tate brothers?
Prime Minister.
This is a live issue, as he'll appreciate, and therefore I'll tread carefully. But the principle is absolutely clear. Justice must be done in all cases, including in this case. But I won't go into the details because this is a live case, as he knows.
Steve Brace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm supporting many parents in Exeter who are struggling to get the support they need for their children within the SEND system run by Devon County Council. One parent told me that their child was excelling, but after undergoing major surgery, she needed additional support to get back into a mainstream school setting. That hasn't been possible due to the disarray of the SEND system in Devon, and this child is now missing out. I welcome the new money going to the system. Can the Prime Minister provide an update on government work that will also reform the SEND system to make sure every child in Exeter has the best start in life?
Prime Minister.
Well, thank him for raising this familiar topic. We inherited a SEND system that failed to meet the needs of children and families, and that's why we're investing £1 billion in SEND alongside £740 million for councils to improve inclusivity and expertise in mainstream schools and to make sure special schools can cater for children with the most complex needs. We're working closely with partners in Devon to deliver an accelerated progress plan and have deployed SEND advisors to offer support to the local authority.
This.Our Roberts.
By cozying up to Putin, Trump is making Europe less safe. We all recognise the need for Europe to adapt. Germany is changing its fiscal rules to boost investment in defence and infrastructure, creating a €500 billion fund to strengthen its future. Will the Prime Minister please consider a similar approach, focusing on strategic investment rather than imposing further hardship on the poorest through cuts to welfare and cuts to international aid?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as she knows, I think it's very important if we're to increase defence spending, which we are, to have that fully costed, fully funded, and to put that plan before the House, which is what I did last week. But she talks about fiscal rules, she talks about funding. I have to say, it was highly regrettable that Plaid voted against £1.6 billion to fund public services in Wales. She needs to explain how that helps her constituents and the people of Wales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This year marks 40 years since the Swan report exposed systemic racism and discrimination in the education system. And regrettably, none of those recommendations were implemented. One of the most damning injustices in that report was the misclassification of mainly black children as educationally subnormal, as identified in Steve McKean's BBC documentary. And given the historic nature of this and the impact it had on so many, will the Prime Minister consider a public inquiry to provide justice and recompense for those who have been affected?
Prime Minister.
Well, I thank her for raising this really important issue. All children, young people, must be treated fairly, and there's no place for hate or prejudice in our education system. I'll make sure she gets a meeting with the relevant minister to discuss this further.
Chris Law.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, President Trump has ended military aid to Ukraine, reportedly banned the UK sharing US intelligence with Ukraine, and is now seeking to lift sanctions with Russia to appease Vladimir Putin, a murderous, lying dictator. Regrettably, it's clear for now the US can no longer be relied upon for security and peace in Europe. So will the Prime Minister provide leadership to our allies by urgently making the decision to be the first leader to release seized Russian state assets to Ukraine under the established principle of international law, so that Putin must pay as the aggressor?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on the question of assets, obviously we're using the profits, the interest on the assets, to help fund Ukraine, and we are looking with others at whether it's possible to go further, and obviously I'll update the House if that's possible. But I have to say, at a time when defence and security in Europe, in the UK, needs to be ramped up for all the reasons that he readily understands, for the SNP to maintain its position that it wants to get rid of the single most effective deterrent that we have, the nuclear deterrent, really has to be explained in its historical context.
Paul Davies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Labour is rolling out free breakfast clubs in primary schools, starting with 750 schools, including Scapegoat Hill Junior Infants School in my constituency. Under the Tories, only 1 in 10 schools had these clubs. Labour will make them available for all children. This will help break down barriers to opportunity for every child. I know the Prime Minister is as determined as I am to tear away the link between background and success. So will you update the House on how we are going to do that through Labour's plan for change?
Minister. Well, I thank him for his question. Labour promised free breakfast clubs in every primary school, and the first 750 will open in April, giving every child the best start in life through our plan for change. It will also put up to £450 a year back in the pockets of working families. I'm delighted, Mr. Speaker, to say that 2 of the breakfast clubs will be opening in the constituency of the Leader of the Opposition in April, and I hope she'll welcome them when they do.
Ian Solomon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, the Prime Minister talked about creating defence jobs across the country as we rebuild our defence industrial capacity. So will he and the government bring forward an urgent plan for skills in the defence sector? And does he agree with his Education Secretary that the strategy for defence skills should sit purely under the Department for Education and an underpowered executive agency?
Prime Minister.
Well, I thank him for raising this because it is a duty to increase our spending on defence and security, but it also does provide an opportunity for jobs across the country, and that's good jobs, well-paid jobs, skilled jobs, as he rightly identifies, but also jobs with a real sense of pride, and we are working on that.
Emma Lulberg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My lovely granddad, John Henry Richardson, passed away in 1998 from work-related asbestos exposure. Today in South Shields, we have one of the highest death rates from this silent killer in the United Kingdom. Will the Prime Minister please look at introducing a national digital register so we know where this asbestos is and commit to a phased removal of it from public buildings?
Prime Minister.
Well, I'm sure I speak for the whole House when I say I'm very sorry to hear what happened to her grandfather. These are just awful cases, and the deaths are terrible. I've no doubt he was a wonderful man. He would have been, no doubt, very proud to have seen her in her place today. And I'll make sure that she gets a meeting with the relevant minister.
Sir Oliver Dundon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. St Hilda's Girls' School looks set to join a manual Jewish prep as the second school in Bushey alone forced to close because of Labour's VAT hike. This is a double hit to aspiration. First, the parents, many of whom not wealthy, who have described the significant sacrifices they have made to send their children to these schools. And secondly, to the excellent local state schools, including the one that I attended, which simply do not have the places, meaning this policy won't even save money. So may I therefore urge the Prime Minister, even at this late stage, to look again at the failures in this policy.
I don't doubt the aspirations of all parents in relation to their children. But I mean all parents. What we've been able to do is to make sure we release the funding to ensure that our state secondary schools have the teachers they need. And there's no point the party opposite pretending that they're interested in state education when they left them without the teaching they needed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So as you can see here, a very lively British Parliament right now. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer taking questions. There are a lot of back and forth. Several topics being discussed, from the Ukraine-Russia conflict to President Donald Trump. Also talks on tariffs. And of course, on the left side of your screen, we're keeping you informed this Wednesday morning with hot topics so you can plan your day with us here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. .50 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. We continue with your live events and breaking news headlines of your Wednesday morning. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer continues to take questions inside of UK Parliament. Several topics discussed there at the bottom of your screen. And plan your day with us on this Wednesday with those agenda items on the left side as we are looking ahead on Live Now from Fox.
Their appalling abuse, and we're expanding a number of pathfinder courts to protect the welfare of children and reviewing the presumption of involvement that she raises.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Daniel Coffey from Columpton lost his life while serving in Iraq. His grandfather said yesterday that Vice President J.D. Vance should have a lot more respect for those who lost their lives, in response to the Vance comment that some random country that hasn't fought a war in 30 or 40 years. Will the Prime Minister gently remind the US government the UK was there for the US following the 9/11 attacks when Lord Robertson invoked Article 5, and that we were there for the US for the intervention in Iraq, and they might remember our long-standing friendship when we think about security guarantees for Ukraine?
Prime Minister. Well, I thank him for raising this. I know he speaks for the whole House. We do remember the role that we've played historically with our allies, and we particularly remember those that made the ultimate sacrifice in that duty for their country and for our allies, and that's why it's so important that we make that point today.
Muraz Gul Peran Lowen. Happy St Piran's Day, Mr. Speaker. To the hundreds of thousands of people in Cornwall and around the world who are today celebrating St Piran's Day, will the Prime Minister confirm our government's commitment to national minority status for Cornwall, and will he join me in wishing Cornish folk the world over a very happy St Piran's Day?
Prime Minister.
Well, yes, let me wish him, his constituents and everyone in Cornwall a very happy St Piran's Day. we do recognise Cornish national minority status, not just the language, the history and the culture of Cornwall, but its bright future. And I know that he and Cornish colleagues will continue to be powerful voices for Cornwall.
Sir David Davis.
Four weeks ago, the Northern Ireland coroner accused British soldiers of unlawful killing after they engaged with IRA would-be murderers. After careful reading, as far as I can see, this judgment is based on no evidence whatsoever. Over 100 Special Forces soldiers have been summoned before these inquiries. Not one IRA leader has been summoned in the same way. Soldiers that serve our country with honour, heroism and skill are being punished in their declining years for doing nothing but carrying out their patriotic duty facing enormous risks. Now, given how he opened his comments today, which I associate myself with, does he not think that he and his government have a duty to protect these soldiers from such partisan parodies of justice in their declining years?
On the particular case, the coroner's ruling, I just haven't seen the details, I'm afraid, so I can't comment on that. On the broader point, it's right that we should protect those who serve our country, wherever they serve our country. Getting the balance right is critically important. I didn't think that the legislation that was put forward by the party opposite achieved that, but nonetheless, I do believe that in the interests of everybody in Northern Ireland, all those who served and all those who are victims, we do need to renew our efforts to find a way forward on this really important issue.
Eleanor Dollin.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents in Hastings Rye and the villages are fed up with the constant failures of Southern Water, dumping sewage in our sea, flooding and leaving us without water for days, all while taking huge bonuses. At the Environment Select Committee, we've been hauling in the water bosses one by one and hearing about their failures, but the boss of Southern Water there finally agreed to give my constituents millions in compensation for a major water outage. Can the Prime Minister tell me how this Labour government is cracking down on the bad behaviour of the water industry?
And I applaud her for her dedicated work on the Environment Committee and obviously in her constituency. Last week, our Water Act became law, which gives new powers to ban the payment of bonuses for polluting water bosses and bringing criminal charges against lawbreakers. We are determined, Mr. Speaker, to fix our broken water system after years of companies pumping sewage into our waterways and infrastructure not keeping pace with demand.
Wendy Morton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I pay tribute to the Prime Minister for his efforts to bring Europe together and ensure we can work to restore peace in Ukraine. What the war in Ukraine has also demonstrated, though, is the need for greater food security and stronger supply chains. But if this government forces our farmers to sell their land because of the divisive family farm tax, then it undermines this. So ahead of the spring statement, I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, will he think this policy through again and seek to end it? Because national security needs food security, it needs farming and it needs farmers.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we put a record amount in the budget into farming, £5 billion. We've set out a roadmap for farming, which has been welcomed across by the NFU. And as she knows, the vast majority of farms will not be affected by the provisions that we're putting in place.
Lee Pitcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For months, my constituents in Doncaster East and Isle of Axholme have been telling me how fed up they are with not being able to get an appointment because of the 8 a.m. scramble. The last thing they need when they're ill is to have to pick up that phone and wait and fight again to be first. It's great news that the government's new GP contract will start to resolve this. But can the Prime Minister reassure my residents who can't use technology that they will still be able to book an appointment?
Prime Minister.
Well, I thank him for this. Last week, for the first time in 4 years, the BMA agreed the GP contract with the government worth an extra £889 million. Patients will be able to request appointments online from October, but I can absolutely reassure my honourable friend and others that this will free up the phones for those who need them most and help end the 8 a.m. scramble.
Rosie Duffy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under his Labour government,
Does the Prime Minister believe the UK's estimated 3 million millionaires should contribute more to our vital national security? Or is it just the world's poorest, by no longer benefiting from our international aid programmes, or the shameful almost 6 million children living in poverty in this country who should be paying for it? What happened to the wealth tax, Prime Minister?
Prime Minister.
Well, I think all should and all do make a contribution at this vital time.
Mike's up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These are delicate moments for the country, and the Prime Minister has led with British values, moral courage, decency, as a true statesman, and with skilled and careful diplomacy. All elected politicians in this House, Mr. Speaker, must appreciate that everything we say could impact that diplomacy. Does the Prime Minister agree that a united House could help us achieve that lasting peace?
Well, let me broaden out his words to the whole House, because I do think that it's hugely to the credit of this House that it is speaking loudly in a united way with one voice in the face of Russian aggression. And that is why we must have lasting peace based on the sovereignty and security of Ukraine. But it certainly helps to all of those observing across the world to see this House speaking powerfully with one voice, united across these benches, and I'm very pleased that we're able to continue in that way.
Seamus Logan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Scottish fishing industry, by volume and value, is the biggest in these islands. And within my constituency, the port towns of Peterhead and Fraserburgh represent a very large share of that industry in terms of the land it catch and its processing. Now, I'm sure the Prime Minister enjoys the occasional fish supper. So does he agree that their interests and their future must be secured and enhanced as his government pursues economic growth and resets its relationship with the European Union, especially through the forthcoming trade and cooperation agreement negotiations, so that the jobs of the people who work in this sector can never be made expendable for the sake of some other interest?
Prime Minister.
Well, thank you for raising this, and do recognise the huge and historic importance of the fishing industry in his constituency and others. I'm determined to make the sector more secure, sustainable and economically successful. We've already secured over 720,000 tonnes of fishing quota for the year, worth up to £920 million, including agreements with the EU and with Norway. We also want to tackle problems about labour shortages that he will be familiar with. I'm pleased that his constituents in Peterhead will benefit from £20 million under our plan for neighbourhood, but absolutely do everything we can in relation to this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Medway Maritime Hospital in my constituency of Gillingham and Raynham has today received a very concerning CQC report following an inspection of the emergency department in February last year. Testimonies include patients having to wait up to 50 hours to be seen, and others being told to soil themselves because there were staff that were not available to take them to the bathroom. Will the Prime Minister please outline what this government will urgently do to tackle the crisis in our NHS after 14 years of absolute Tory mismanagement?
Prime Minister.
Well, thank her for raising this case. Her constituents deserve the highest standard of care. The party opposite left the NHS in an absolutely dire state. We're investing £26 billion, and our reform plan will cut waiting lists. And I'm really pleased, Mr. Speaker, to say that waiting lists are down, and we've delivered over 2 million extra appointments to get the NHS back on its feet.
Final question, Richard Holden.
Thank you very much. A marriage between first cousins carries significant health issues, many of which aren't even knowable until post-birth. When practiced generation after generation, there is a significant multiplier effect. In addition, the real impacts for the openness of our society and women's rights in our country are also significant. After all, there are significant dynamics in sharing a same set of grandparents. On Friday, this government has a choice to let my bill go through to ban first cousin marriage to committee stage. Will the Prime Minister think again before instructing his whips to block this legislation?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've taken our position on that bill. Thank you.
That completes Prime Minister's questions.
We're listening there as the Parliament has wrapped up in the UK. Meanwhile, we do have another live event that just got underway, taking us out to South Korea as foreign ministers from South Korea and Poland are holding a joint press conference after discussing defense and Ukraine. Let's listen in.
Poland and Korea share many similarities, both in historical and geopolitical terms. Throughout history, our nations have faced aggressive neighbors and challenges stemming from our country's unique geopolitical locations. Our peoples have demonstrated extraordinary resilience and determination, which has translated into dynamic economic growth. The miracle on the Han River has become a symbol of Korea's impressive economic advancement, while Poland, since 1989, has also achieved remarkable success, leading the economic transformation among former communist bloc countries. These shared experiences provide a solid foundation for our cooperation, allowing us to learn from one another and exchange expertise, making our partnership even more valuable. Poland and Korea have been bound by a strategic partnership since 2013, which I had the privilege of negotiating during my previous tenure as Minister of Foreign Affairs. This partnership is implemented through multi-year action plans. At the conclusion of today's discussions, the Minister and I signed the latest action plan for the implementation of our partnership for the years stretching out to 2028. This plan defines our cooperation in various sectors, including political, economic, defense, scientific, and cultural collaboration. I'd like to express my satisfaction with the highly productive discussions during which we addressed crucial issues related to our bilateral cooperation. This included our cooperation in defense, in which specifically military acquisitions, such as the K2 tanks, K9 howitzers, K239 rocket artillery, or FA-50 jets, to name a few, play a vital role. Poland is the largest recipient of Korean military equipment worldwide, and we would like to further develop this cooperation with the prospect of relocating production and technology transfer to Poland. Poland can also serve as a hub for further promotion of Korean military equipment in Europe and for the rebuilding of Ukraine. During the talks, we also discussed other aspects of our bilateral economic cooperation, in particular the expansion of market access for Polish agri-food products, as well as strategic infrastructure and energy projects. Poland remains a key destination for Korean foreign investment, with the Republic of Korea being the second largest non-European investor in Poland and the largest in Asia. I encouraged Korean partners to locate further investments in Poland. They are very welcome in this country, particularly those characterized by a high level of technological advancement. A significant portion of our discussions was dedicated, of course, to international developments, particularly currently security, both in Europe and in the Asia-Pacific region. A major topic was, as you would expect, our joint efforts in providing assistance to Ukraine, which continues to resist Russian aggression, as well as the post-war reconstruction there. At this juncture, I'd like to extend my sincere appreciation to Minister Cho for the Republic of Korea's unwavering stance against Russian invasion of Ukraine and her commitment to providing both financial and humanitarian assistance to our neighbor. Once again, I'd like to thank Minister Cho for the visit and look forward to future collaboration, including a visit to Korea. The Minister has invited me, and I have gladly accepted the invitation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Sikorski. Let me pass the floor, Excellency Cho.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege for me to be here in Warsaw for my official visit to Poland. Let me first express my gratitude to you, Minister Sikorski, for your kind invitation and warm hospitality. Over the years, our high-level exchanges, highlighted by the reciprocal visits of our presidents in 2023 and 2024, have underscored the depth and significance of our partnership. I'm pleased to keep this momentum alive with my own visit today, the first visit in 6 years and the first official visit in 18 years by a Korean foreign minister. More than anything else, today's in-depth dialogue reinforced the Korea-Poland strategic partnership that is true to its name. Ours is a relationship of real substance and profound importance. Our cooperation runs deep and wide, anchored in shared values as well as strategic alignment, and is all the more valuable as we navigate the increasingly turbulent time of drastically changing geopolitical landscape. It is in this spirit that Minister Sikorski and I have committed to strengthening our collaboration in defense and security, expanding economic ties, and enhancing trans-regional security cooperation, among other key areas. First, we reaffirmed our steadfast commitment to building a stronger defense partnership. In 2022, Korea and Poland laid the foundation for an ambitious defense partnership by concluding a $44.2 billion defense framework agreement, followed by the first set of executive contracts. This agreement has set a new benchmark in our bilateral relations, underscoring our deep strategic alignment in the areas of defense and security. Currently, we are working on the second set of executive contracts. Recognizing the unprecedented scale of our defense collaboration as a cornerstone of our bilateral relationship, Minister Sikorski and I agreed to extend all possible support, including government-level consultations, to accelerate the conclusion of a second executive contract for K2 tanks. When it comes to economic cooperation, we reviewed the progress of our ongoing projects and cooperation in key sectors such as energy and infrastructure. We resolved to deepen our economic cooperation as it is undoubtedly contributes to our mutual prosperity and growth. In fact, our economic ties have grown by leaps and bounds over the past years. Poland is now Korea's fifth largest trading partner within the EU, and Korea has become the largest Asian investor in Poland as of 2024. This is a testament to the trust and potential both nations see in each other's economic future. To further capitalize on this momentum, I have requested the Polish government's support in ensuring a stable and conducive environment for Korean companies doing business in and with Poland. Our partnership in the broader context of trans-regional security is also vital in the face of increasing connection between the security of Europe and the Indo-Pacific. We both reaffirmed that there is a need to further strengthen our cooperation for trans-regional security cooperation, encompassing both Europe and the Indo-Pacific within the framework of the NATO IP4 partnership. Minister Sikorski and I strongly condemned North Korea's continued development of nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles, as well as its illegal military collusion with Russia. We remain firmly committed to achieving the complete denuclearization of North Korea and improving its dire human rights situation. I commend Poland for its steadfast support for Ukraine since the outbreak of the war. The Korean government will also continue its humanitarian financial assistance to Ukraine while working closely with the international community to achieve a lasting peace in Ukraine. This year, we are launching a mid to long-term assistance package exceeding $2 billion, building upon the $400 million provided last year to address Ukraine's urgent needs in energy, infrastructure, healthcare, and education. Looking ahead, Minister Sikorski and I took an important step today by signing the action plan for the implementation of the strategic partnership between Korea and Poland for 2025 through 2028. This plan lays out concrete steps to further strengthen our cooperation across multiple fields. Minister Sikorski and I will continue to work together to elevate the Korea-Poland strategic partnership to new heights, building upon
our shared values and mutual interests. Our partnership is dynamic, resilient, and forward-looking, and together we will continue to build on this strong foundation for the future. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Minister Cho. It's all for today. Thank you for your attention. Have a nice day.
Thanks. Bye. Thank you. Thank you.
That was the Poland and South Korea's foreign ministers talking at a brief conference right there out of Warsaw, Poland, as they were discussing strengthening the alliance between Poland and South Korea amid ongoing international conflicts, including Ukraine. They also talked about ensuring denuclearization of North Korea and keeping a very close eye on Russia as well. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, continuing our coverage after that. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. I did want to share this live look with you from El Paso, Texas, right here, as we are expecting Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and Director of Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard to visit the southern border later on today. This all to highlight the tougher immigration policies that the Trump administration says have led to dramatically fewer arrests for illegal crossings in the beginning weeks of President Trump's presidency. Now, Vance will be in Eagle Pass, Texas, alongside Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard as the highest-ranking members of President Trump's White House to visit the southern border. Federal aviation authorities have cleared airspace for Air Force Two to make this trip, and state authorities and local activists say Vance's itinerary includes a visit to Shelby Park, a municipal green space along the Rio Grande that Governor Greg Abbott seized from federal authorities last year after he crossed paths with the Biden administration, which he accused of not doing enough to curb illegal crossings. President Trump made a crackdown on immigration one of his centerpieces as he sought re-election for a second term, pledging to halt the tide of migrants entering the U.S. and stopping the flow of fentanyl crossing the border. And as part of that effort, he imposed 25% tariffs on imports from Mexico and Canada. Those tariffs taking effect yesterday, saying that neither country is doing enough to address drug trafficking and illegal immigration. So we did want to share that with you. And of course, we are going to bring you those live looks as Vice President Vance, Secretary Hegseth, and Director Gabbard are visiting the southern border later on today. And speaking of Texas Governor Greg Abbott, he shared this with the world truly on social media, saying America is back. From the moment he took office, President Donald Trump kept his promises to Americans. He cracked down on illegal immigration and upheld the rule of law at the border. I look forward to working with him to renew the American dream. So Texas Governor Greg Abbott sharing those thoughts there on social media. As another live look here from El Paso, Texas, as Vice President Vance, Secretary Hegseth, and Director Gabbard are all set to visit the southern border later on today. They are expecting to be speaking at around 2:30 p.m. or so. And of course, we will bring that to you as soon as it happens. And speaking of immigration, we now take a live look right here of the U.S. Capitol as we are expecting sanctuary city mayors to testify at a House committee hearing. That is set to start at around 10 a.m. Eastern time. And a little bit more about this hearing right here. Mayors Michelle Wu of Boston, Brandon Johnson of Chicago, Mike Johnston of Denver, and Mayor Adams of New York. All four mayors are set to appear this morning at 10 a.m. Eastern time in front of the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform to discuss their city's policies on immigration and sanctuary city protocol. There is no strict definition for sanctuary policies or sanctuary cities, but the terms generally describe limited cooperation with immigration and customs enforcement, otherwise known as ICE. ICE enforces U.S. immigration laws nationwide, but also seeks state and local help, especially for large-scale deportations, requesting that police and sheriffs alert them to individuals it wants to deport and hold those individuals until federal officers take custody. However, some cities and states say cooperating with ICE means victims of crime and witnesses who are not in the U.S. legally will not come forward. Officials argue that they want their localities to be welcoming places for immigrants. Courts have repeatedly upheld the legality of most sanctuary cities, but Trump administration officials have targeted sanctuary policies, seeing them as a key impediment to deporting people in the large numbers. The administration has sued Chicago as well as the state of Illinois and New York over various immigration laws. So later on today, coming up in just about an hour and a half, House Subcommittee lawmakers are going to be grilling the four mayors from these sanctuary cities, the sanctuary cities of New York, Chicago, Boston, and Denver, grilling them, asking them to testify about these policies. And we will be bringing you this hearing as it does get underway momentarily. Shifting gears here to another major headline, this time taking us overseas to Rome, Italy. We continue to keep a very close eye on Pope Francis as he remains in the hospital. This is a live look from the hospital there in Rome. The very latest from the Vatican this morning stating that Pope Francis had another restful night in the hospital. He rested well. They said he woke up slightly after 8 a.m. local time. That's according to the Vatican press office, continuing his treatment and respiratory physiotherapy as planned, according to the Vatican. The Pope transitioned from non-invasive mechanical ventilation at night to the high-flow oxygen therapy. Though they said, quote, within a complex framework, the Pope's situation this morning seems stable. The Pope continuing to receive treatment for double pneumonia at the hospital that we're taking a live look right there in Rome. According to the Vatican, quote, his overall clinical condition remains stable, including heart, kidney, and blood values. Now, last night, during the evening medical update, the Vatican noted that the Pope's clinical condition remained stable during the day and that he did not experience episodes of respiratory failure or bronchospasm. It also noted that the Pope did not run a fever and remained alert, cooperative with therapies, and oriented. We're going to continue to follow the very latest developments on Pope Francis's health as we continue our live coverage. We also want to take you out now to another major headline as millions across America, particularly the East Coast, bracing for severe weather. This is a live look at our radar system, and you can see the large swath of precipitation moving from the Mideast to the East Coast right here. Millions under severe storm warnings, including damaging winds and possible tornadoes. According to Fox Weather, a powerful and damaging spring storm system that really impacted the South earlier this week, now continuing on its way towards the East Coast, where more than 64 million people all the way from Florida to New York are on alert for severe weather today. That system unleashed severe thunderstorms and tornadoes across the South yesterday, expected to continue to pack a punch as it impacts major metropolitan areas along the eastern seaboard, including those along the heavily traveled I-95 corridor from the southeast through the mid-Atlantic. Now, there is going to be a gradual decrease in severe weather that took place last night as those storms really just formed a squall line. And taking a look across the country as we continue our weather coverage, take a look at this. This is a live look right here from Ohio, and you can see the snow falling. This is just part of the storm system, the tail end of the storm system that now is making its way along the East Coast. Parts of the United States seeing just incredible amounts of snow, and you can see the snowflakes flying right there along with some of those wind gusts. And here's another live look. This time, this is from Minneapolis, and you can see heavy snowfall continuing to pummel that area right there as well. For more on the severe storm system, as well as a tornado warning happening right now in North Carolina, we're going to head over to our Fox weather team as they continue our coverage.
Detecting a little bit of spin with that as it moves over Winston-Salem. So lowest level, most interior portion of your house. This storm should be out of there before the top of the hour. We'll be keeping tabs on it. If nothing more, some very gusty winds moving in. Strong inbound winds based on radar.
With eHealth. So we did want to dip in just very briefly to Fox Weather as they are continuing their severe storm coverage. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break as we anticipate another live event that is set to get underway momentarily. This next live event taking us out to Washington, D.C., and you can see a podium right there. We were mentioning that there was going to be a committee hearing talking about sanctuary cities, grilling 4 mayors from those sanctuary cities. Well, coming up, we are expecting to hear from those mayors ahead of this hearing right there. You can see that the podium is set up, and we are just anticipating those mayors to take to that podium. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break, continuing to monitor this live event, bringing it to you as it happens. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinue. Another busy day right here on Capitol Hill as we are taking a live look at just outside the Capitol steps right there. Momentarily, in just a number of minutes, we are expecting to hear from Democratic lawmakers ahead of a sanctuary cities hearing. That hearing scheduled for 10 a.m. Eastern Time, where House lawmakers are going to be grilling the mayors of Boston, Chicago, Denver, and New York in front of the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, talking about their city's policies on immigration and sanctuary city protocol. These cities, known as sanctuary cities, talk about limiting cooperation with immigration and customs enforcement, otherwise known as ICE. ICE enforces U.S. immigration laws nationwide, but also seeks state and local help, especially when it comes to large-scale deportations. Some cities and states say that cooperating with ICE means victims of crime and witnesses who are not in the U.S. legally will not come forward. So that hearing scheduled to get underway at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. And just in a matter of moments, we are expecting to hear from Democratic lawmakers as they are talking about the sanctuary policies before this hearing. You can see that this gentleman right here getting that microphone there underway. We're going to continue to monitor this and bring it to you as soon as it does get underway. Meanwhile, we're keeping a very close eye on another major story. This brings us out to our live look at our weather system as millions of people bracing along the East Coast for severe storms, including the threat of damaging winds and tornadoes. And we wanted to continue our coverage with our Fox weather team as they are also keeping a very close eye on this as well, including areas such as Ohio and Minnesota that continue to have snow as this huge swath of storms and squalls continue to make their way across the United States. Let's listen in.
On alert for that severe weather. We were mentioning Winston-Salem on the far right side of your screen. There is a tornado warning that we have there. Greensboro, North Carolina, and then Roanoke, Virginia on the left. Roanoke will eventually see some of these storms as they push off to the east. So keeping tabs on where this is at. I mean, the storm threat does extend all the way down to Jacksonville, Florida. The storms are working in, but it does appear that where the severe weather has been maximized today has been over the Carolinas, and at least right now along this line of storms, which I'd imagine will continue to be severe warned as they march toward Raleigh throughout the morning. So we'll be keeping tabs on those. But anytime we get one of these spin-ups, there probably will be a tornado warning that's issued. We got some context from Christopher Tate out of the storm that's warned right now over Winston-Salem. The radar not shooting, very low at this storm. It's north in Roanoke. That's where our radar beam is. But there is a detection that we have some really intense winds that have been producing at least a little higher in the atmosphere, greater than 100 miles an hour. But at the surface, sometimes you get these just little notches, probably not going to be picked up on radar here if we do in fact have a tornado. But the winds are significant enough that as they make their approach toward Greensboro, we could have a weak tornado.
And what's the height, Chris? I'm sorry. 4,900 feet. So the radar, the lowest it'll go is about 5,500 feet.
Yeah.
So it gets a little, when you're looking at it from that perspective, just from a radar perspective, it can get a little bit sloppy. And so the tornado warning was issued. So watching just for the potential of rotation, nothing has actually made it to the ground. That specifically includes about 350,000 people in the tornado warning. Again, this is in the Greensboro area. If you're not in that, you have these severe thunderstorm warnings surrounding you, really from north to south on this line. And some of those severe thunderstorm warnings, they do include a tornado potential tag, meaning while right now it looks like maybe straight line winds are more of a threat, there is a potential within this line we could get these notches, very quick spin ups. And they really don't give you a lot of time to prepare because they happen very quickly. But that would be some of the things that we're looking at now.
This is just southeast of Charlotte, North Carolina. Get some numbers on this because it is a newly issued tornado warning. That line producing most likely just a the radar indicated one. I don't know if that's observed, but it's over Unionville right now, southeast of Charlotte. It's moving northeast at 55 miles an hour, and it was located with that rotation that was detected by the National Weather Service out of Greenville or Spartanburg, 4 miles northwest of Monroe. So as that moves off to the east-northeast, we could also see some rotation here. Not seen, it's a little closer to radar given the Greensboro one that we were watching, or Winston-Salem. This one's a little closer to the radar, not really seeing anything that's clear cut, but some very strong winds regardless. Unionville, Big Lick, and then this will continue pushing east, perhaps crossing Interstate 73 within the next hour or so. But 55 miles an hour, that's a pretty fast moving one.
Yeah, a lot of these have been cruising. I mean, and when you look overall at the day from the morning hours into the afternoon, it does appear that the highest risk for some rotation, at least the highest shear potential and instability, is within the Carolinas. So even once we get out of this mess, we look at the potential later into this morning. But again, we have 2 active tornado warnings coming out of North Carolina, one in Union County, one in Forsyth County. And we'll keep you posted on the very latest with that. That's, by the way, a look at the winds. When you look at velocity, looking at the strength of some of these winds, regardless of funnel drops, these are going to bring some very intense wind gusts.
Totally.
All right, so in South Carolina, by the way, one of the big stories we've been following is just the fire risk. A statewide burning ban. It remains in effect, and that's after we already had multiple wildfires spread across the region from over the weekend. There's been incredible progress from firefighters on the ground and with that aerial support. As of today, all fires are contained except for the Horry County fire. That's about a 40-minute drive just to the northeast of Myrtle Beach. Horry County, that fire did spread across 2,000 acres. It's still at about 30% containment. This video from the National Guard, by the way, of South Carolina, they've been incredibly helpful in terms of posting some of the progress and at least the visuals to their efforts. And you can see how they're dropping water down on some of those active flames.
All right, we do want to thank Fox Weather for that as we continue to follow severe weather threats across the United States. Millions bracing for potentially damaging winds and possible tornadoes. Also, snow continuing to fall in many areas. We do now have a live look at an event that we were sharing with you. This takes us to the U.S. Capitol as Democratic lawmakers are talking ahead of the sanctuary city hearing. Let's listen in.
Or shine, and I've been here on very, very cold days. Cold or very hot days. I've been here on very hot days. We must always stand up for what is right, and we must always stand up for democracy. And so I am here today standing up stronger, more persistent, and more clear about why we were sent to Congress. My name is Delia Ramirez, and I represent Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, a district that is proudly diverse in every way, and the home to many immigrant families, whether they are from Venezuela, from Ukraine, from Central America, from Poland, from Mexico, Asian America, and Africa. And I'm also the proud daughter of Maria Elvira Ramirez and Luis Ramirez, 2 Guatemalan immigrants who sacrificed everything to give me the opportunity they never had. And today, their daughter is the first Latina in the entire Midwest serving in Congress. I stand here today in solidarity with all cities and states that understand that immigrants make our communities stronger, that immigrants every single day contribute to the economy of this country. And I stand with those that honor our interconnectedness, clear that our community institutions, our businesses, and our economies only thrive when everyone feels safe to show up to work, to send their children to school, and to patron their local businesses. You see, this is the heart of the issue. Strong, multicultural, multiracial communities are a threat to this administration and today's Republican Party. Cities like Chicago that prove that diversity, that equity, and that inclusion actually make America great. Chicago and Illinois are thriving communities. Chicago's economy is ranked 22nd in the world. And with the 5th largest in the country, Illinois is one of only 9 states whose taxpayers contribute more to the federal government than what they receive. Our state's taxpayers include thousands of immigrants, both documented and undocumented, and Illinois residents pay nearly $6 in taxes for every single dollar in direct support that they receive from the federal government. But today, my colleagues on the other side, Republicans, are using government oversight committee hearings to target cities like Chicago, cities like New York, cities like Boston and Denver that are standing strong against unconstitutional and illegal attacks by the Trump administration. Because they want to violate due process, because they want to undermine legal ordinances at the local level, and they want to hold hostage taxpayer dollars that belong to the people. And let me say to you loud and clear, there is nothing illegal about protecting every resident's constitutional right to due process, to education, and to equal treatment under the law. But it is illegal for the federal government to withhold tax dollars from cities and states for schools, for safety, for infrastructure, for shelter, and other things that we, Congress, have appropriated. Our communities will not be bullied into complying with their illegal, unconstitutional, authoritarian agenda. And today, it's our cities defending our laws. Tomorrow is cities defending healthcare, public schools, and the rights of our LGBT communities. And let me close off by reminding my colleagues that it is hypocritical to persecute cities and states that have passed laws within their legal rights and jurisdictions when Congress has neglected its responsibility to legislate on the issues that working people care about. What are those issues? Raising the minimum wage, creating more affordable housing, passing Medicare for all, and yes, comprehensive immigration reform that establishes legal pathways for the 11 million people who have contributed decades to our economies and our communities. We need to see this for what it is. This is an attack on the heart of resistance, and it's just the beginning. So folks, today, on this cloudy day, we need courage and we need hope for this moment. There are so many people resisting and fighting back, and I want you to know that we need you more than ever to stay strong and to know that as long as there are Congress people here who know what is right and will have the moral courage to stand up for our communities, stand up for our cities and states, we all are going to be all right. So with that said, it is my honor to introduce to you my colleague who is holding it down, you know, just a couple miles from me, a little East Coast from me, my friend Rob Menendez from New Jersey.
We are going to step away for a 2-minute break, heading right back to this after that. Let's head back live to Capitol Hill, where Democratic lawmakers are speaking ahead of a sanctuary city hearing. Let's continue to listen in.
Leadership on all issues that matter to not just her district, not just to Illinois, but to the entire country, to a country that is made and full of immigrants who contribute every single day to our economy, to our communities. And Delia's voice is so important here in this moment, so thank you for all that you do. We're here today to talk about an issue that is clearly misunderstood and being weaponized by this administration. Sanctuary cities are a critical part of our nation's fabric. While Trump and Republicans want to vilify them and the people that call them home, the truth is they represent the values that make our nation what it is. Compassion, fairness, and community, a dedication to one another and to our neighbors. Sanctuary cities are not places where laws are ignored. Rather, they are communities that recognize the wrongful harm, pain, and anxiety that Trump and Republicans intend to inflict on immigrant families. I see it in my district, where I represent a wonderfully diverse community, where over 40% of the people that live there were born outside the country, and where early in the Trump administration we saw one of ICE's first raids. And so we know the way our community members feel. We know that there's an immense amount of fear. Children are not going to school. People are not accessing health care because they're worried about stepping out and leaving their homes. That's not the way anyone should feel, especially the people that have given so much to our communities. Right. So let me be clear about something. The communities that we all are a part of are focused on ensuring that everyone, regardless of immigration status, is safe. Is safe. Isn't that something that we should want for all Americans?
That's right. That's right.
That is the future that Democrats want to build towards, an inclusive future where regardless of your immigration status, regardless of what state you live in, you know you can be here safely. There is nothing illegal about protecting the right to due process. And together with my colleagues, we're going to make sure that's clear to our friends across the aisle. Delia and I serve on the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, where we are at the forefront of every challenge that is at the doorstep of our immigrant communities, and we will make your voices heard every single day. Together, we will not tolerate the Trump administration's attempt to break us down, to tell lies about immigrants, or to inflict fear and pain on our communities. We will stand with them, we will stand with you all, and we'll stand together. Thank you so much. And with that, I would love to introduce Deirdre Schiffling from the ACLU.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Deirdre Schiffling. I'm the Chief Political and Advocacy Officer for the ACLU, and I'm proud to be here standing with all of you. Thank you for joining us here today. While Congress, voters, and even the media may disagree with each other on immigration, I think we can all agree that right now we are witnessing a dangerous moment in our nation's history. Our rights, our communities, and our democracy at large are under attack. President Trump is attempting to misuse his executive power to intimidate and coerce every entity that sits in any kind of opposition to him. He jokes about being a king, but he was not joking when he threatened to withhold federal funding to any localities that refuse to offer local resources to support the mass deportation of our immigrant neighbors and loved ones. And it's not just the Trump administration levying these threats. Trump's congressional cronies are eager to punish our communities. And today's Oversight Committee hearing is just the latest shakedown. Mayors in Boston, Chicago, Denver, and New York City are here in D.C. to defend their cities, which, like so many others across the country, depend on federal funding, our tax dollars, for critical programs that keep our communities afloat. And Congress isn't stopping there. Soon the House will vote on H.R. 32, the so-called No Bailout for Sanctuary Cities Act, which the ACLU more accurately has renamed the Defund Our Communities Act. Under this harmful bill, jurisdictions across the country would be at risk of losing federal funding for unrelated programs, things like the National School Lunch Program, emergency Medicaid, domestic violence response, and infrastructure grants. The list goes on, simply because they refuse to surrender their local resources to carry out Trump's anti-immigrant obsession. H.R. 32 is so vaguely written that it leaves the door open to any federal funding being cut. The bottom line is this legislation threatens the independence of all state and local governments. Not to mention, this bill comes as local communities are already reeling from the Trump administration's reckless federal funding freeze. While the mayors of Boston, Chicago, Denver, and New York City take the stage today, our Congress members must not forget that they pledged to represent the people, not President Trump's political agenda. And when our country's mayors and governors tell us that local resources are better used addressing local issues and local priorities rather than Trump's agenda, our leaders must listen. Robbing our communities of our taxpayer-funded programs does not make our communities safer, and it does not fix our immigration system. In last night's congressional address, President Trump declared that through his actions, common sense was becoming a common theme. But when we look at the attacks on sanctuary cities from both the administration and Congress, common sense is nowhere to be found. Cutting funding for critical programs that our communities rely on is not common sense. Forcing law enforcement to neglect local responsibilities and play the role of immigration agents is not common sense. So our message today to Congress is lead with real common sense and lead with courage. Stand up and protect our communities and our democracy from these attacks. Thank you so much. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Cherie Gibson. All right, from Alliance for Quality Education.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I am Cherie Gibson. I am a parent and an education advocate from New York City, representing AQE, the Alliance for Quality Education, and a proud member of the Journey for Justice Alliance. Today, I stand in the gap for public school families and parents who invest in our children and their futures every day, working hard to provide shelter, sustenance, and educational opportunities to improve their quality of life. I stand in the gap for the families who fear separation and deportation and do not have a leader like Mayor Johnson to protect their existence, dignity, and rights. I stand in the gap for the public school parents who will not go gently into that good night while they dismantle public education because a wannabe king and his ilk are terrified of the Browning gender expanding and economic improvement of this country. Can I tell you how I am built for this moment? Can I tell you how New York City, Chicago, Boston, Denver are built for this moment? As a daughter of immigrants, a parent of New York City public schools, high schooler, an auntie, a godmommy to a pre-K-er, a 3K-er, elementary and middle schooler, a mentor to high school and college students, a parent leader, and a business owner, I know how important high-quality education from 0 through 20 in New York City and the cities that I named is valuable. Education taught me to embrace my diverse experiences and to value the diverse contributions of others. Education taught me the power of opportunities and its ability to level the playing field. Education taught me the history of my city and how to appreciate and care for all New Yorkers. Education taught me the importance of diverse voices, standing up and being unapologetic in the faces of dragons, windmills, and wannabe kings. Education taught New Yorkers how to hold our elected leaders in Congress, statewide, and our city accountable, calling on them to show us what education taught you. Do you value and care about our children's future? Show us by investing in universal child care expansion and fully funding it to provide the predominantly women of color, and immigrant workforce thriving wages. Ensure education programs that work, such as community schools, the arts, and restorative justice programming are sustained and increased, supporting equitable and affordable post-secondary educational opportunities. Do you value and care about immigrant families? Show us by protecting their rights through fair, common sense, and compassionate policies and legislation. Do you care about and value a robust New York City economy? Show us by funding fair, livable wages, supporting affordable and quality housing and food systems, and promoting anti-poverty and anti-discrimination legislation. Students, families, educators, community leaders, business leaders, the people of New York City, its strength and soul, will not be held hostage by any man or woman.
All right, we're listening in there to this rally ahead of the Sanctuary Cities hearing. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I do want to head back to Capitol Hill, where this is a live look where Democrats and advocates were just speaking ahead of a meeting today. Unfortunately, it does look like that live look just dropped out right here. This is a live look here at the Capitol, where we are anticipating a hearing to get underway in just about an hour or so. This hearing has to do with sanctuary cities. So at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, mayors of Boston, Chicago, Denver, and New York will appear this morning in front of the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. They're going to be testifying about their city's policies on immigration and sanctuary city protocols. Now, there is no strict definition for sanctuary policies or sanctuary cities, but the terms generally describe limited cooperation with immigration and customs enforcement, otherwise known as ICE. ICE is the agency that enforces U.S. immigration laws nationwide. However, it does seek state and local help especially for large-scale deportations. It requests that police and sheriffs alert them to people it wants to deport and then hold those individuals until federal officers take custody. However, some cities and states say cooperating with ICE means victims of crimes and witnesses who are not in the U.S. legally will not come forward. And to varying degrees, officials argue they want their localities to be welcoming places for immigrants. That is some of what we heard from lawmakers and advocates there on the Capitol Hill just moments ago. Some cities and states say cooperating with ICE would have a detrimental effect. Courts have repeatedly upheld the legality of most sanctuary laws, but Trump administration officials have targeted sanctuary policies, seeing them as key impediments to deporting people in large numbers. The administration has sued Chicago and Illinois, as well as the state of New York, over various immigration laws. So that rally ahead of this 10 a.m. Eastern Time hearing, that has concluded as we continue to follow this live event right here. We are also anticipating a number of other live events to get underway, and we are continuing to take a close look at all of them as we continue our live coverage right here. Meanwhile, I also wanted to bring you out to the El Paso, Texas area, as we are also keeping a very close eye on this. Vice President Vance, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and Director of Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, they will be visiting the border later on today, specifically Eagle Pass, Texas, to highlight the tougher immigration policies that the Trump administration says have led to dramatically fewer arrests for illegal crossings in the opening weeks of President Trump's term. Now, Vice President Vance will be joined in Eagle Pass by Secretary Hegseth and Director Gabbard as the highest-ranking members of President Trump's White House to visit the southern border. That is set to take place later on today. We are going to keep a very close eye on all of these live streams, monitoring them for the very latest. We are anticipating Vice President Vance, as well as Secretary Hegseth and Director of National Intelligence Gabbard, to be speaking to the media. And as soon as that happens, we, of course, we'll bring that to you. This also comes as President Trump has imposed 25% tariffs on imports from Mexico, along with Canada. And we are going to be following that, as well as Mexico says they are going to start imposing those tariffs on Sunday. Canada imposing their retaliatory tariffs yesterday. We were hearing from Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau on that. We also have a new look right here inside the Capitol. Take a look at this. This is a live look right here as we are anticipating hearing possibly from the mayors of the sanctuary cities. You can see that the media is lined up ahead of this 10 a.m. Eastern Time hearing. And the mayors who are set to testify: Boston Mayor Michelle Wu, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson, Denver Mayor Mike Johnston, and New York City Mayor Eric Adams. So you can see the stakeout well underway right here inside the Capitol building as we continue the very latest. We're also keeping a very close eye on another live event that is set to take place any moment now. And you're taking a live look inside one of the United Nations meeting rooms as we are expecting a discussion to get underway momentarily, talking about new lethal automatic weapons. This comes amid ongoing international unrest, and this is set to get underway any moment now. It was set to get underway at 9 a.m. Eastern Time as we're continuing to follow a live look right here. But this is a meeting that has to do with lethal autonomous weapon systems. We're going to be hearing from experts, government experts, talking about the emerging technologies in this area. So this is live out of Geneva, Switzerland, as we're going to be hearing from governmental experts talking about ways to address these growing technologies in the area of lethal autonomous weapon systems. talking about proposals in terms of how to build upon recommendations and create a safer international community, as we have seen a number of conflicts continuing to grow across the world, including Ukraine and Russia, as well as other areas like Hamas. Meanwhile, we do have another live look right here just into our Live Now from Fox Newsroom. You can see that this is Marine One right here, and I'm taking a look at some of the video, and we're not getting a lot of information on exactly what we're looking at. Okay, so my producer, Markima, is telling me that this is for Vice President J.D. Vance as he is set to depart. Now, we were sharing with you, he is set to head to Eagle Pass, Texas, along with Secretary of Defense Hegseth and Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard right here. So let me just hang on this shot right here as we are expecting perhaps to see Vice President Vance. In the meantime, I'm just going to raise the audio. And there you have it. That was Vice President J.D. Vance as he is now departing to Eagle Pass, Texas, to discuss the issue of immigration. He did not stop to answer any questions, but he is heading there along with Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth and Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard. They are going to be arriving at the southern border, touring the area and discussing the issue of immigration. This, as we are set to hear from sanctuary city mayors coming up in just about an hour at a House hearing. We are going to step away for our first 2-minute break, continuing to monitor this. If we should see Secretary Hegseth or Director of Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, we will also bring you that live look. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. I did want to take you out to this live event happening right now out of Mexico. That is the Mexican president right there, as she is discussing the issue of tariffs. Now, earlier, she had said that the country will respond to the 25% tariffs imposed by the United States with retaliatory tariffs on U.S. goods. Details to come. So this is a live look here at this news conference in Mexico as President Sheinbaum is speaking and holding her daily briefing, talking about tariffs. There is no English translation. I'm just going to raise the audio to see what we can hear. But one of the items on the agenda has to do with the tariffs that she will impose. That is what she is saying on Sunday. Now, there are a number of days between now and Sunday, so she is suggesting that Mexico hopes to de-escalate this trade war, possibly speaking with President Trump. She is planning to do so later on this week, but we did want to share this live look with you. This comes as Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau responded to the tariffs that the U.S. imposed on Canada, announcing yesterday that Canada will then impose 25% tariffs against the United States. So this is happening right now in Mexico. There is no English translation. That is what we are being told. Let's just raise the audio and confirm.
Ellas mismas las que usan estos objetos. Entonces nosotros no queremos que haya nada, que nadie salga herido en una circunstancia así. Si se fijan en otros países que hay, pues son los propios policías quienes...
All right, so we do want to now turn over to another major event. We see New York City Mayor Eric Adams going to the podium, speaking on sanctuary cities.
There. When everyone's ready, he'll say a few words and we'll take a couple questions, okay? You guys ready? All right.
You know, many of you who are here have been around me for a long time, and you know my life work has always been protecting our city and making sure our city is a safe place to raise children and families. And this is what I've dedicated my life to. And my police experience is how I really live my life as the mayor. And as I was walking in today and getting prepared to testify, I thought about years ago as a transit cop, a gentleman was being robbed and he yelled out. We were able to apprehend him, but he was reluctant. He was reluctant to go forward in filling out the police work, paperwork, and prosecuting the person because he was an immigrant. And it was a time when we saw many people preying on immigrants because they knew they were afraid to come forward and report crimes. And what we're seeing now and today, we're seeing a city like New York, where 40% of the individuals are foreign-born. They contribute to our city. We saw that it was evident during COVID-19. Many immigrants, documented and undocumented, were in our hospitals, food service workers. They couldn't shelter in place. They did their job. And we had an obligation to do what was right. I can't control who comes across our border. I have no control over that at all. But I have an obligation and responsibility for every New Yorker to receive the services and care that they deserve. And that is what I want to share today. And I want to partner with my federal agencies to go after dangerous gang members and those who commit violent crimes. I'm clear on that. I'm not going to change that. And I'm going to ensure that we have that partnership in the process as we move forward. And so today is an important day. I think it's not only is it an important day for the four mayors, I think it's an important day for our country. When you think about it, that incident I talked about happened almost 40 years ago. And 40 years we have yet to have real comprehensive immigration reform. And we need it. And I'm hoping we could add to the conversation today. And, you know, there are those that are going to try to attempt to state the life that I've lived is based on a new administration. It is not. You know me. I'm the same mayor. Three things stay on my mind all the time: public safety, public safety, public safety. we have to have a safe city. I'll take a few questions, but I have to get inside because I have to get mentally ready.
Wait, I'm going to call the questions. I'm going to call the questions.
Hold on. Let me finish my sentence. I hope they don't cut me off when I do my presentation. Also, I got to get inside because I got to get ready. And so we're going to do 1 or 2 questions, and then I think our testimony will speak for itself. Okay?
Marshall,
Mr. Mayor, I wonder if he feels that this hearing is going to put pressure on you to change the city's sanctuary laws, because clearly this is a group that doesn't want sanctuary city laws to be in effect.
I think the goal is to ensure that we understand the 3 levels of government, the executive, the judicial, and the legislative. I don't make laws. Our lawmakers make laws. I must operate within the Constitution and within the laws that are on the books, and that's what we've done. We've successfully brought down crime in our city based on operating within the laws, and we're going to continue to do so.
Melissa?
Mr. Mayor, where do you draw the line on the sanctuary city policy? What is the line that you will testify today that you will not cross?
What the law states. The law is very clear in New York City that we are not allowed to collaborate with federal authorities, with ICE, on civil enforcement. That is the law. But I also want to share with the congressional leadership here how we collaborate every day with our federal partners at going after those who are dangerous in our city. And that is who I've always been, and we're going to continue to do that no matter who are the heads of these various agencies, and I look forward to doing that.
That's all the time we have.
President Trump while you're in town? Will you be meeting with Trump while you're here?
Thank you, guys.
So that was New York City Mayor Eric Adams answering just a few questions ahead of this sanctuary cities hearing that he is set to testify at 10 a.m. Eastern time right there. We are also awaiting the arrivals of the other 3 mayors who are set to testify, those being Boston Mayor Michelle Wu, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson, and Denver Mayor Mike Johnston. We're going to continue to monitor this live feed right here and bring you any remarks from these mayors as they are preparing to testify in front of the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, discussing their city's policies on immigration and sanctuary city protocols. Meanwhile, we have another live event happening, this time out of New York City, as there is a rally happening right now. Quote, Save the Sanctuary City rally. Let's listen in.
Has been in power. Right. These laws have made our city safer. They've made our city fairer. They've supported our economy, strengthened our communities, and made it easier for people to access the services they need. But now, as immigrants face ruthless threats from the Trump administration and our mayor cozies up to his MAGA cronies, these well-established, successful laws that have kept our neighbors safe and our communities thriving are on the chopping block. And to that we say, no! No! So let's be clear. New York is a city of immigrants, whether it's this generation, last generation, the generation before. It's who we are. Irish, Chinese, Haitian, Polish, Jewish, Dominican, Jamaican, you name it. We are a city of immigrants. And the city that we've built together is unlike any other. Strong, creative, and forever new because of the constantly refreshing, ever-evolving diversity. And it's that success, that power driven by immigrants and people from all walks of life that terrifies Trump and his MAGA cult. And it's why they are bullying cities that protect immigrants and why they're holding this sham hearing today. But New Yorkers, we know bullies. We're not afraid of bullies. We stand up to bullies. We fight back. We protect our neighbors, which is exactly what we wish the mayor would do today. No more cozying up with Trump's border czar on Fox News. No more promises of free space at Rikers Island. Shame. No more pandering for a MAGA stamp, get out of jail free card. Mayor Adams must remember who he serves and the principles and values he was elected to fulfill. And he must prioritize protecting immigrant New Yorkers and defending these 5 boroughs. He must unambiguously defend our sanctuary laws and call out Trump's agenda for what it is: cruel, destructive, and antithetical to what New York stands for.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
Right.
So when immigrant rights are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
When immigrant rights are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
When immigrant rights are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
We fight back. Okay. And now I'm delighted and honored to introduce to you someone who needs no introduction, the Speaker of the City Council, Adrienne Adams.
Thank you, Donna. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I am New York City Council Speaker Adrienne Adams, and I want to thank all of the incredible advocates who are here today standing with us on this very, very important issue. Thank you for the work you do every single day to support our immigrant communities and all New Yorkers.
That's right. That's right.
We are a people who have come here generation after generation, seeking opportunity, safety, and the chance to build a better future. The history of our city cannot be told without the newcomers who shape the gorgeous cultural mosaic that we all call home. The reality is, it is a shame that we all must be standing here this morning. We should have a mayor who understands what makes New York City special. A mayor that stands by our communities through the challenges and not sells them out.
That's right. That's right.
A mayor who puts the people they represent first.
Yeah.
This city council has been clear about our commitment to defend our rich immigrant communities. In January, we announced new emergency funding of more than $2 million for the Protect NYC Families Initiative, which funds legal services, know your rights education, and rapid response efforts. We also launched New York City's first ever community interpreter bank, funded by the council, which will help ensure that interpretation services are available to immigrant New Yorkers in their preferred language. Under the Trump administration, we have already witnessed a cruel crusade on immigrant families that has directly threatened the safety of our neighborhoods. Now more than ever, we must double down on our efforts to protect these communities. In the face of this president, dead set on upending our city, we need our mayor to show up and stand up for New Yorkers. It is essential that our city government stands by our values and defends against anti-democratic attacks on the working families who have helped to build this great city.
That's right.
Today's congressional hearing is a farce. Sanctuary laws don't just reflect our values, they make our entire city safer and stronger.
Right.
The data proves that counties with sanctuary laws are safer and more economically prosperous than those without them.
Yes, it does.
When immigrant communities feel safe interacting with law enforcement agencies and accessing vital city services, it is in the best interest of public safety for all New Yorkers. When communities can access opportunities to work, start businesses, and spend money on our businesses and in our businesses, our economy and neighborhoods thrive.
Yes.
We've already seen the negative impacts on our city's small businesses and local economy from the Trump administration's extreme policies and threats. Defending our laws and democracy is about defending the very identity of New York City and all of its residents. Our city must remain a place of opportunity for all. I will continue to stand alongside all of you in our fight to uphold that legacy and to secure the safety of every single New Yorker. Thank you.
Eric Adams, hear our call. New York is a place for all.
Eric Adams, hear our call.
other person who needs no introduction, our comptroller, Brad Lander.
No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here. No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here. No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here. Let's make it loud and clear. Thank you, New York Civil Liberties Union and everyone else who is out this morning to make clear that New York stands up and fights for our families, and New York stands up and fights for our values. This New York City is the greatest immigrant city the world has ever known, and we have thrived for generations on the creativity and talent and ingenuity and energy and safety of immigrant New Yorkers. And that is not just history, it's true today as well. Right now, 40% of New York City residents are immigrants. 50% of New Yorkers live in a household with at least one immigrant member, and that includes 1 million children who live in mixed status households who would be at risk of family separation if Donald Trump's mass deportation policies go through. That's why we're out here to say we stand with Leander. Leander, hold that sign up. We can't have a mayor who takes orders from Donald Trump. So, honestly, this morning, I never would have thought this way, but I feel more represented on that sham panel by Boston's Mayor Michelle Wu, who's showing how it's done, standing up for immigrant families. Murders are at their lowest level in Boston ever, and they are showing what it looks like. She is showing what it looks like to stand up for New York values better than New York City's mayor does, and that is a shame. 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 All right. So what we don't need is a mayor who's down there getting, as Donna said, a get out of jail free card. What we need is this set of people behind me who are standing up for immigrant New Yorkers and demanding that we rise to protect them, as we have for 40 years. These sanctuary policies, as Donna said, go back to Ed Koch. Even Rudy Giuliani stood by New York City's sanctuary city laws, knowing that we need people to be able to report domestic violence or report a crime if they see it. Let's be clear. Immigrants in New York City and in America are less likely to commit a crime, more likely to have a job, more likely to start a business. Immigrant New Yorkers contribute on average $60 billion in taxes, and over $130 billion in spending power. So this is a moral issue. This is a New York City issue. This is an economic issue as well. And that's why we're all out here today, to be as loud as we can so that all those folks down in that hearing hear, so that everybody in New York City hears. This is a city that is standing up for its values, that's standing up for its values, that's standing up for its history, that is standing up for its traditions. And we simply will not turn our backs. We won't 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 turn our backs. Thank you very much.
Listening in there live to a rally happening in New York City. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We continue to monitor this hallway shot here inside the Capitol as the committee hearing is set to get underway, with lawmakers grilling the mayors of 4 sanctuary cities. Earlier, New York City Mayor Eric Adams spoke to the media here outside the hearing. We're still anticipating to see the mayors of Boston, Chicago, and Denver. No word yet on whether they're going to be answering some questions or making a brief statement. But I did want to share this with you as we continue to monitor this live look ahead of the 10 a.m. hearing that is set to get underway in just about 30 minutes. Once that hearing does get underway, we will bring that to you with limited commercial interruption. Meanwhile, we're going to head now back live to New York City, where a rally is taking place discussing sanctuary cities. These are people who are calling for the protection of sanctuary cities.
Who've been here for a long time and didn't come before Columbus are also immigrants as well. And I want folks to look in history. Every single time there is a wave of immigrants. Every single time there's a huge amount of fear and pushback and stupid reasons that are xenophobic. That is all that is happening right now. But what we see in history is every single wave of immigrants has been astronomically helpful, not just for this city, but for this country. And we know that to be true. And what I'm hoping the media will do is push back on the lies and push back on the fears and push back on this president and push back on this deputy president who cannot stand up to be the mayor we need at this moment in time. We need a mayor of New York City, not a deputy president to the White House. We are in a moment of crisis and a moment of fear, and the mayor should be the cheerleader of New York, saying, I'm going to do whatever I can to stand up and protect you. He is doing the opposite. But what I want people to know and understand who are watching this in New York City, there are those of us who will stand in the gap where this mayor is failing. We're going to do everything we can to make sure you feel safe and are safe, and that you understand no matter where you came from or when you got here, we are glad that you are here, and we're going to do our best to protect you. Yes. New York is going to be a beacon of light in the darkness that's coming out of the White House. We will. We're going to be a beacon of light with or without this mayor. We're going to do that. It is sad because we look for him for that light, but he cannot do it. He cannot live up to the moment. And this president is trying to spread darkness and lies around us about a community who has only been helpful to this city and only been helpful to this country. And that is the truth of the matter. Sanctuary cities are better and they're safer. Safer. I need you to put that out there because of their laws. And this mayor and this president refuse to accept that. But we are the beacon of light. New York is the beacon of light. And New Yorkers are going to be that beacon of light. And I want to end with a quote from John Lewis. Freedom is not a state. It is an act. Freedom is the continuous action we all must take. We all fight hate with love. We will fight danger with community. And ultimately, we will find a way to make a way out of no way. Thank you. Peace and blessings.
No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here. No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here. No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here. No fear. Immigrants are welcome here. Next, we're going to hear from 4 members of the City Council who have each been leading the fight to protect New York values and to protect immigrants. First, we're going to hear from Councilmember Javelins, followed by Councilmember Shahana Hanif, followed by Councilmember Rita Joseph, and followed by Councilmember Carmen De La Rosa. You remember the order. We'll figure it out.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Alexa Vilas, and I am the council member representing District 38, and I am the proud chair of the Immigration Committee at the New York City Council. I want to thank, not including all the organizations that are here today, standing up, who have been here every day. I want to thank the speaker for modeling what leadership looks like, for modeling what deliberation and following the law looks like, for modeling human dignity and not being a sellout. So I gotta say, I am deeply concerned and rightfully concerned about what the mayor is doing down in DC today. I can say with much assurity that this mayor, whatever he says, is going to be untrue, is going to be hateful, and is certainly going to reflect the orders that he has been given by his president, not what he should be doing as the mayor of New York City. And for that, I am ashamed. But I will tell you that New Yorkers, as has been demonstrated in research by CUNY, continue to stand by being a welcoming city. So this rhetoric that New Yorkers are hateful and that we stand by this president, that's BS. That is a rhetoric that the mayor likes to spin because it helps him be the lapdog for the federal government. Well, I'm going to tell you all that, again, New Yorkers will stand up and continue to protect our legacy as a welcoming city. That's right. We will continue to protect all the people in New York City with whatever tools that we have been given. We will not be bullied, and we will not give up our values, our morals, nor our economic situation to allow Trump to do what he wants to do in his hateful, xenophobic rhetoric and agenda, by that matter. So I am so proud to stand here. We will continue to fight, again, for our values, for our city. We will leave no one behind, because that's what they want to do. And quite frankly, if the mayor decides he wants to stay down in D.C., and continue to work for his president, I will send you your bags. But I'm hoping New Yorkers are ready to send those bags anyway. So we stand here together. We stand up for sanctuary city policies, policies that make us safe. And last thing I will say, undocumented people in this country pay more taxes than the oligarchs that are stealing from New Yorkers and New York City residents every day. They pay more taxes than Elon Musk has paid, while they are raiding our pockets, raiding our programs, raiding Social Security. Our undocumented people across this country are contributing to a system they may not benefit from. Right. So stop the nonsense. We stand for sanctuary city policies. We stand as proud New Yorkers. We welcome all. Thank you.
Justicia, cuando queremos ahora, ahora. Que lo que queremos, justicia, justicia. Cuando queremos ahora, ahora.
Good morning, everyone. I am Councilmember Rita Joseph from the 40th Council District in Brooklyn. We are here today because New York City sanctuary laws are under attack, and we refuse to stay silent. For decades, through leaders of both parties, our city has stood firm in protecting immigrants because our diversity is also our strength. But now an extremist Congress looking to vilify our communities, inhumane man sitting in the Oval Office, and a mayor who seems willing to compromise our values, we will stand up and fight back. As a daughter of Haitian immigrants, I know what is at stake. Our sanctuary laws isn't just a policy, it's a promise. A promise that no parent should fear being separated from their child. That's right. That's right. That no worker should be exploited, that no student should fear to walk to school. Yeah. Immigrants are not threats to public safety. failed leadership is. Underfunded schools are. Unaffordable housing and political scapegoating are real dangers to our community. Mayor Adams may be testifying before Congress today, but we are here to tell the real story here in New York City. We stand for justice, and we will not be deterred. Rest assured that this council will stand for New Yorkers and do all that it can to protect our immigrant communities.
We're listening into a rally happening now out of New York City. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break and be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I did want to bring you a new look. This is the House hearing chambers that is set to get underway in just about 20 minutes or so, as the hearing is going to be focusing on sanctuary cities. That is set to get underway at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. 4 different mayors of sanctuary cities set to testify, including New York City Mayor Eric Adams, who we heard from just moments ago. We're still anticipating the arrivals of Boston Mayor Wu, as well as the mayors of Chicago and Denver. Only Mayor Adams has taken questions from the media. Meanwhile, we're going to head back live to a rally out of New York City, as many people have gathered to support sanctuary cities ahead of this House committee hearing.
Harm every single day. I will tell you that sanctuary laws have been in the book since 1989. If they were so dangerous, I'm sure Giuliani would have tried to take them away. That's right. But here we have a Democratic mayor who campaigned in our communities and told us that he would look out for us, selling us out in Washington for his own personal benefit.
That's right.
That's right. It is time for us as a council. We will stand up for sanctuary laws because it is the right thing to do. But also because as a council, the 51 representatives of this body are the checks and balance to a mayor that is gung-ho on cutting budgets, cutting schools, cutting housing, and not representing the little guy. He's proven that. He's in D.C. today, selling us out. And if he wants to be in D.C., as Alexa said, that's where he should stay. But we are here doing the work of the people. You know, today the council will start our budget deliberations. What we won't continue to stand for is austerity. That is what is starving our communities. And so I am here today as an immigrant, as a child of immigrants, as a proud New Yorker to say that we will continue this fight. I was first elected in 2017 during the first Trump administration, and I have to tell you how triggering it is for families who witnessed separation under that first administration to see our city leaders stomping for Trump. When children go to school in the morning and they have the real thought in their mind that when they come home, their parent might be deported. That they walk down the street and they think, is today the day that I won't see my neighborhood again? Those are the real traumas that we are inflicting. This administration likes to talk about downstream solutions. What about downstream trauma that we are creating in communities across this city? So we're going to stand together, and we're going to make sure that we are holding the leaders of this city to account. I want to thank the citywide electeds that you've seen here, including our public advocate, including the Speaker of the Council, including Brad Lander, who have modeled true leadership and continue to show up for our communities. I'm going to say 2 words in Spanish. En español para nuestras comunidades. Nosotros somos comunidades de inmigrantes. Llegamos a este país a trabajar y a sacrificar para nuestros hijos. Esta administración ha demostrado lo que siente por nosotros, que nosotros somos criminales y que no merecemos dignidad. Hoy estamos aquí para defender las leyes santuarios que han existido en nuestras comunidades, en esta ciudad, desde el 1989. Leyes que ya están claras sobre la criminalidad. Nosotros estamos aquí porque no vamos a permitir que nuestras comunidades sean usadas como un punto político a favor de Trump. Y nuestro mensaje para la administración del alcalde Eric Adams. Usted nos prometió cuando estaba haciendo campaña siempre defender los intereses de los inmigrantes. Hoy estamos llenos de pena que usted ha escogido ir a Washington y ser una marioneta del presidente Trump. Gracias.
Jamás serán vencidos. Estudiantes unidos jamás serán vencidos.
The labor movement is with us in the fight to defend immigrants. And here on behalf of RWDSU and on behalf of Stuart Applebaum is Deborah Wright.
Good morning. I'm Deborah Wright. I'm the National Political Director for the Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union. I stand here today united with my brothers, sisters in labor, our elected leaders, and community organizations to advocate for the immigrants in our vibrant city who are currently living in fear for their families, for their friends, and for their own well-being. I stand here today to say that RWDSU stands with you, that your fight is our fight, and we are committed to advocating for you and your families, just as we have done throughout the proud legacy of our union, when we have stood up over and over again for workers and championed for what is right, for what is just, and for what is best for our country. Just like in the 1930s, where female workers at Woolworths initiated sit-down strikes to advocate for a 40-hour work week. 60 years ago, this Friday, March 7th, at the request of Martin Luther King Jr., RWDSU President Max Greenberg marched from Selma to Montgomery to fight for the rights of black individuals to vote and assemble freely. In 2008, our union became the first to secure Eid al-Fitr as a paid holiday for the employees at our Tyson Poultry facility in Shelbyville, Tennessee. In 2019, we joined forces with the community to take on the corporate giant of Amazon here in New York, to stop them from coming in at the expense of workers using our taxpayer dollars to do so. During the pandemic, when the government failed to safeguard our members working on the poultry lines to ensure food availability for everyone, our members bravely raised awareness about their conditions and compelled everyone to care about them too. Today, we are once again confronted with a critical moment where we must rise and advocate for our members, particularly the immigrant workers who are essential to making this city run. As a union comprised of workers who earn their living along the food supply chain and in various service and retail sectors, our membership represents the very backbone of this city. New York cannot thrive without the immigrant families who have chosen to make it their home. We rely on the leadership of this great city, where immigrants have always been welcome, to safeguard them as fellow residents, our co-workers, our neighbors, and our friends. New York City must always remain a true sanctuary city, regardless of the threats coming from Washington, D.C. We must remember our roots and what we achieved when we stood together. When we stand firm and resilient in the face of adversity, we protect our city's immigrants. We promote social diversity, cultural enrichment, which always strengthens our communities. It supports the pursuit of the American dream in seeking safety and a better life for themselves and their families, and ensures that we, all of us, uphold our core values of justice and equality, which every New Yorker, including immigrants, deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Rosa Cohn-Cruz from Bronx Defenders.
Yeah, Rosa!
Good morning. My name is Rosa Cohn-Cruz, and I'm the Director of Immigration Policy at the Bronx Defenders. Clear, enforceable sanctuary laws are critical to protecting due process and central to the goal of creating a fairer legal system for all and a fairer New York City. At the Bronx Defenders, we have witnessed firsthand the extreme injustice that occurs when our city breaks trust with immigrant communities and colludes with ICE. When government actors prioritize ICE's agenda over their own duty to New Yorkers, it undermines our shared values of due process, and public safety for everyone suffers. For example, we have seen probation officers tasked with ensuring people are complying with the agreements they've made with the court system instead call ICE at a check-in and have someone disappeared and unable to continue their agreement to the court. In 2017, when I was an attorney working in the Bronx Criminal Court, I witnessed firsthand one of my clients arrested by ICE inside our courthouse. I will never forget the look on his two children's faces, 8 and 10-year-old boys, their hands clenched in fury, watching their father arrested by ICE and disappeared while he was at the court as he was supposed to do, complying with the laws and the systems created by our state. ICE has no business interfering with due process, with the normal functioning of our society, and our sanctuary laws are critical to protecting that. What is the message that these young boys are growing up with, seeing that a courthouse was not a place where his father would be treated as any other person entering the court? That is what is at stake here. We need to make sure that all New Yorkers understand that this is a city that all people can function in, and all people have the same rights. And when we allow government actors to collude with ICE, we undermine that completely. Recently, we have a client who just last year was sleeping in his home in the middle of the night, young children in his house, when NYPD and ICE showed up to his door together. They knocked on the door, they broke it down, they held his family captive for 2 days, and they immediately sent him to ICE custody. This young man, who was only 19 years old at the time, is now at risk of going to Guantanamo Bay, where many young Venezuelans have been headed. This is not something our city should take any part in. NYPD has no business working with ICE. DOC has no business working with ICE. ACS has no business working with ICE, and our mayor has no business working with ICE. That's right! I could take up this entire event with examples like these, but I won't. New York City's sanctuary policies have been proven to strengthen public safety. Violations of those laws are what undermine it. New Yorkers deserve a city where we can all thrive, no matter where we were born, no matter if we've been here for 1 hour or 100 years. We deserve lawmakers that believe in holding our city agencies accountable to following those laws. We support Councilmember Shahana Hanif's bill, the New York City Trust Act, which is one more thing this city can do to ensure compliance with the laws that already exist. And we condemn those who would sell out our immigrant neighbors, undermine city council as a co-equal branch of government, and fail New Yorkers when we most need strong leadership in the face of attempts to terrorize and disappear our neighbors. We create safer communities by building trust, not by breaking it. Thank you.
We are listening in there to a rally out of New York City as you're taking a live look from inside a House committee hearing chamber. We are scheduled to have this sanctuary cities hearing get underway in just about 10 minutes or so. And we just saw Boston Mayor Michelle Wu sit down with her newborn baby. We were also hearing from New York City Mayor Adams a short time ago, and the mayors of Chicago and Denver are also scheduled to testify in front of the subcommittee right there. We're going to step away for our final 2-minute break, bringing you this hearing as it is scheduled to get underway in just moments. We are just moments away from a House hearing set to get underway as we take a live look inside the chambers right here. This is a sanctuary city hearing with a House committee where lawmakers are going to be grilling 4 different sanctuary city mayors. We do see the mayor of Boston sitting down right now, New York City Mayor Adams, as well as the mayors of Denver and Chicago are also set to testify. This is set to get underway in just about 4 minutes or so. Meanwhile, out of New York City, we continue to follow a rally that's in support of sanctuary cities. A lot of the people who are speaking condemning New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Let's listen in.
Empujando la agenda política, pero yo estoy aquí de pie con valentía y fortaleza para ver que la verdadera seguridad es cuando las personas de todos los orígenes puedan prosperar sin intimidación a ICE, ni el temor de arrancarnos a nuestros seres queridos. Al nivel municipal debemos mantener las protecciones que ya tenemos y a nivel del Estado debemos expandir aprobando Nueva York para todos. Con Nueva York para todos, a mi familia y yo nos sentiremos menos ansiedad para saber que la policía local pueda colaborar con inmigración para eliminar las deportaciones por el Estado. Desde Nueva York hasta Búfalo y todos los neoyorquinos merecemos sentirnos seguros. Necesitamos líderes que escuchen y nos protejan a todos. Se ve, se escucha, el pueblo está en la lucha. Se ve, se escucha, el pueblo está en la lucha.
repetition of that testimony, but this is Sonia who's sharing a testimony on behalf of Norma, who is frankly afraid to be in front of cameras due to the rhetoric that Eric Adams is spewing. My name is Norma. I'm a Honduran immigrant, and I have lived in New York for over 20 years. I came to New York fleeing violence and persecution in hopes of building a better future for myself, where I could be safe. Since Trump took office again, I have been terrified of the possibility of being deported with my family. My 2 young children, 9 and 13, are U.S. citizens and deserve to live without fear. My 9-year-old daughter is so overwhelmed that she now attends weekly counseling sessions to manage her stress and anxiety. And my 13-year-old tries to think of different ways that he can help us adjust our immigration status. My children should be able to enjoy their childhood and not think about these things. They should be worrying about grades and friendships like any other family and child, not about separation. I share my experience with you in hopes that we can continue to uplift the importance of our city's detainer laws and the laws that protect immigrant New Yorkers like me. Today, Mayor Adams is testifying in Washington, D.C., and we expect him to continue to sell out the lives of immigrant New Yorkers like me and my family to benefit his political agenda. But I'm standing here bravely to say true public safety is when and where people from all backgrounds can thrive, without intimidation by ICE and fears of being torn apart from their loved ones. At the city level, we must uphold the protections we already have, and at the state level, we must expand our protections by passing New York for All. With New York for All, my family and I would feel less anxious, knowing that the local police cannot collaborate with ICE to fuel deportations in any part of the state. From New York City to Buffalo, all New Yorkers deserve to feel safe, and we need leaders who will fight to protect us.
We have 2 more speakers. Please bear with us. First, we're going to hear from Naveed Hassan, who's the elected parent member of the New York City Public Schools Panel for Educational Policy, followed by Rosanna Eucania from the New York Immigration Coalition.
Thanks so much, Sana. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. My name is Naveed Hassan, and I'm an elected member of the New York City Public Schools Panel for Educational Policy, which is the governing board for more than 1,600 schools citywide. Thank you to the New York Civil Liberties Union, the City Council, and all our allies here today. Dreamers, strivers, and immigrants. My family came here at the start of the 1980s during a time of so-called urban decay. New York City needed people in critical jobs to keep the city operational. So work visas were available internationally for municipal employment. Then as now, people arrive from all over the world to work hard and make a life for themselves by serving the city and country that would become their new home. Our public schools care for more than 900,000 children. They educate them and they love them. Of these, almost 50,000 arrived in just the last 3 years. Student enrollment is the foundation for school viability and funding. Consistency in attendance is key to classroom stability, kids' learning, and teachers' ability to foster meaningful relationships. This impacts both the students' prospects themselves and the future of our entire society. Understanding this, past leaders supported the idea that public services critical for the common welfare must always be kept available and safe for everyone who lives here. If our schools, hospitals, shelters, courts, houses of worship become inaccessible, we all end up worse off in the long run. If parents are afraid to send their children to school, they won't be able to go to work and support their families. If kids don't learn today, they'll struggle to be self-reliant in the future. If students don't go to class and miss lessons, they're marked absent, and eventually their grades suffer. Teachers and administrators are held to these standards, and as policymakers, we must be accountable to them and maintain our schools as sanctuaries. In January, the Panel for Educational Policy unanimously passed a resolution affirming the fact that New York City public schools are a welcoming district for all students regardless of immigration status, national origin, or religion. A full set of translations is available for new New Yorkers that they can read in their own languages so that our schools, and it tells them that our schools will not preemptively cooperate with non-local law enforcement without both a judicial warrant that is signed by a judge and a review of its merit by senior Board of Education lawyers. Our school's chancellor has also issued statements to the same effect. However, lacking right now in City Hall is the concept of public service and true representation of the city's residents. Mayor Eric Adams has repeatedly made derogatory statements about new immigrants, demonstrated an incredibly poor understanding of the United States Constitution and the rights enshrined within, shown a clear desire to enable illegal actions by the current federal administration and generally acted in self-interest at every opportunity. For us to have proper mayoral accountability of our city agencies, including public schools, the mayor must clearly represent the interests of families who need places of learning to be protected without reservation. Our students are not criminals. They are children and everything to their families. We demand much more from City Hall in defending all New York City residents, as we are integral parts of a beautiful tapestry that only works well if we are able to fulfill our responsibilities to each other without fear. Let's all make sure to always stand up for sanctuary and let that ideal inform our ongoing New York City election process. Thank you.
We're listening in here to a Protect Sanctuary Cities rally ahead of the 10 a.m. Eastern Time House hearing grilling of 4 mayors about their sanctuary city policies. That is scheduled to get underway in just a matter of seconds. Before we turn to that, we're going to take a 2-minute break and head directly to that hearing.
An innocent man is dead because of Chicago's refusal to follow the law. These reckless sanctuary policies also force federal immigration officers to go into local communities to apprehend criminal illegal aliens. If sanctuary cities were to simply communicate and work with federal immigration authorities, then federal agents could arrest criminal illegal aliens in a secure environment like a state or local jail. Instead, they have to risk their own safety and public safety by having to go into uncertain, dangerous circumstances just to make arrests. Sanctuary cities make us all less safe and are a public safety nightmare. That is why I launched an investigation into sanctuary cities and why these mayors are here today. We cannot let pro-criminal, alien policies and obstructionist sanctuary cities continue to endanger American communities and the safety of federal immigration enforcement officers. Today, Mayors Wu, Johnson, Johnston, and Adams will be publicly accountable for their failure to follow the law and protect the American people. President Trump and his administration are taking action against sanctuary cities, and Congress must follow, not by allowing a single penny of federal funding to go to cities and states that prioritize criminal aliens over the American people. I now yield to Ranking Member Conley for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Every member here today, Democrats and Republicans alike, agrees that violent criminals don't belong in our communities. We all want our cities to be safe and have zero tolerance for violent crime, irrespective of the status of the perpetrator. Where we disagree is that my Republican colleagues prefer a selective application of the law to shield the President of the United States from accountability and this administration from the rule of law itself. In America, we uphold the rule of law, independent from partisan politics, without fear or favor. Betraying those convictions, President Trump's Department of Justice has tried to force the conditional dismissal of very serious charges against one of our witnesses here today, in exchange for that witness's total and complete submission to the radical immigration agenda being propounded by the administration. And the DOJ has done so over the objections of a Republican acting U.S. attorney who President Trump appointed. Rather than enabling a flagrant, corrupt, and quid pro quo, 7 federal prosecutors, 7, including Republicans, resigned. One of them, a former clerk to Chief Justice John Roberts of the Supreme Court, said that anyone in his position, quote, would know that our laws and traditions do not allow using the prosecutorial power to influence other citizens, much less elected officials, in this way. History is calling on us now to stand up for those laws and traditions. Doing so also demands an affirmation of state and local sovereignty in determining the most effective ways to keep residents safe in compliance with federal law. To deny this sovereignty is an assault on the independence of every American city across the country. Today, Republicans have hauled before us the mayors of 4 major American cities to frame them as lawless, because those cities have some limits on how intrusively and aggressively their own officials can conduct federal immigration operations and responsibilities. Let's be clear. The state and local laws that Republicans have issue with today are in full compliance with federal law. They do not obstruct ICE from carrying out its duties, and they are backed by evidence demonstrating that they keep people safe and safer in counties with laws that do not honor extrajudicial civil detainers and had significantly lower levels of violent crime than counties that have them. Mayors, police chiefs, sheriffs, and local leaders have made clear that the way to combat violent crime is allowing local police to do their local job of ensuring public safety in their own communities as they account for it. Commandeering them to spend limited time and resources as federal agents is a non-starter and can contribute to crime and non-cooperation in immigrant communities throughout the country. At this year's Conservative Political Action Conference, border czar Tom Homan said he is, quote, bringing hell to the city of Boston until it complies with his demands. I don't know what that means. Boston is my hometown, and I'm glad to welcome our mayor, Mayor Wu, and her 1-month-old baby here today. But I don't know that Boston welcomes Mr. Homan or anyone else bringing hell to the city. The Republican crusade against local independence doesn't just undermine public safety in our communities. It is blatantly cruel, and I say inhumane and un-American. Kenya Colindres, her husband Wilson Rogelio Velasquez Cruz, and their 3 children came to the United States in 2022 seeking asylum, a legal category of immigration, after escaping violence in Honduras. Wilson was granted a 5-year work permit, allowing him to work at a tire shop and to provide for his family here in the United States. Kenya said that her husband had never been in trouble and was, quote, a man of God. On January 26, the family of 5 was in church when Wilson was lured out by an ICE agent waiting to arrest him. Despite having valid work permits, the Trump administration refused to hear his appeal and is actively deporting him. Wilson was the sole breadwinner for his family. Now Kenya has to worry about how she's going to pay the bills and take care of her 3 children, on top of the fears that she and her children might be next. Last week in El Monte, California, Sitley, a woman who was battling bone cancer, tearfully watched as her mother, Yolanda, cried inconsolably as she was detained by ICE agents who refused to even present the detention order. Yolanda was Sitley's sole caretaker in her struggle against cancer, and has no criminal record. And now Zitli is on her own. ICE is also conducting massive raids in cities and towns that have led to the wrongful detention of U.S. citizens, including Native Americans and military veterans. One school district sent a letter to parents warning that ICE may board school buses and demand documents from children. Children are going to be afraid to go to school. One reportedly wrote a goodbye note to friends saying, quote, "If ICE takes me, don't forget about me." If ICE takes me, don't forget about me. From a child. Is that the country we want? America needs immigration policies that keep everyone safe and make the country stronger and allow us to grow and fill in the skill sets we don't have. If President Trump was serious about delivering those solutions, he would not be attacking the Constitution's guarantee of citizenship to children born in the United States. To see our country through this period of darkness, we need leaders who will stand up for the rule of law and will champion public safety at the local level. And American families, whether they're immigrant families or native-born families, deserve due process, deserve respect, and deserve that Statue of Liberty that welcomes all comers. I yield back.
Ranking member yields back. I request unanimous consent that Representatives LaHood of Illinois, LaLota of New York, Crank of Colorado, Malatakis of New York, Hurd of Colorado, Evans of Colorado, Van Dyne of Texas, Ocasio-Cortez of New York, Gillen of New York, and Davis of Illinois be waived onto today's hearing for the purpose of asking questions. Without objection, so ordered. And now, before we introduce the witnesses, I recognize Mr. Higgins from Louisiana for 20 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the ranking member as well. Just to briefly, respectfully recognize the presence of the family of Wesley Haynes, a constituent. I'll speak to his case in my time, Mr. Chairman, but his parents, Patrick and Kathy, his wife, Olivia, his little brother, Brady, are present today, and they have a hard exit soon. Their 4-month-old daughter, Anne Marie, is waiting at home for Olivia to care for. And I just respectfully acknowledge their presence, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Ranking Member. We will discuss the details of their case. They tragically lost Wesley Haynes last year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to recognize this beautiful American family.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins. I'm very pleased today to welcome our outstanding witness panel, the mayors of 4 major American cities. First, we have Mayor Eric Adams, who's the outstanding mayor of New York City. He was sworn into office on January 1st, 2022. We have Mayor Mike Johnson, who's the mayor of the city and county of Denver. He was sworn into office on July 17th, 2023. I now recognize Representative Krista Morte from Illinois for 1 minute to introduce our next witness.
Mr. Chair, I'm pleased to introduce Brandon Johnson, mayor of the greatest city in the world, namely Chicago, a city that was built by generations of immigrants, people like my parents and myself. Mayor Johnson was raised in Elgin, Illinois, which I'm proud to represent in Congress. The mayor was one of 10 children born to Andrew and Wilma Jean Johnson. His parents inspired him to become a teacher in the Chicago Public Schools and then later to run for office. Mayor Johnson won his first race for Cook County Commissioner in 2018 and later became mayor of Chicago in 2023. Mayor Johnson has dedicated his life to public service, and I'm pleased to welcome my fellow Illinoisan to the United States House of Representatives and to the Oversight Committee. Welcome, Mayor.
I now recognize Representative Presley from Massachusetts for 1 minute to introduce our next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm proud to introduce Mayor Michelle Wu, a dedicated leader committed to making Boston a welcoming home for everyone, and the first woman and person of color to be elected mayor of the city of Boston. For over a decade, I've had the privilege of working alongside Mayor Wu and witnessing her dedication to public service firsthand. She leads with compassion, she is innovative, and inclusive. Under her leadership, Boston has become the safest major city in America, a city that is welcoming to families from all walks of life. Just weeks ago, she welcomed her newest family member, baby Mira, who is with us today, a beautiful reminder of the future she's working to build. Madam Mayor, I am grateful for your partnership, friendship, and leadership. Thank you for being here.
Gentlelady yields back. And finally, we're also joined by Mr. David Beer, who is the Director of Immigration Studies at the Cato Institute. Mr. Beer is the minority witness here today. I want to thank you all again for joining us, and I look forward to our discussion this afternoon. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you all. You may take a seat. We, again, appreciate you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Now, let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statement, and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statement to 5 minutes, and we're going to limit our questions to 5 minutes, and that's going to be enforced today, and that's for both sides, As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired, and we would ask that you please wrap up. I now recognize Mayor Adams for his opening statement.
Good morning, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Connolly, and members of the committee. As mayor of New York City and a former police officer for 22 years, keeping New Yorkers safe is my top priority, and it has been our administration's North Star. When I entered this role, my job was to help our city recover from the negative effects of COVID. Most importantly, to bring down crime. As a result, overall crime was down across New York City last year, and we have now had 3 straight months of double-digit declines in major crimes. I'm here today to testify on how New York City can continue to reduce crime, even as a sanctuary city. To be clear, a sanctuary city classification does not mean our city will ever be a safe haven for violent criminals. It also does not give New York City the authority to violate federal immigration laws. To the contrary, New York City will always comply with city, state, and federal laws as it does now. Law-abiding immigrants in New York have an important role. Immigrant New Yorkers, including those who are undocumented, pay billions of dollars in taxes and contribute billions more in spending power to our economy. Immigrants also play a vital role in the functioning of the city. This was on full display during the COVID-19 pandemic. The various immigrant residents of our city worked to keep the city moving, while many other New Yorkers were able to shelter in place and work remotely. Hospitals, the food industry, and many other businesses were able to function because of the commitment of our immigrant population. As mayor, I do not control who enters or remains in our country, but I do have to manage the population that is within our city. In order to carry out this function without having long-term negative ramification, I must create an atmosphere that allows every law-abiding resident, documented or not, to access vital services without fear of being turned over to federal authorities. I cannot have a city where parents are afraid to send their children to school or where children are sleeping on the streets, creating the potential for child exploitation and sex trafficking. If an undocumented person refuses to seek medical care until they have a medical emergency, our city's healthcare system will be strained. And if an undocumented individual witnesses a crime but is afraid to call 911 for fear of being turned over to federal authorities, criminals will roam free. And it reminds me of my early days as a police officer. I have seen firsthand the damage that can be done when someone is too afraid to seek out the police. Early in my career, I responded to a man who was calling out for help. We caught the suspect, but when it came to filling out the police report, the individual, an undocumented man from China, said he did not want to file a report and put a target on his back with federal immigration authorities. Approximately 4 decades later, our country still is in desperate need of comprehensive immigration reform. And as a result, New York City was hit with the largest humanitarian crisis in our city's history over the last 3 years. Federal law did not allow me to stop buses from entering New York City. State law required me to provide all in our city with housing and meals and to educate children. City law makes it unlawful to collaborate with ICE for civil enforcement. We complied with all of these legal requirements and still manage the humanitarian crisis with the care and compassion, while at the same time bringing down crime, recovering our economy, and preventing any child from being forced to sleep on the streets. Comprehensive immigration reform is long overdue. While the solution is not within my control as a mayor, I am committed to working with federal officials to go after violent gangs and those who harm residents of our city. This is why we have over 330 NYPD officers assigned to different federal joint task forces, over 70 of which are assigned to task forces with Homeland Security investigation, the criminal investigation arm of ICE. Those task forces focus on many different important priorities, including going after violent gangs and child exploitation. I look forward to sharing New York City collaborations that we do daily with our city, state, and federal partners to keep New York City to continue to be the safest big city in America. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Denver Mayor Johnson for his opening statement.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for inviting me to testify today. This committee convened this hearing on the critical topic of immigration. I want to tell you Denver's story. When I became mayor 20 months ago, Denver was already receiving buses of immigrants with little to no notice or coordination. At one point, we were receiving 10 to 11 buses a day, dropping off as many as 300 people, mostly women and children, in 10-degree weather with only sandals and a T-shirt, leaving them in danger of freezing to death on our streets. All told, 42,000 people arrived in Denver over 18 months, the largest per capita influx of any city in America. We are each entitled to our own opinion about what should happen at the border, but that was not the question facing Denver. The question Denver faced was, what will you do with a mom and 2 kids dropped on the streets of our city with no warm clothes, no food, and no place to stay? As mayor, I have to protect the health and safety of everyone in our city. As a man of faith, I have a moral obligation to care for those in need. As Scripture says, for I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. So that's what we did. In Denver, we believe our problems are solvable, and we are the ones to solve them. So we went to work. When we started, we had the largest encampment in Denver history, with more than 200 migrant families living in freezing temperatures. So we opened 8 different city shelters housing 5,000 people. City employees volunteered to take extra shifts, and Denver residents stepped up, making meals, donating clothes, furniture, school supplies. Some even welcomed families into their own homes. We helped 8,700 eligible individuals apply for work authorization so they could put food on their own table, pay their own rent, and reduce the strain on public resources. As a result, a year later, there is not a single migrant encampment left in the city. We have closed all of our shelters. We have connected people to jobs and housing, and the city's immigrant support budget has dropped by nearly 90%. And in the midst of this, migrants did not bring a wave of crime to Denver. In fact, crime went down. Homicides dropped 17%, shooting victims dropped 24%, auto theft down 29%. America is not just a place, it's a belief. Some people are born into it. Some fight their whole life to get to it. It's a belief that all are created equal. It's a belief that it doesn't matter where you came from if you're willing to fight hard enough. Julian Becerra's parents believed that. So they brought him to this country from Mexico when he was 10. They taught him respect, and they taught him to love and serve his community. As an adult, he decided the most honorable way to serve his community was in uniform. So he enlisted in the Air Force. Then he served as a sheriff, then finally as a police officer, where he served with distinction until one day he was pursuing a criminal on a dangerous bridge and fell to his death. In the midst of the immigration crisis, I attended the Fallen Officers Memorial as I watched officers hand Officer Becerra's 10-year-old daughter a folded American flag. I watched her cry as she wrapped her little arms around that flag and holded it tight the way she wished she could hold her dad, but never will again. For the rest of her life, she will cherish that flag, that American flag, because it is the country that her dad loved, it is the country he chose, it is the country he served, it is the country he gave his life for. So if we want to tell the story of what impact immigrants have in America, we must tell the full story. That story must acknowledge that this country is lucky to have people like Julian Becerra, who love this country enough to risk their lives to keep us safe, to keep all of us safe. When buses started showing up filled with migrants, some in my city were afraid, just like I'm sure some of your constituents are afraid. They were afraid about crime and homelessness and worried about what these new people might take away from them. I understand that fear. And the truth is, people who are new to this country do good and bad just like all of us. But there's another truth. When those buses kept on coming, Denver made a choice as a city, not to hate each other, but to help each other. Not to turn on each other, but to turn to each other. And see if together we could solve a problem that felt bigger than any one of us. And that's what we did. It wasn't perfect, and it required sacrifice from all of us. But in the end, Denver came out stronger and closer than we were before. Because Americans expect us to do more than point fingers. They expect us to solve problems. So if Denver can find a way to put aside our ideological differences long enough to manage a crisis we didn't choose or create, it seems only fair to ask that the body that is actually charged with solving this national problem, this Congress, can finally commit to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I now recognize Chicago Mayor Johnson for his
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Comer. Thank you to the Ranking Member Connolly and to the members of this committee. I have the great privilege and honor of serving as mayor of the city of Chicago, the third largest city in the nation. Established by a Black Haitian man and a Potawatomi woman, Chicago is and always has been a proud city of immigrants. Generations of new arrivals, including the descendants of the enslaved during the Great Migration, created a vibrant city where 1 in 5 residents is foreign-born. Each day, I wake up to serve every one of Chicago's 77 unique neighborhoods and those who live in our great city. As mayor of Chicago, nothing is more important to me than the safety and well-being of all residents. And since I was elected, my administration has been laser focused on creating and implementing public safety initiatives that protect all Chicagoans. We launched the People's Plan for Community Safety, which builds trust between communities and law enforcement by prioritizing transparency and violence intervention. We established a dedicated robbery task force that reduced robberies by 25% citywide. We added over 200 detectives, increasing the clearance rates on our cases. And we've updated police equipment and technology so that our police officers have the tools they need to effectively prevent and fight crime. Our efforts to improve public safety by building trust with and investing in our communities are working. Violent crime is down in Chicago. The city ended 2024 with its lowest homicide rate in 5 years. The city is also safer because of our Welcoming City Ordinance. That law makes sure that the city's police resources are focused on our local priorities. In fact, the 40 years of Chicago's leaders have recognized that our policies toward civil immigration matters help to prevent and solve crimes. Put simply, any actions that amplify fears of deportations make Chicago more dangerous. Those fears cause witnesses and victims to avoid cooperating with police. The cooperation of all people, regardless of their immigration status, is essential to achieving the city's goals of reducing crime and pursuing justice for victims. When there is trust between city's residents and the police, undocumented immigrants come forward to report crimes to local law enforcement and provide information that helps the police solve those crimes. And now, I know there are myths about these laws, but we must not let mischaracterizations and fear-mongering obscure the reality that Chicago's crime rates are trending down. We still have a long way to go, but sensationalizing tragedy in the name of political expediency is not governing, it's grandstanding. Every violent crime is devastating, but scapegoating entire communities is not only misleading, it is unjust and it is beneath us. So let me be clear. Chicago's Welcoming City Ordinance and our other laws and policies do not lead to more crime. They do not prevent cooperation with federal law enforcement on criminal matters. And we do not harbor criminals. We arrest them, often because of laws that allow residents to feel safe helping the police. As mayor, I'm building a Chicago that embodies the dream of my father had when he came from Salis, Mississippi during the second migration, a Chicago that invests in housing, healthcare, jobs, and education. And that's why we've increased safe and stable housing by adding almost 4,000 more units, expanded access to health care by opening 3 mental health centers, and focused on getting our young people well-paying jobs, with summer jobs increasing by 45% since I've taken office. Our local partnerships have built a solid foundation, a better, stronger, and a much safer Chicago. We need this body's support for these efforts. We are ready to partner with you on the measures we know promote trust and create sustainable public safety. And to the people of Chicago and all hardworking people across this great nation, these values are our North Star, the drinking gourd we follow to a better future. We will not live in fear. It is not our portion. We will not go back. I do look forward to answering the questions of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Boston Mayor Wu for her opening statement.
Thank you. Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Connolly, and members of the committee, my name is Michelle Wu. I am the daughter of immigrants, and since November of 2021, I have had the honor of serving as mayor of Boston. I'm proud to be here on behalf of our city, the police officers, first responders, city workers, the faith leaders, teachers, parents, and neighbors who partner every day to make Boston the safest major city in the nation. And I'm proud every day to work alongside the greatest police commissioner in the nation, Commissioner Michael Cox. Every year since I took office, we've set a new record low for gun violence in Boston. Last year, Boston saw the fewest homicides on record in the last 70 years. Those are the facts. And behind these record lows are historic highs. The most ever young people working paid summer jobs, the most pre-K seats at no cost to families, the most affordable housing built in a generation. We have invested in the kinds of opportunities that cultivate prosperity and eradicate crime. And the laws on our books promote the kind of community trust that keeps all of us safe. In Boston, our police department resources and taxpayer dollars go towards preventing and solving crimes. And when it comes to criminal matters, the Boston Police partner every day with state and federal law enforcement. But Massachusetts state law and the Boston Trust Act make clear that immigration is federal law enforcement's responsibility. We are the safest major city in the country because our gun laws are the strongest in the nation, because our officers have built relationships over decades, and because all of our residents can trust that when they call 911 in the event of an emergency or to report a crime, help will come. This federal administration's approach is undermining that trust. In the past month, I've met with residents and faith leaders in community centers and places of worship, asking my constituents what they want Congress to know. And what I heard over and over again was fear and frustration. I spoke with pastors whose pews are half empty on Sundays, doctors whose patients are missing appointments, teachers whose students aren't coming to class, neighbors afraid to report crimes in their communities, and victims of violence who won't call the police. This federal administration is making hardworking, tax-paying, God-fearing residents afraid to live their lives. A city that's scared is not a city that's safe. A land ruled by fear is not the land of the free. Next month, Boston will celebrate 250 years of our nation's freedom. And in every one of those years, Boston has welcomed the world to our shores. From the English immigrants fleeing religious persecution, to the Irish forced out by famine, to the families from Haiti, the Dominican Republic, Cabo Verde, Vietnam, and so many more who call Boston home today. We are the safest major city in the nation. We are home to the greatest healthcare, the greatest colleges and universities, the most advanced innovators, and the 2024 world champion Boston Celtics. We are the cradle of democracy and the city of champions. We are all of these things not in spite of our immigrants, but because of them. 1 in 7 signers of the Declaration of Independence were immigrants. On the last 4 Red Sox rosters to win a World Series, 1 in 5 were immigrants. Of all the faculty at Boston University to have earned a Nobel Prize, all but 1 were immigrants. Today, 1 in 4 Boston residents were born somewhere else. Most have jobs, many have kids. All of them chose this country as their home because, like my mom and dad, they believe that here, where you've been doesn't limit where you're going. The strength of your character has nothing to do with the color of your passport. And how hard you work matters more than where you were born. That wherever you're from, if you pitch in, look out for your neighbors, and cheer for the home team, you can build a better future here for the people you love. So to every one of my neighbors back in Boston, know this: you belong here. This is your home. Boston es tu hogar. Boston, 这里家有，这是你的家. This is our city. We are the safest major city in the nation because we are safe for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. And now recognize Mr. Beer for his opening statement.
Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Connolly, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. The Cato Institute's half-century of independent research demonstrates that people of all races, religions, and birthplaces can thrive in a free society. Liberty must be protected, both from over-intrusive government and from private violence. Unfortunately, the president's chaotic, indiscriminate deportation plan does the opposite. It harms public safety, threatens Americans' rights, and undermines the successful integration of America's immigrants into its society and economy. The president's first action was to rescind the requirement that ICE target public safety threats first. He has ordered that millions of vetted immigrants be stripped of lawful status and deported. He is even attempting to deport the U.S.-born children of people without permanent status. This flagrantly unconstitutional act effectively orders a series of crimes, wrongful arrest and imprisonment, civil rights violations, and unlawful deprivation of voting rights. Never before in American history has a president sought the power to strip potentially tens of millions of Americans of their constitutional rights. The president is also explicitly asserting the authority to ignore any law passed by you, Congress, that provides due process for people accused of being in the country illegally. The administration has repeatedly misled you and the public about who it is targeting, stating it would focus on public safety threats, that only the worst of the worst would be sent to Guantanamo Bay, and that every person it had arrested had a criminal record. We now know that most ICE arrests since the inauguration have been of people without a criminal record. Indeed, he is arresting people who entered legally, never violated any law, and sending them to Guantanamo Bay prison. It is no surprise in this lawless environment that many people and many cities simply do not trust the federal government on immigration. That is a problem. But under our Constitution, states determine their policies. Congress cannot force them. It must reestablish trust. Unfortunately, some members of Congress want to force an indiscriminate policy of mass deportation on the entire country with no public safety focus. If Congress wants more cooperation, it should address the concerns of these cities. What Congress should do is reestablish trust. Indiscriminate mass deportation agenda is a far greater threat to public safety than any city policy. A mountain of empirical research shows that reasonable restrictions on ICE cooperation do not increase crime rates and that immigrants lower crime rates. Immigrants, including illegal immigrants, commit crimes serious enough for them to be incarcerated at half the rate of U.S.-born Americans. Data from Texas shows that illegal immigrants are 36% less likely to commit and be convicted of murder. At least before this current mass deportation effort, immigrants were more likely to report crimes than U.S.-born Americans. Don't jeopardize that. Mass deportation is diverting law enforcement resources away from obtaining justice for victims. Indeed, it even targets the victims. Sabotaging local economies and obliterating communities will not restore public safety. It will make us poor while increasing the crime rate and victimization rate for Americans. There is a better approach. We don't need chaos and disorder of illegal immigration or of mass deportation. Why don't people come legally? Because Congress has provided so few options for them to do so, not updating its laws in the last 3.5 decades. Just 3% of those applying for permanent legal status in 2024 received it. That's the failed policy. Let peaceful immigrants pay to get vetted, work, and contribute legally, and let law enforcement at all levels focus on keeping Americans safe. Thank you.
All right, our witnesses have concluded their opening statements. We're going to begin with questions from.
All right, so the question and answer portion is going to get underway. We're going to step away for a brief break and go right back to this live coverage.
Today of the major cities, you have publicly stated that you were willing to work with ICE on detaining the most criminal illegals, and I want to publicly thank you for that. But my question to you, sir, is New York City a sanctuary city?
Based on our classification, yes.
Okay. Last year, in a Boston suburb, an illegal alien raped and impregnated his 14-year-old daughter while living in a shelter for illegal aliens. Mayor Wu, under Boston law, would you turn this criminal over to ICE on a detainer?
Whenever there's a criminal warrant, Boston police enforce that and hold people accountable.
So would you turn that criminal over to ICE?
This happened outside the city of Boston, but I can tell you in the city, whenever someone commits a crime, whenever there's a criminal warrant, we hold them accountable. If ICE deems that they are dangerous enough to hold obtain a criminal warrant, and the Boston Police will enforce it.
Will you turn that criminal over to ICE?
We follow the laws,
I
and
take
we
that
make
as a no.
sure that everyone...
In Chicago, an illegal alien who is a suspected member of a violent foreign gang who was brought into custody for his potential involvement in a murder. He was released when Cook County declined to press charges. This illegal alien is also facing charges for kidnapping and sexually assaulting his former girlfriend last year. Now he's on the streets. Mayor Johnson, under Chicago law, would you turn this criminal over to ICE on a detainer?
Our local law enforcement works hard every day to get criminals off the streets of Chicago.
Would you
And
turn that criminal over to ICE? That's the problem. That's one of the topics of this conversation. That's one of the problems we've heard from Tom Homan and from the Homeland Security is that in your cities, when someone's apprehended for a crime and ICE is now with this new federal policy wanting to come in and deport the criminal alien, that you will not cooperate with ICE. Will you turn that criminal over to ICE?
And we do not harbor criminals. Our local police department works hard every single day to ensure that the city of Chicago is
Yes
safe.
or no? Will you turn the criminal over to ICE?
With a criminal warrant from the federal government, our local law enforcement repeatedly collaborates with federal agents.
So you're saying publicly today, you will turn that alien over to ICE in a safe place like a jail and not turn him out on the street and say, here you go, ICE, good luck. You will turn that criminal over to ICE.
With a criminal warrant, as we have done for 40 years.
Should that criminal be turned over to ICE?
With a
Mayor?
criminal warrant, they are subject to the federal laws, and that includes deportation.
My time has expired, but again, the point that we've got to iron out today is that we have to have cooperation. It is federal law to turn over those illegal criminals to ICE, and we have heard reports, and many of you have said publicly that you are going to obstruct that. That is against the law, and we're going to hear more about that today. Now I recognize the ranking member, Conley, for his 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mayor Wu, I quoted Tom Homan, the so-called border czar, saying that he wanted to bring hell. He was bringing hell to the city of Boston. What did you understand him to mean by that?
Let's talk about Tom Homan. Shame on him for lying about my city, for having the nerve to insult our police commissioner who has overseen the safest Boston's been in anyone's lifetime. Bring him here under oath, and let's ask him some questions. I am here to make sure that the city of Boston is safe. Others may want to bring hell. We are here to bring peace to cities everywhere.
Mayor Johnston of Denver, what would your reaction be if Tom Homan wants to bring hell to your city, Denver?
We think that we have folks in Denver who are working hard, playing by the rules, paying taxes. There is no one that is seeking hell to come to Denver. What people are looking for is opportunity and hope.
And for the record, he can do whatever he wants to do, I guess. But the fact of the matter is you absorbed on a per capita basis the largest immigration a year or two ago, and you indicated that your crime rate actually fell. It didn't increase. Is that correct?
That is correct. Crime is down in Denver. We have homicides down 17%. Violent shootings are down 24%.
And in
Auto thefts
Boston,
down.
I'm sorry, I've got limited time. Mayor Wu, same thing in Boston. The Boston crime rate has been falling, correct?
We had 24 homicides last year, 24 too many, but that represented a tremendous reduction, one of the biggest drops anywhere in the country.
Thank you. So the correlation between immigration and crime is false, as you point out, Mr. Beer. Perhaps you can elaborate that. I find it ironic that you characterized correctly, in my view, President Trump and Tom Homan's approach to immigration as lawless when they're invoking law and order and crime as the rationale for their lawlessness. Could you expand on the lawlessness and the irony of the fact that, as you point out in your testimony, The crime rate among immigrants is half that of the native population.
That's right. I have a table in my written testimony that you can look at. Top 20 cities for immigration court filings over the last 4 years. 19 of those cities saw a decline in their homicide rate. If you look at all of the major cities, there is a negative correlation between increasing numbers of immigrants and the homicide rate. So that means more immigrants, lower homicide rates. That holds true across the United States. So I think the correlation that's trying to be made is more immigrants, more illegal immigrants, more chaos, more crime. That does not hold. What we do see under this administration is an increasing willingness to ignore the laws. He has, as I mentioned, signed an executive order that says he can ignore due process rights for people who are accused of being in the country illegally. This is an incredibly dangerous assertion of authority and should be investigated by Congress.
And is it a reasonable proposition for a local leader? I know I was chairman of my county, which is like being mayor of a large county, and you know, we focused on local law enforcement. You know, we tried to help the feds when we could. We were cooperative where we could be. But our job was local law enforcement. And there is a clash when ICE behaves this way, and I described some horrible incidents. It instills fear in the immigrant community, and it fosters non-cooperation rather than cooperation, which is the mandate of each of these leaders, is it not?
Absolutely. We want cooperation. Many of these cities are the reason why immigrants are more likely to cooperate and report crimes to the police than the U.S.-born population is. So there are good reasons to limit this mass deportation of people in their communities.
I would just argue that the premise of this hearing is false. We have local law enforcement cooperating with the local political leadership, and it's working. It's bringing down crime rates. And the proposition that immigrants cause crime is false. In fact, patently false, as your testimony, I think, would demonstrate, Mr. Beer. And the idea that these are sanctuary cities that need to be punished is simply a war on urban America. And I'm proud of the mayors who are in front of us here today, and I thank them for their testimony, and I thank them for their service to their local communities. I relate to it, and I think it's a noble calling. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Boebert from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Mike Johnston, I hope we can start off on a level field of agreement here. So in your testimony, you said that locals were asking Denver, what will you do? When they saw 10 to 11 buses coming in a day and 42,000 illegal aliens entering their city. Denver, what will you do? And in a Fox 31 interview in January, you blamed state law for not allowing the city of Denver to coordinate with ICE, resulting in Denver being a sanctuary city, saying, quote, the whole state is bound by our state law in this, which is pretty consistent in some of these practices, like everywhere in the state. We don't honor ICE detainers, end quote. I've demanded Governor Jared Polis and the Colorado State Legislature to repeal them. Douglas County has led on a lawsuit to get those laws repealed. So, Mr. Mayor, would you join me today in calling and demanding that these sanctuary policies, these Colorado state laws, be repealed?
Thank you, Congresswoman.
Yes or no, Mr. Mayor?
Pardon?
Yes or no? Will you join me?
I do not believe the detainer law needs to be changed. So I can tell you what Denver does
Okay, so you
right now.
don't want them to coordinate with ICE, but yet you're blaming the state of Colorado for those policies. It's a statewide law. It's not a Denver law. And you're blaming the state of Colorado for the law, yet you will not call for that law to be repealed. Correct? Yes or no?
We do coordinate with ICE presently. I'm happy to tell you what we do on that. So we've honored detainer requests more than 1,226 times over the last
What about
years.
before a warrant? There are many issues before a warrant.
So if what happens is if ICE has sends us a detainer request,
Well, you have local law enforcement officers, Mr. Mayor, who are unable to coordinate with ICE to even get the initial warrant. They aren't allowed to tell them that they are illegal aliens. So unfortunately, you won't join me in asking for this law, demanding that this law be repealed. So let's keep going. In 2017, Denver passed an ordinance that ensured any city employee who spoke with federal immigration authorities would be fired, among other policies that have led to local and national media outlets to call Denver a sanctuary city. So now let me ask you, would a city employee be fired for communicating with anyone from the EPA?
Right now, Congresswoman, our policy is we don't ask people's status. when
Would
they come
any
into
city
contact
employee
with
be
any-
fired for communicating and coordinating, talking with an agent from the EPA, a federal employee?
Not to my knowledge, Congresswoman.
What about Health and Human Services? Would they get fired for talking with someone from Health and Human Services?
Not to my knowledge, Congresswoman.
So they would only be fired for talking to federal law enforcement officers.
No, that's incorrect, Congresswoman.
This is
Our
an ordinance
city employees do, in
Denver
fact,
passed in 2017, Mr. Mayor.
our city employees do, in fact, communicate with ICE. We do coordinate on multiple things with ICE. For instance, if there is a violent criminal warrant in the city, we
No,
pursue that
we're
warrant
talking
together.
before the warrants, Mr. Mayor. There are issues happening before warrants are issued, and local law enforcement officers are unable to coordinate because there is no warrant. And your ordinance says that a city employee would be fired for communicating with federal law enforcement. So you've been mayor for 600 days. Have you ever called for that ordinance to be repealed?
We are not unable to coordinate with ICE right now. We're in communication with ICE right now.
Only
about-
if there is a warrant, but I'm talking prior to the warrant.
We wouldn't have a reason to coordinate.
Because you
prior
don't know
to
if they're
warrant.
illegal, because you are unable to coordinate until there is a warrant. So that's why this ordinance needs to be repealed. So now the 600 days, there's been no time to ask for this to be repealed. You did have a newcomer's playbook, 25 pages. You had time to put that together. And you had time to agree with the city council to authorize up to $2 million to pay Joe Biden's former lawyer, his law firm, to help cover your ass for Denver's sanctuary city policies for this hearing, correct?
Thank you, Congresswoman. We have counsel.
Did you
to
authorize
support-
that spending?
We have counsel to support this committee's investigation into any documents you may have. That is a year-long contract for the 13,000 city employees.
And your budget
you may
is
request documents from.
seriously declining. Denver Magazine reported that Denver has spent $7.5 million on shipping illegal aliens to other destinations. Mayor Adams, did Mayor Johnston ever coordinate with you and tell you that he was shipping illegal aliens to your city?
We coordinated in communication around the entire asylum seeker issue in our cities.
So I've heard that Denver crime went down. Well, Aurora's crime went up because you were also shipping them to Aurora. And we have documentation that I don't have time to discuss here in this hearing that proves you were shipping illegal aliens to Aurora. Their crime was increasing while you were hiding under laws that you will not demand be repealed, ordinance from your city, and then the crime was going up from Trinidad gangs vandalizing apartment owners. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I hope that we can get this
We have a
resolved in
5-minute
Colorado.
rule, Mr. Chairman.
Chair, gentlelady's time's expired. Chair recognizes Ms. Norton from Washington, D.C.
There have been a lot of talk today about these cities and their, in my view, principal decision not to respond to extrajudicial ICE detainers. But I would like to back up and talk about these detainers, what these detainers really are. Requests from ICE to unconstitutionally hold someone without due process or probable cause. Enforcing ICE detainers is also expensive, often results in mistakenly holding U.S. citizens and undermines public safety. It diverts resources from protecting the local community to carry out the federal government's job of immigrant enforcement. Mayor Johnston, what challenges do ICE detainers represent to your law enforcement and city resources?
Thank you Congresswoman, I think that was to me, right? Sometimes
That's
I get
correct.
confused. Okay. Thank you, Congresswoman. I think it's important, I appreciate to describe what Denver currently does in terms of what coordination looks like and what it doesn't, which is if we get a detainer request, if we have someone in our custody that ICE would like to get access to, what we do is we provide them a notification of release. And so if that person will be released from our custody, we notify them of the time and the date when they will be released, so ICE, if they choose to, could pick that person up. We have done that 1,226 times over the last 7 years, and that has enabled ICE, when they choose to be able to bring someone into custody. What we do not do is hold someone beyond their release date, because there are multiple courts who have found that to be unconstitutional. If someone is serving a sentence and that sentence expires this Friday, we can't hold them another 7 days without an additional charge. And so that is what state law does, and sheriffs around the state would say it is a strain on local resources to hold them for a civil issue that is not linked to a criminal charge that we have in our city or another jurisdiction. That's why we don't honor those types of detainers.
Mayor Johnson, how about for Chicago?
So thank you for that question. And for Chicago, again, our top priority with the Welcoming City Ordinance is to ensure maximum safety. The type of coordination that happens between our local law enforcement and our communities is paramount to building trust and keeping our communities safe. The ordinance, as well as the state law, the Illinois Trust Act, which was passed with bipartisan support and signed by the Republican Governor, Bruce Rauner, we do not permit our local law enforcement from engaging in any federal matters. With a criminal warrant, our city and our state will cooperate with the federal government, but without a criminal warrant, our local law enforcement focuses in on local issues to keep the people of Chicago safe.
Mayor Wu, how would fulfilling ICE detainers detract from public safety in your city?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for hosting us, first of all, in your district. We hear every day from Boston residents, a city that is 28% people who were born in another country, that the trust and feeling that they know they can call 911 when they need help, or if they have information to solve a crime and police need that help, that they feel comfortable in doing so. And so our policy in Boston is that regardless of your background or immigration status, you have access to our libraries. We want you to take your kids to school. We want you to be part of our community. And also, regardless of immigration status, if you commit a crime, if you do harm in the community, you will be held accountable.
It is critical to the safety of Americans that cities have the ability to decide what is in the best interest of their people. Mayors and local enforcement know their cities best. I would yield any time remaining to the ranking member.
I just want to underscore what the gentlelady has said. Local government knows best how local enforcement, law enforcement works. And cooperating with ICE is part of that, but they can't be a substitute for ICE doing its own job, which is a federal responsibility. Thank you for yielding.
Before I recognize Ms. Jordan, I believe Ms. Boebert has a unanimous consent.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to submit to the record multiple local news articles referencing Denver's sanctuary policies, including the Newcomers Playbook written by Mayor Adams and the budget, which shows millions and millions of dollars of the Denver city budget cut.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Johnston, who's Abraham Gonzalez?
Thank you, Congressman. He is a individual that was released from the county jail on Friday in the city and county of Denver.
That's all you know about him?
I do know that he was facing charges that the
Venezuelan gang member arrested by Border Patrol on September 20th, 2023, released into the country by the Biden administration. A few months later, he's arrested in your city, charged with aggravated assault. On March 11th, 2024, he's charged with motor vehicle theft, stole a car, and then on March 20th, 2024, Mr. Gonzalez is charged with felony menacing. 6 days after that last charge, ICE sends you a detainer, which includes an administrative warrant. Basically, it says if you're going to release this bad guy, this gang member who allegedly stole a car, menaced people, and assaulted people, give us a 48-hour heads up. Is that right? That refresh your memory?
I do know about the detainer request. I do know that we provided a notification of release.
What kind of notice did you give ICE when you released him?
We gave him notification. I'm not sure how long in advance it was. I do know that.
1 hour.
I do know that there
Give
were
him a 1 hour notice, and you released him 5 days ago, right? Why not give him more heads up? Actually, let's put the slide up. Let's see what it says here. Let's put the slide up. This is what the Denver Sheriff's Department, it's kind of hard to see, so I'll read it. It says, Denver Sheriff Department, ICE notification being released to the streets. I simply said, we want, just release him to us. You release him to the streets. Why not release him to ICE?
Thank you. What we've done, and we do this regularly, we've done 1,226 of these, is we notify
I'm asking about one. I'm not asking about the 1,200. I'm asking about Mr. Abraham Gonzalez, who's a gang member from Venezuela, stole a car, assaulted someone. You had him in your custody for how long?
I know that we released him.
345 days you had him in custody. And I said, hey, can you give us 48 hours heads up?
I don't know.
You gave him 1 hour notice.
Mr. Congressman, we notified them of release. There were 6 ICE agents present when he was released, so they had enough time to respond and to be present.
Respond where?
To the jail where we released him from. So we released him we notified them of the release time. When we notify them of release, they come to the jail facility to pick them up. They're still
why didn't you say that's not what you said. You said you release him to the streets. Did you release him to the streets? You release him to ICE?
What we do, sir, is we release him from our county jail, and we coordinate with ICE on that release time and release date so that ICE can come and pick them up from that location.
Pick them up where? In the parking lot?
Yes, sir. They're on the facility
property. Guess what happened in the parking lot?
I know, sir. I've reviewed the video. So I looked at it. I've talked to the sheriff last night.
One of the ICE officers got assaulted, didn't he?
I've reviewed the video,
They had
sir.
to tase the guy, didn't they?
Would you like me to answer, sir?
No, I'd like you to answer. Did they tase him?
I know that there were 6 officers that had multiple tasers. I saw the
So they had
on
6
video.
officers. If you keep him in the facility and they come in the facility and get him, does it take 6 officers? Probably takes 2, doesn't it?
So we've been doing these, as I mentioned, 1,226 times. This is the first time I've been made aware of there's been an incident like this. So I reached out to ICE after I saw the video. I've coordinated with their team and offered to sit down and see if there are procedures we can change.
It's a simple
make sure
question.
this works smoothly.
It's a simple question. You can release him in the parking lot, give ICE 1 hour notice, and they got to send 6 officers to arrest this guy. Or you can say, hey, what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to hold him. You come in and bring 2 officers in, and you turn him over there. Why not do it that way?
We have a city
ordinance. You know why you don't do it that way?
We have a city ordinance that governs.
Because you're a sanctuary city. This is the whole point.
No, sir, I disagree with you.
Oh, okay.
Because I'll tell you why. If you talk about sanctuary as a definition of shielding people from law enforcement, we do not do that. What we do is provide services. In this context, what we did is we coordinated the release.
An officer got assaulted because of your policy, which says we're going to release him to, in your words, not mine, to the streets. They have to arrest him in the parking lot. They bring 6 officers when they could have had 1 or 2 just come in your facility, in the jail, and take the guy there. But you won't do it that way.
I've seen the video. I've reached out to ICE. I've offered to sit down and coordinate on strategies. If we need to make adjustments to what we do on releases, we'll do that. This is the first time in the 1,226 releases I've heard of an incident,
I read your
so we'll
written
take
testimony
action.
last night. I read your written testimony last night. 4.5 pages. And you used the words safe, safer, or safety 13 times. Talking about my job is to protect the safety of the people in Denver. We prioritizing making sure everyone in our community is safe. That's a lie. Because it was not safer for the ICE agents who are part of your community. No way was it safer. The safest thing to do is to say, ICE, we got him in custody. Come here, we're releasing. We held him 345 days. We can't hold him a second longer. We can't wait for you to come inside the building. We got to let him go, so you have to arrest him in the parking lot. That is how stupid sanctuary policies are and what they mean to the community that you put at risk and to the ICE officers ICE officer who was assaulted, and they had to use it.
And we are just watching in there together as House lawmakers are grilling Democratic mayors over sanctuary city policies. Thanks for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Matino. We're going to go away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to head right back to that discussion. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, taking you right back out to Capitol Hill as we're listening into this discussion of House lawmakers grilling Democratic mayors over sanctuary city policies.
How do we, as lawmakers, we're struggling with this right now. There's a tension between that authority of Congress to act under Article 1 of the Constitution and then your responsibility, nobly taken, to provide a safe environment for the residents and visitors to your cities. How do we reconcile, and I'm asking you for advice. You have a great perspective on this. How do we together reconcile the tension between those two operating systems, grants of power? And I'd welcome any advice you have on that, because that's what we are struggling with up here in terms of trying to come up with a comprehensive immigration policy that addresses all of these concerns. Mayor Johnson?
Congressman, I'm happy to start the response. We obviously believe there is a federal system that has federal obligations and state and local obligations. We think, as Mayor Wu said, that our officers are uniquely prepared, trained, and ready to enforce local law and to keep our city safe. We want to focus on that. We do not have the capacity for our law enforcement to be doing federal immigration enforcement, but we want to be partners in making sure we're pulling violent criminals off the street. We do that now. We've done it in the past. We'll keep doing it. But we think the capacity for the federal government to focus on.
But what I'm trying to point at is this. So the current president of the United States, Donald Trump, rode into office on this issue. On this issue. He put people in fear. I'm in a state that's 2,400 miles from the border. We're going to spend $1.5 billion on providing services and housing and everything to people who are in our state unlawfully. He got into office on that issue. So the costs to democracy are massive. It is now threatening our democracy because we have mishandled this issue. So we need to get together on this and turn immigration, like I say, into the greatest blessing that this country has, and not something that people are afraid of. That's the challenge.
May I, Congressman?
Please.
This may be the last
This
may be the last blue dress I'm wearing this month. It's going to be green from here on out as we celebrate Irish American heritage back at home. Please pass comprehensive immigration law that is consistent and compassionate. That will make our jobs possible, and we would so appreciate that partnership.
I hear you. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes.
Chair, I have a unanimous consent request.
I didn't. I'm sorry.
I have a unanimous consent request.
All right. Proceed.
Okay, I'd like to seek unanimous consent to enter into the record thousands of DHS agents shift to deportation instead of drugs, weapons, and human trafficking. That is February 2025 USA Today.
Without objection, so ordered.
Parents pull kids from childcare as immigration fears hit U.S. youngest.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair.
Finally, an 11-year-old girl in Texas died by suicide after she was bullied about her family's immigration status, her mother says.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes Dr. Gosar from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Wu, I'll be showing up at your house tomorrow with my bags at 5 o'clock. Leave your doors unlocked, please. What are you making for dinner? Because I expect a warm meal and a balanced diet. Now, I'm going to need a car, and please leave me some cash because I'm going to need to go to my doctor's appointment on Friday. That would be to Mr. Mayor Johnson. Now, I don't want to sleep on the couch, so put me up at a luxury hotel. The other Mayor Johnson. Obviously, you wouldn't like this because you don't know me, right? You know nothing about me. You might not like that. Sanctuary cities offer this kind of hope, this false hope, to illegal aliens by saying that very thing. Stay with me. We don't tell anybody that you break our laws. Now, thank you. You've made the United States complicit and one of the largest purveyors of human trafficking in the world. Thank you. You're disgracing the legal immigration system that came here, and the immigrants that came here the right way, through Ellis Island at the time, now through going through our process. And I want to talk about that process because I've always been told, and it's never been really challenged, is that good process builds good policy, builds good politics. I think that works really, really good because you can always fall back to the process. If the process isn't good, you always get a good process. Now, you heard the word establishing trust, okay? How can you establish trust at the very beginning when you have a false narrative here? You're defending folks who have broken the law. The definition I've always looked at is trust is a series of promises kept. What kind of trust are you supporting here? What is the trust of an illegal alien? It's a false hope. It's a false trust. Welcome, we're bringing you in. It's disorganized process. Now, let me ask you a question. Mayor Adams, did you support SB 1070?
I'm sorry?
Did you support the Arizona law called SB 1070?
I'm not familiar with it, sir.
Well, let me explain, okay?
Mm-hmm.
SB 1070 challenged the federal government on its supremacy clause. Because we, in Arizona, wanted, the government wasn't doing anything, so we thought, we'll do this. We can't allow them to break laws. The Supreme Court ruled that struck it down. Now, it seems contraindicating here that you would have supported SB 1070, right, Mayor Adams? Based on the premise that you or would you violate the supremacy clause in regards to immigration?
Would I
violate the supremacy clause?
This is way over my head.
Okay.
I felt law.
That's
you know.
Mr. Mayor Johnson, would you have supported SB 1070, allowing Arizona to follow their own laws? Because that's what you're doing right here.
Thank you, Congressman. We currently follow all federal law, all state law, and all local law. So we do not have any supremacy clause challenges that we're pursuing or maintaining.
Okay. Well, it seems like you are. But Mr. Johnson, do you agree?
The city of Chicago complies with all laws.
Okay. Mayor Wu.
I'm not familiar with that law because I'm focused on the city of Boston, but we follow all state, city, and federal laws in Boston.
What happens when you get in conflict with them? Who do you support?
The Constitution, as I understand it, doesn't require cities or police officers or anyone to follow their laws in conflict, follow federal laws in conflict with local laws or state laws.
Okay, in the Constitution it says, and it's explicit, that the federal government has jurisdiction and supremacy over all immigration laws, right? I mean, I've heard it a number of times from my colleagues over here. We're the ones who can define that. We're the ones that have that. We just heard we want a comprehensive immigration policy. How can you get a comprehensive immigration policy when you're defining it from the very get-go? You're building it on false premises and false tenets.
Respectfully, Congressman, you could pass bipartisan legislation, and that would be comprehensive immigration law. The false narrative is that immigrants in general are criminals or immigrants in general cause all sorts of danger and harm. That is actually what is undermining safety in our communities. If you wanted to make us safe, pass gun reforms. Stop cutting Medicaid. Stop cutting cancer research. Stop cutting funds for veterans. That is what will make our city safe.
Yes, thank you. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Krishnamurti from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayor Johnson, there's been much talk about Chicago and its enforcement of laws to rid our communities of criminals, so I want to give you a chance to address some of these questions. First, Mayor Johnson, the city of Chicago operates under 4 sets of laws: federal, state, county, and of course, Chicago's own laws, right?
That is correct.
And most of these laws are not within Chicago's sole power to change. For example, the Illinois Trust Act, a state law, was enacted in 2017 by then Republican Governor Bruce Rauner and dictates interactions between ICE and law enforcement, right?
That is correct.
And under Chicago's own law, I have a copy of it right here, Chicago is required to help ICE whenever ICE presents a judicial criminal warrant for an arrest, correct?
Yes.
In fact, Chicago has assisted ICE with criminal warrants in the past, right?
Yes.
So just to clear it up, any time that ICE does the work and goes to a court to get a criminal warrant to arrest somebody, the city of Chicago not only is required to, but does cooperate to remove that criminal from our community, right?
That is correct.
Let me turn to another topic. President Trump has said many things about Chicago, including that it is, I have this NBC News report, worse than Afghanistan. Mayor, I'd suggest the facts suggest otherwise. For example, Condé Nast recently named Chicago the best big city in America 8 years in a row.
A friendly amendment, best freaking city in the world, city of Chicago.
Chicago's the largest rail hub in America.
That is correct.
Chicago's a quantum technology hub in this country.
$20 billion new investment.
Chicago area is the home to the second most number of Fortune 500 headquarters of any city in America, right?
Just voted again the top relocator for corporate headquarters for 13 consecutive years.
And it's home to O'Hare Airport, the most interconnected airport on the continent, is that right?
That is correct.
That doesn't sound like Afghanistan to me, sir, does it?
The city of Chicago is a beautiful place. We also have 20% of the world's fresh water right in our front yard. Our restaurants are amazing. In fact, everything that is dope about America comes from Chicago.
A Republican named Lincoln was nominated for president in Chicago, and a Democrat named Obama called Chicago home too. It's the city of big shoulders, the heart of the heartland, the home to the world's best pizza. And we're not going to take any slander from Donald Trump or anyone else lying down. Is that right?
That is correct.
Sir, I want to turn your attention to another topic. Mayor Johnson, you'd agree with me that high grocery prices are among the top concerns for the people of Chicago, right?
The economic conditions that are unfortunately that are not being addressed by Washington has caused a great deal of trepidation and anxiety.
Mayor Wu, according to USDA, the wholesale cost of a dozen eggs has gone from $6.59 since January 19th when Donald Trump took office to $8.39, a 27% increase, and this has got to anger Bostonians, right?
People are doing their very best, trying their hardest, working multiple jobs, and they need support.
Mayor Johnston, I suppose that people in Denver are concerned as well, right?
I'm very concerned. This is the most important issue for us, is how we make sure that it's affordable to live in the city.
Mayor Adams, the same is true for New Yorkers?
Affordability is an issue that's impacting our city, and that's why we're doing the best we can to put $30 billion back in the pockets of working class people.
President Trump, if you're watching this hearing, I respectfully ask, when will egg costs be high enough for you to issue one executive order on bird flu? $10 a carton, $15 a carton? It'll soon be cheaper to buy a magazine for an AK-47 than to buy breakfast. This is flat out wrong. Turn to my last topic. Interestingly, last night in a record-long address, the president did not mention the word Medicaid once, which is top of mind for everyone. Mayor Johnson, you don't dispute that 1.6 million people in Cook County are enrolled in Medicaid, right?
I do not dispute that. In fact, in most of our safety net hospitals, 70% of the individuals that are being serviced are being serviced through Medicaid.
I recently received outreach from Lurie Children's, a preeminent children's hospital located in Chicago. They said, quote, slashing Medicaid will put access to care for all children in our state at risk. You would agree that's unacceptable, right?
That is unacceptable.
It doesn't matter where you're from. If you're white, black, brown, poor, or rich, massive cuts to Medicaid will devastate our health care system. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognize Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania.
If you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in on Capitol Hill as House lawmakers are speaking with Democratic mayors over sanctuary city policies. We heard from New York City Mayor Eric Adams just a moment ago there on your screen. We do have to get in another commercial break. We'll be right back. Your time now, 11:30 on the East Coast, 8:30 on the West Coast, as we head right back out to Washington, D.C., where we've been listening in to lawmakers as they're grilling Democratic mayors over sanctuary city policies. Let's listen in.
But that transfer of individuals was the result of the governor of Texas, not the result of a welcoming city ordinance.
Welcoming city ordinance. So you're not welcoming these people that came here illegally?
The individuals that were bused to us from the border.
They were not welcome in Chicago? You didn't welcome them? You didn't provide them sanctuary?
So the welcoming city ordinance is pretty straightforward. It allows for our local law enforcement to focus on local policies, and that's why we're seeing a decline in violence.
So you don't care about federal law enforcement policies, only local policies?
We comply with all laws. What I do care about is this body, Washington, passing comprehensive immigration.
So let me ask you this. Chicago residents reported 28,443 violent crimes during 2024 alone. Cases of aggravated assault rising to the highest level in 2 decades. Now, also, state funds, $160 million, were issued to illegal alien job assistance shelters in Chicago. You're the mayor of Chicago. Do you think that your residents or the residents of your state should be paying for that more than they should be paying for their own needs, their own roads, their own public safety? I mean, who elected you? The people that came illegally, whether they were sent to you or not, or the people that reside in Chicago? Who elected you? And who do you serve?
The people of Chicago elected me as the 57th mayor of the city of Chicago, and we serve all the residents of the city of Chicago.
Illegal or not, criminal or not. How many of the 662,566 illegal aliens with criminal histories that ICE has reported are now residing in Chicago?
Someone will have to get back with you with that number. I don't keep account of.
Do you take immigration information from criminals as they're arrested and processed? Do you take immigration information?
Our local law enforcement focuses on getting all violent individuals off the streets of Chicago.
Do you determine whether they're here legally, what their immigration status is, as a function of your justice system?
Gentleman's time's expired, but please feel free to answer the question, Mayor.
The Welcome City Ordinance ensures that our local residents communicate and trust local law enforcement to ensure that criminals and crime is being addressed, and that's why violent crime has gone down in the city of Chicago. Thank you very much,
Chair now
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Chair now
Mr.
recognizes.
Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
I'm sorry, Ms. Presley.
I have a unanimous consent request.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to seek unanimous consent to enter into the record mass deportations would deliver a catastrophic blow to the U.S. economy. This is from the Joint Economic Committee, December 2024.
From where? What publication?
The Joint Economic Committee, December 2024.
Without objection, so ordered.
I'd like to seek unanimous consent to enter into the record from the American Immigration Council, October 2024, mass deportation, devastating cost to America, its budget and economy.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Khanna from California.
Mr. Chair.
Wait, I'm sorry. Mayor Wu needs a short break to attend to her young child. Mayor.
Mr. Chairman, I got the note that the baby's okay for now, so I'll continue. But thank you. I will. I believe from my husband that the baby's okay, and the arrangement, if it's okay, was that everyone would take a break, so I wouldn't have to go into a back room by myself to nurse when it's time. But thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Khanna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I find the Republican position in this hearing quite ironic, because the Republicans are the party that are always touting local government, state government, local control, and not having federal overreach. So I want to explore actually one of your favorite topics on the other side of the aisle, the infamous mask mandates. I know how much you love them.
when CDC came out with the mask mandate order of January 29, 2021, they said that we needed to have fines of $1,500 for anyone who didn't wear a mask on a plane or in a public space. And they said that there needed to be referred criminally to the Transportation Authority if they violated it more than once. Now, Governor Abbott said in Executive Order 38, we're not going to enforce, we're not going to have our cities enforce the mask mandate. And Governor DeSantis said the same thing. We're not going to have our local police enforce the mandate. I want to ask Mayor Adams and Mayor Wu, because you had slightly different views on the mask mandate, but Mayor Adams, you were actually praised in New York for saying we are going to take away some of these mask mandates earlier so businesses can open and there can be a revival in New York. Did you ever, in law enforcement, to your knowledge, enforce the CDC mask mandate and ask your law enforcement to fine people who didn't wear a mask $1,500?
What we did was looked at the science and looked at how it will impact business, and after issuing warnings in education.
But I think it's fair to say, Mayor, right, you never referred anyone to the Transportation Department for prosecution, and you never had local police out there saying we're going to fine people $1,500 with the CDC mandate.
The goal was to always ensure that people will carry out the procedure, and we did several education and warning in the process.
Mayor Wu, you were a great advocate of masks and looked at the science. Do you know if your city government actually ever used police resources to carry out the CDC or Transportation Department's mask mandate where they were fining $1,500 or referring for criminal prosecution?
I am not aware of any incidents of someone in Boston having been fined or prosecuted for any mask-related issues. We certainly prioritize public health and saving lives, and so our role as a city was to provide positive communication, outreach, make sure there were signs and different community organizations that could go and remind people to stay safe and do their best to take care of each other and their families.
As much of an advocate as you were for masks, and I was an advocate for masks, would you have been hesitant to order your law enforcement, your local police, to say if someone was violating those mask mandates that we need to cooperate and turn them over to the Transportation Department for prosecution? Would that have given you some pause if the federal government were saying use your police departments to fine people $1,500 and give us their records for criminal prosecution?
Yes, it would have.
And so I guess I'm trying to understand, you know, if we set this precedent that we want cities to be enforcing every federal mandate, then what happens when there's a new Democratic president that comes and says we want a mask mandate that the Republicans may not want? And when there are conservatives like Governor DeSantis or Governor Abbott saying we don't want our cities to enforce that. Do you see, Mayor Wu, any difference between a federal government asking you to enforce laws that ICE is doing versus a federal government asking you to enforce a mask mandate or, frankly, to enforce gun laws that may not be what your local city department is focused on?
It does seem that local authority is part of our democracy and part of our system of government.
Isn't the real issue here not one of immigration, but of federalism? Isn't the question, I mean, everyone agrees that there needs to be, if there's someone who's convicted of a crime, that ICE has the right to enforce those laws. The question is just, are you going to have local governments in this country be beholden to every new president's directives and armed for enforcing that? My view is that we ought to have local governments be able to use their police officers for their priorities. That, in its essence, is federalism, and it actually used to be the conservative Republican position.
Gentlemen's time's expired. Chair recognizes Dr. Fox from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Johnson, in the last 4 years, how much has Chicago spent on care for illegal aliens?
Thank you for that question, Congresswoman. So since 2022, since the governor of Texas began
Just
shipping.
tell me a number. I don't need a speech. Just tell me a number.
So since 2022, since the governor of Texas was shipping individuals to cities across this country, the city's budget, roughly 1% of the city's budget over the course of 4 years.
Mayor Johnston, the same question, and I don't need a speech, just a number.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Thank you, Congresswoman. It's $79 million over the last 2.5 years.
Mayor Adams, same question. How much has New York spent to care for illegal aliens?
Approximately $6.9 billion went out of our taxpayers' funds.
Mayor Wu, same question. How much has Boston spent to care for illegal aliens in the last 4 years?
We do not ask about immigration status and giving city services and providing that access, so we do not have a number.
Taxpayers have been bearing the brunt of the massive wave of illegal aliens who've entered the United States. The Biden administration seemingly declared taxpayers and hardworking Americans collateral damage in the pursuit of open borders. Again, Mayor Johnson, are NGOs providing services to illegal aliens in Chicago?
In accordance with the Welcoming City Ordinance, our sister agencies or city departments, we do not seek the status of any individual that is seeking service.
Mayor Johnston, are NGOs providing services to illegal aliens in Denver?
Thank you, ma'am. When folks arrive on the streets without food or resources or shelter, we do provide food or shelter regardless of where folks arrive from.
Mayor Adams, same question.
Yes, in combination of city agencies and nonprofits, we responded to the migrant asylum seekers humanitarian crisis that hit our city.
And Mayor Wu, I assume you don't know their status, but do you know if there are NGOs are providing services to people arriving in your city without any kind of documentation?
There are community organizations, many of them in Boston, who seek to serve all of our Boston residents.
Congress must provide oversight and ensure accountability for taxpayer funds going to NGOs. Agents from Customs and Border Protection have been outspoken in opposition to allowing NGOs to assist illegal aliens in subversion of law and order. When asked if NGOs are working at cross purposes to the mission of Border Patrol agents, the chief of the National Border Patrol Council said, quote, "Most definitely, and they should not be allowed, but our government allows it," end quote. NGOs receiving taxpayer funding through grants pay for everything from food, shelter, and transportation to legal services that help the migrants traverse Mexico. That is why I introduced H.R. 245, the Grant Integrity and Border Security Act. This bill would require all NGOs who apply for a federal grant to certify as part of their application that they have not, will not, and are not engaging in acts that violate federal immigration law.
And we are going to head right back to that hearing after we do get in another commercial break. Stay with us. Welcome back. Let's head right back out to Capitol Hill on this hearing on sanctuary city policies.
And native-born Americans. This is objectively false, yet 2 in 3 Fox viewers believe it is true. This serves a purpose: fueling outrage, distracting from real solutions, and keeping the conversation stuck in a cycle of fear instead of facts. And Trump's latest immigration crackdown reinforces these misperceptions. ICE raids, choreographed for cameras, deportation sweeps with photo ops, wardrobe changes, and tough talk. The cruel performative videos of immigrants in shackles. $200 million in taxpayer money to air pro-Trump propaganda ads. Talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. All spectacle, no substance, all performance, no plan. On the campaign trail, J.D. Vance and Donald Trump promoted vile and xenophobic lies about Haitian immigrants in my state of Ohio. And now the Trump administration has moved to strip protections from 500,000 Haitians. These are people who have lived, worked, and contributed to this country for years. And they came here the right way, the legal way. But instead of recognizing their contributions, we are forcing them back to a country plagued by violence, instability, and humanitarian crisis. All so Trump can claim 500,000 more deportations. The cruelty isn't just the point. It's their pleasure. So let's be honest about what's really going on here. Mayor Johnson of Chicago, what sort of an impact will the Trump administration's decision to allow arrests at sensitive locations like hospitals, preschools, churches, and courts have on your city?
Thank you for that question. As a welcoming city space, it's important that the trust between the community and law enforcement is strong. That's ultimately how we have built a safer city. Just this year alone, violent crime is down 20%. Any type of threat to the civility and to the humanity of people is a threat to the evolution of our democracy. And so it's incumbent upon Washington to ensure that we are funding our education system, that we are funding our transportation system, our healthcare system, creating more jobs. Just since I've been in office, we've increased youth employment, summer jobs by over 40%. Making sure that our young people see their purpose is the value of this democracy. And so I call on this body to continue to invest in the city of Chicago that sends billions of dollars to Washington.
Thank you. Fear and cruelty are not the solution. It's distinctly un-American and a dangerous distraction from the Congress's responsibility to actually deliver progress on this challenging facing our country. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Grofman from Wisconsin.
Yeah, just a couple comments first. As far as the idea of who's committing crimes, we have no idea how many illegal immigrants in this country are committing crimes because nobody keeps track. Okay, if I go to a prison or a jail in Wisconsin with, I don't know, 1,500 inmates, and I ask how many of these people are here illegally or how many are citizens of another country, nobody will know the answer to that question. So that's why we don't have hard facts on how many crimes people committed. The other thing I like to point out is every year in this country, about 850,000 new people from other countries are sworn in as American citizens. I don't know of Donald Trump ever talking about reducing that number. Maybe he should reduce that number, but I've never heard him talk about reducing that number. Our concern here was illegal immigration, and I would hope the vast majority of Americans think we ought to have a immigration law that the 850,000 new citizens every year go through. But if we're going to have an immigration law, it means we have to do something with the people who try to become permanent residents without going through the proper structure. Now, I think part of our problem here is we have a lot of people who don't understand why we have an immigration law at all. And I want to ask all four of you as I go down, we go down the row here, do you believe the United States should have an immigration law, or do you believe that just anybody should be able to show up and come in? And we'll start with Mayor Adams there.
I strongly believe we need to have an immigration law. I strongly believe we need to secure our borders. We've witnessed a 90% decrease, and we're seeing that play out in our city. So we should have a strong immigration law.
But, and I'll ask this question then. If you believe we should have an immigration law, and then we'll get all four of you here, if you believe that, do you believe people who ignore the law, whatever that law is, should be allowed in the country?
I think that all of us must be held accountable to the law, and if we secure our borders to make sure before they come in that is done correctly, it is not going to impact cities to carry that burden. Like I said, close to $7 billion in tax dollars.
Mr. Johnson, do you believe we ought to have an immigration law in this country, or do you believe everybody should just be able to walk in here and set up shop?
Thank you, sir. I do believe we should have an immigration law. I do believe we should have secure borders. I do believe we should fix our asylum process. I do believe we should let dreamers get access to permanent citizenship.
Okay, then the question
we
is,
could do.
if somebody ignores that law and comes in this country, do you believe whoever, ICE or Border Patrol or anybody, should spin them around and send them out, or can they just ignore the law and because they, however, crossed the Rio Grande, overstating a visa, whatever, are here? Do you believe that we ought to do something to the people who are ignoring the law?
Thank you, sir. In the case of the folks we're seeing, they are coming here because they are claiming asylum. When they claim asylum, they then have a right to a day in court to see if that asylum claim is
The
valid.
question is, though, if I come in this country and stay here and I have not gone through any formal process to become a citizen or to be a visa, legal visa or whatever, should we kick that person out?
The folks that we're serving, sir, are trying very hard to navigate that legal process. It's often a 7-year wait for a court date when they arrive to this country, so part of it is the backlogged administrative need at the border.
Every month under President Biden, at least the statistics I have, 30 to 40,000 people, what are called gotaways, came across the southern border, didn't ask for asylum, didn't ask for anything. Do you believe that people who just come across that way should be escorted out of the country, or do you believe just because they ran between the designated checkpoints that they, as the result, get to stay here forever?
And so we're serving folks who are seeking asylum or have status,
Well, of course,
like temporary protective
you
status.
wouldn't even know that.
Or CBP-1.
Okay, next, Mayor Johnson, buddy from Chicago.
And we are just listening in here to this House hearing. We will be right back after our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. Welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. If you are just joining us at the top of the hour, we've been listening in live to this House hearing as lawmakers are grilling Democratic mayors over sanctuary city policies.
That's actually a fact. Immigrants, both documented and undocumented, are also less likely to be incarcerated or to commit crimes than native-born people. We know this to be true. Again, these are facts, and mayors have every right to pursue the policies that you know are best for your residents. Now, the Trump administration has threatened to prosecute some of the mayors on the panel today and force them to comply with his extremist agenda. But however, Mayor Adams, you are in a different position. You, of course, are already facing serious criminal charges. And Mayor Adams, I assume that you are not going to commit perjury today. And I do believe, though, that you have an enormous amount of issues facing you ahead of you. And it means your criminal charges are absolutely relevant to us today. Bribery, wire fraud, willfully and knowingly conspiring to commit offenses against the United States. Mayor Adams, you, of course, deny these corruption charges against you. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, Congressman.
Thank you. Now, I understand that you are proven innocent unless you are guilty, but you also have, sir, a trust problem. 4 of your deputy mayors have resigned. Now, this is serious, and Republican prosecutors agree that the evidence against you is ironclad, yet Trump's DOJ moved to drop these charges. Now, I just want to be just really clear and show this here. Now, look at how the Trump-appointed acting U.S. attorney who is prosecuting you described it. Because the law does not support a dismissal, and because I am confident that Adams committed the crimes with which he is charged, I cannot agree to seek a dismissal. Now, this is a conservative Republican who resigned when Donald Trump pressured her to drop the charges. And we know the Trump administration demanded that the charges be dropped. And this is key. They will be able to refile them against you, Mr. Mayor, at any time. I think, personally, that's why you sat next to the architect of family separation on Fox and Friends. Now, Tom Homan sat next to you and said the following, and I quote, "Getting on Rikers Island is step one. We're working on some other things that we don't really want to talk about on open air because the city council will be putting roadblocks up on us. The mayor and me have a commitment to several other things." Now, this was you, of course, and Mr. Homan, the architect of family separation. This is also incredibly concerning, Mr. Mayor. You sat next to him, you smiled, you badmouthed your own city council. Now, Mr. Mayor, we have a right to know if the Trump administration has actually coerced you into agreeing to anything. And Mayor Adams, I also want to be very clear. Are you selling out New Yorkers to save yourself from prosecution?
There's no deal, no quid pro quo, and I did nothing wrong. And anything dealing with this case out of deference to Judge Ho, who's now addressing it, I'm going to refer to his actions.
Well, Mr. Mayor, it appears, to me at least, that you are selling New Yorkers out. It appears that you are working with Tom Homan, who is clearly focused on family separation and deportations and harming New Yorkers and others across the country. Now, every other mayor on this panel is pursuing legal and effective policies that benefit our residents and their communities. Their policies actually uphold public safety. Now, I personally agree with the majority of New Yorkers and think, Mr. Mayor, that you should resign. You should do the right thing. You should step down and resign today. And with that, I yield back.
Would my friend yield? Would my friend yield?
I yield.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, I want to be really clear. Were you pressured in exchange for the dropping and dismissal of criminal charges in your indictment to cooperate with the Trump administration on all fronts with respect to immigration? Did any such conversation take place?
I think I was extremely clear.
I cannot hear you, sir.
I think I was extremely clear. No quid pro quo, no agreement. I did nothing wrong but serve the people of New York City.
Thank my friend for yielding.
Chair, now recognize Mr. Cloud from Texas.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, witnesses, for being here. You know, we are indeed a nation of immigrants. I have to look no further than my own children, who are the inheritance of both my ancestors who got here in the 1600s with William Penn, or my wife who got here when we got married. I think that's really what this nation is about. But you are not here today because of legal immigration. You are here because of illegal migrants who have been sent to our country. In your opening statements, there was a deft linguistic shell game that you played to try to conflate legal immigration with people who are coming here illegally. And we're savvy to that. You are here because each of you, with the exception of Mr. Adams, have said in some form or fashion that you will not honor ICE detainers. In other words, that when you have people in custody and ICE says, we need to come arrest that person because they're here illegally, that we will not honor that. That's why you're here. No one's asking you to go round up criminal aliens. We are asking you to take people who are already in your custody and hand them over to legal federal law enforcement. Now, what this does is it saves U.S. taxpayer money. It keeps from a greater presence of ICE and federal law enforcement in your communities, because if you're releasing them, it takes more people, as Chairman Jordan mentioned, to go in and to re-arrest that person, and it puts the lives of law enforcement in danger. This used to be a bipartisan issue. As a matter of fact, groups like the Cato Institute called President Obama the deporter-in-chief. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record a Cato article that said President Obama, deporter-in-chief, is the title of it. So why we have to ask is suddenly the left not embracing policies that Obama supported. We can look to last night, where it seems to be Trump derangement syndrome, where the left could not seem to applaud kids fighting cancer, a first lady, an accomplished immigrant in her own rights, where traditionally we have applauded and recognized and honored the families for their sacrifice. Many of them are, this is the president's issue, and they're kind of along for the ride. It was odd, I thought, that they applauded sending more money to the Ukraine, but not peace for Ukraine. And so it brings us back to why we're here and why this is a partisan issue all of a sudden. It boggles the mind. Now, Mayor Johnson, you seem to want to talk about Texas, so I'm from Texas. Let's talk about Texas. First of all, have you been to the southern border?
I've been to Texas, but I have not been exactly to the southern border.
Okay. You seem to talk about Governor Abbott and sending buses to your city. Now, I can understand the concern with that, but I will also let you know that Texas did not ask for the Biden administration to open the borders and send an exponential amount of people that have affected your city into our state. And you should know that no one forced them to go to your city. The reason they selected your city is because you have said it's a sanctuary city. Everyone was asked where they wanted to go before they got on the bus. No one asked them to get on the, or told them, forced them to get on the bus. They did it of their own free will, and they were sent to your city because of your stated claim to be a sanctuary city. Now, one thing I could tell you, having toured the facilities, is that I've been to those facilities under the Biden administration where there was a map on the wall, and you could see the migrants kind of pointing out which city they wanted to go to. And I can also tell you, from having been through the immigration process with my wife, there's a difference between people coming here legally and then people who are, when I've been at the ceremony where the people are crying with tears as they take the oath of citizenship to come to this country, is far different than people coming across our border, waving the flags, not trying to assimilate into the United States culture, and sometimes bringing crime into our communities. This is an issue. Now, each mayor, I want to ask you, one of the issues recently is how much FEMA dollars have gone to support migrants in hotel rooms in your communities. Mayor Adams, do you know how many FEMA dollars have spent in your city?
$80 million, and I've been to the border, and I saw those maps pointing to New York.
Thank you. Mayor Johnston?
Thank you, Congressman. I know we do have some federal dollars. I have to get back to you on the exact amount.
It's roughly $32 million, Mayor. $38 million, Mayor Johnson.
I don't have the exact numbers.
It's $32 million.
I don't have the number. I'd love to know.
$29 million. So, understandably, citizens are concerned about that, their taxpayer dollars that are supposed to be going to disaster relief for them and their communities going to illegal aliens. Do you agree, each of you, yes or no question, I only have a couple seconds, do you recognize that it is against the law to harbor criminal aliens?
Gentlemen, time's expired, but please answer the question, Mayor Adams.
Yes, reading federal law, correct.
I do recognize that, and we do not do that.
The city of Chicago does not harbor criminals.
Yes, we follow the laws.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Proceed.
I would ask to enter into the record 2 articles. One, talking about President Trump putting mass deportations to the heart of his campaign during the campaign. And just last night, Trump vows to use U.S. military for mass deportations.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank the chair.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frost from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the year is 1969. My abuela, Zenaida, my grandma, Yaya, gets a call. And her, my mother, Maritza, my aunt, Sandra, and my grandpa, Pepe, have to go to a plane within 24 hours because they've been approved to come to the United States. They came here as refugees in 1969 during the freedom flights from Cuba for their new life in accordance with the promise of this nation. ICE arrested hundreds of U.S. citizens during Trump's first term. Again, in the last few weeks, ICE has detained Native Americans, a teenage girl from Nicaragua, Puerto Ricans, a Puerto Rican military veteran, all legal residents, but all who fit the description. I bet someone like my grandma would have fit the description too. Maybe even myself. Trump's border czar went on TV and raged about Americans studying up on their constitutional rights during interactions with ICE agents. It was one of the most despicable things I've seen. And the question is, why is he so upset that people know their constitutional rights? To the point where this administration has moved to try to intimidate members of Congress for trying to educate their constituents to know their rights. Why don't they want people to know their rights? Well, because if we know what our rights are, we'll also know when Trump tries to take them away. Mr. Beer, why are such outbursts from this administration alarming as threats to our rights and liberties?
Well, you think about what we've heard about detainer requests. I have documented over 155 U.S. citizens who've been targeted by detainer requests, and they want to say, we're going to just take the discretion away from state and local governments over detainer requests, even in the case where someone is clearly a U.S. citizen. Here's my birth certificate. Doesn't matter. They're going to disregard it. And so, yes, I am well aware of the threat this administration poses to constitutional rights.
So from what we've seen the last few weeks, should American citizens, should people with legal permanent residence in this country be also scared of this mass deportation campaign for themselves and their own children?
Oh, absolutely. The birthright citizenship order is the most egregious, but that doesn't stop there. They want to take away people's citizenship and people's rights, regardless whether they're citizens or not.
Thank you. Mayor Wu, Boston has been named the 9th best city for quality of life in the entire country. Congratulations.
I would argue with that.
Okay. If Trump succeeds in forcing you to redirect your city's budget and personnel to help with ICE raids in this mass deportation campaign, how would that affect quality of life for your people?
First, that is against the laws in Boston and in Massachusetts, but I've heard from so many community members, including residents who are immigrants who are citizens, that they are terrified. And that means when people don't feel comfortable reaching out to call 911 when they need help, when survivors of domestic violence don't feel comfortable reporting or giving information, it makes all of us less safe, even those who aren't immigrants.
This culture of fear is bad for the safety of our people. Donald Trump's immigration raids are also traumatizing and destabilizing, of course, all Americans, but especially children and kids. Being a kid in America is hard enough. Making good grades, going through more school shooter drills and fire drills. And now Trump wants to send armed ICE agents into their classrooms to rip children from the school desk as they're trying to learn. Mayor Johnston, my colleagues are laughing about that. I don't find that funny. What would a school day be like for a kid in your city when ICE suddenly bangs down on the door and abruptly grabs their teacher or one of their friends?
Thank you, sir. I was a teacher and I was a school principal before I did this job, so I knew that our school was often the safest place that kids came, and they knew there they could learn, they could get support, they get access to services. And many of our kids come from mixed status families. They don't know their status, they don't know their mom's status or their dad's status. So I've had families before who have pulled their kids out of school, kids who were citizens, because they were worried that somehow their kids were in danger because they didn't know who was being taken. And so for us, the fastest way to make a city unsafe is to have kids not feel safe in their own schools.
See.
And again, we're listening into this House hearing as Lawmakers are grilling Democratic mayors on sanctuary city policies, but I did want to just make a programming note here. If you would like to watch this without commercial interruption, you can head to our YouTube page. You can search Live Now from Fox, or if you take a look at the bottom corner of your screen, there is a QR code. You can scan that on your smartphone, and it will take you right to this stream. Again, that is if you do want to watch this uninterrupted. We do have to get in some commercial breaks. This is our first one of the hour, and we'll be right back. And welcome back. We're going to head right back to this House hearing on sanctuary cities. I just would like to remind everyone, if you are watching and you want to watch this without commercial breaks, you can scan that QR code in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. It will take you to our YouTube page, or you can search Live Now Fox, and you will be able to find this stream uninterrupted. Let's head back.
Everyone does not. It means that if
when
you commit a crime,
safe
you are
harbor
held accountable
to people who are
regardless of
here
immigration
illegally,
status.
and when you interfere with the officers of the law who are there to even remove people that you know have committed crimes, you have violated your oath of office. You've committed a crime. Mr. Chairman, I don't understand why we haven't been discussing obstruction of justice. I mean, get real about this. We have a problem in the country with the people who have come here illegally. And I just gave you a few names of people who have been raped and murdered. There are numerous others. There's a whole organization established called Remembrance to remember the people who have been assaulted, raped, murdered in this country, because certain cities, certain officials decided to give sanctuary to people who came here illegally and committed these crimes. It goes all the way back to Kate Steinle, San Francisco, shot by someone who was here illegally. She would still be alive today. She died in the arms of her father. So again, I want to know if you understand the supremacy clause, that the laws of the United States are supreme over whatever your opinions might be of what the laws are.
Sir, I do recognize that. We do follow that. I want to clarify that we actively, aggressively pursue any known criminal in the city, and we actually partner with the federal government to do that. If there is someone with a criminal warrant, we're searching for them. We have federal task forces we're partners of to break up gang activity. We do that for drug trafficking. We do that on armed robberies. So we are in partnership with the federal government on many issues around.
Mayor Adams is being attacked because he's agreed to cooperate with federal officials to uphold the laws of the United States. I haven't heard any of you in defense of that.
We are absolutely upholding the laws of the United States. We do it every day, and we will continue to do it.
I just think we need to do a deeper dive into this, Mr. Chairman. If it were up to me, I mean, I'd be considering referring charges. I think we've got a problem here when we decide that there's some laws that we will obey and some laws that we won't. I don't care who it is, Republican, Democrat, I don't care what office you hold. We need to abide by the laws passed by.
Will the gentleman yield?
No, I will not yield. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the time. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We're
Well,
gonna have two more. We're gonna have two more questioners. Then we're gonna have to take a break at the request of the witnesses. A 15-minute break, maybe 20 if we need that. But Chair recognizes Mr. Kassar, and after him, then Mr. Higgins, and we'll proceed with the break. But Chair recognizes Mr. Kassar.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mayor Wu, can you tell us a little bit, just maybe 20 seconds, about how your administration has helped address unemployment, especially amongst youth in your city, which we know is a risk when we have high levels of young people unemployed?
We made a commitment, our mayor's guarantee, that any young person in the Boston Public Schools who wanted a paid summer job would get one, and we fulfilled that with the partnership of businesses and companies and organizations throughout the city. Record numbers participating.
Thank you, Mayor Wu. Mayor Johnson, can you tell us a little bit about measures your office have implemented to address the root causes of violence in Chicago?
Thank you for that question. Yes, so first of all, it's great to report that violence is down in the city of Chicago, and it has gone down since I've been in office as a result of a couple of measures. One, we've reopened 3 mental health clinics because we do know that mental health issues, and we are in a very severe mental health crisis. We've also increased the number of youth employment. We have hired almost 28,000 young people for last summer. This year, we have an opportunity to hire up to 29,000 young people. We've also built more homes. Just last year, we've appropriated $11 billion, 37,000 construction jobs in the works for almost 10,000 more affordable units. And we have promoted and hired 200 detectives to increase trust between community and law enforcement to solve the crimes that do occur in our city.
Thank you so much. Mayors, I want to thank you for the hard work you're doing every single day. Just in 40 seconds, you have described building tens of thousands of homes for people that need them, hiring detectives to solve cold cases, building community trust to reduce violence, hiring people to do incredible mental health work, and reducing the youth unemployment rate. That is so much more than what the Republican majority can ever describe having ideas about. And that's why they've dragged you before us today. They want to point the finger at you because they have no plan on how to address housing, no plan on how to reduce costs, no plan on how to actually reduce violence in our communities. In fact, maybe some of the only plans they have would be to make those issues worse. And I know that you all, as mayors, are doing one of the hardest jobs in this country every single day. You're serving your communities honorably. And they don't want the American people to hear about how Boston has drastically dropped your unemployment rate. They don't want the American people to hear about how Chicago is dropping the rate of violence in the city. But our job is to make sure the American people actually hear the truth. And the truth is that you are pairing a law enforcement response along with a mental health response and a housing response and a jobs response to what's going on in your cities. And that is so critical. Republicans, on the other hand, here are going back to the same old tactic, which is to say, find a vulnerable group of people and let's blame them for everything that we can. Anything bad that happens, let's go try to point the finger at our political opponents or at a vulnerable person or at a person of color from a faraway place. And that doesn't actually solve real issues for the American people. Republicans and their big boss donors blame immigrants for low wages because they don't want the American people to see the Republican plan to dismantle the NLRB, to dismantle unions, and to never pass a bill raising wages for American workers. They blame immigrants for housing costs because the Republicans are dismantling the Department of Housing and Urban Development and stripping affordable housing funding from this country. They want to distract from the $8 million a day that people like Elon Musk get in federal contracts while they attack hardworking immigrants and while they attack officials that are actually just trying to do their jobs. Mayor Johnson, you have a limited number, I suppose, of jail cells in Cook County and a limited number of law enforcement resources. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I do not have jurisdiction over Cook County jails.
And you want to make sure that when somebody in the city of Chicago calls 911, that they get an appropriate response. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so what I have been hearing all morning from my Republican colleagues is they want the federal government to go tell the city of Denver or the city of Boston or the city of Chicago. No, they want the federal government to be able to call you and take over your police resources or take over your county's jail resources, and you don't even represent the county, for whatever case they might come up with, whether the person is dangerous or not. Instead of having cities determine if somebody is dangerous and needs to be held, instead of having cities say, we want to make sure if you have an emergency that we get somebody to you and don't just send out our police to a call that may not be a priority just because somebody in the federal government wants to go after somebody with no criminal background and that isn't a threat. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, right before I yield back, I just want to thank people that are involved in local government, city council members, neighborhood associations, mayors, the people who keep our cities running. You deserve our support in making your cities more safe. You deserve our support.
Gentlemen, time's expired. Chair recognizes Mr. Higgins from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's clarify for America. Mayor Adams, Mayor Johnson, Mayor Johnson, and Mayor Wu, are you here today under the advice of counsel, and do you have counsel present? Yes or no?
I want to understand the question. Are
you here today under the advice of counsel, and do you have counsel present?
Do have counsel present. I'm here because we were requested to appear.
Did you consult with, did you have counsel prior to your appearance?
Yes, we did.
Thank you. This is not a trap question. We just want to clarify.
Okay.
Here under the advice of counsel, do you have counsel present?
Yes, sir.
Counsel present here because I was invited.
Did you counsel before your trip here?
We do have counsel.
You get
but I was
advice
here.
from your counsel?
Yes.
Okay, then you're under the advice of counsel.
Yes.
Mayor Wu, thank you. To just clarify for America, these mayors are all sanctuary city mayors. But the narrative is no longer comfortable because 3 months ago, we were at the tail end of 4 years of millions and millions of illegals coming into our country. It was out of control. The only thing that has happened since then is we had an election in November. And now we're not pulling the curtain back. We have ripped the curtain from the rods. We have revealed to America just how fast we could have secured our border if you had an executive that was willing to enforce the law. So now we're paying attention to our municipalities. And every one of them is lawyered up. They've changed their narrative. We got example after example. The mayor of Chicago, we must lead with and live by the promise of sanctuary city. The mayor of Denver, willing to go to jail in defense of sanctuary city policy. The list goes on. But the policies of these mayors and our previous president have consequences, real-life consequences. I have a family here today, Mr. Chairman, who lost their beautiful loved one. This young man was killed by an illegal immigrant in Texas that never should have been in our country. He'll never be here to raise his daughter, Anne Marie, to love and cherish and honor and uphold his beautiful wife, Olivia. And you mayors have responsibility, not just to your communities and the citizens you just want to serve, but by extension to the entire republic. And let me clarify, I was a cop for a long time. To honor the jurisdictional authority of another law enforcement agency, you do it every day in your city. Guaranteed, every one of you, if you have an inmate in your city on city charges, and that inmate has a felony warrant from a neighboring county or another county in your state, and that county contacts your city while you have that inmate in detention, and ask you to hold them for them to come pick it up upon release, guaranteed you release that inmate to the county over or to your state police. But you're not doing it for ICE. And ICE is responsible to remove millions of criminal, hard-edged, criminal illegals from our country. And we've had enough. America's fed up with this betrayal of oath, and you'll be held accountable. One of you said you're willing to go to jail. We might give you that opportunity, good mayor. One of my colleagues mentioned the children. I always want to talk to the children, separation of children. At any given time in America, there's 750 to 850,000 American citizen parents of minor children incarcerated in our country. If you commit a felony in America, you get arrested and prosecuted and convicted and incarcerated, you can expect to be separated from your children. But let me say, there's a sunset to that separation, because when you do your time, you'll be released. You can return to your family. This young man will never return to his family, and he should have never been removed from his family. If we had a president and heads of our municipalities that were willing to uphold the federal law that exists. America is moving into a new era of enforcement of our own laws. Welcome to it. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Very good.
Mr. Chair, I have unanimous consent. This is an article from Wired. It is February 18th of 2025. U.S. funding cuts are helping criminals get away with child abuse and human trafficking. Services supporting victims of online child exploitation.
Without
and
objection,
trafficking.
so ordered.
Thank you so much.
At the request of the witnesses, the committee will take a 20-minute break. Pursuant to the previous order, the chair declares the committee in recess for 20 minutes.
And you did hear Chairman James Comer just saying they are going to be going on a 15 to 20-minute recess. So we're going to take this time to go to our second 2-minute break of the hour. When we come back, lots more live events to get to. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox, as we do have some breaking news to tell you, as we're learning the Trump administration is planning to cut 80,000 employees from Veterans Affairs. This just into our newsroom, and here's what we know right now. The Department of Veterans Affairs is planning an aggressive reorganization that includes cutting 80,000 jobs from the agency that provides health care for retired military members. This is all according to an internal memo. The VA's chief of staff told top-level officials at the agency that it had an objective to cut enough employees to return to 2019 staffing levels of just under 400,000. That would require terminating tens of thousands of employees after the VA expanded during the Biden administration, as well as to cover veterans impacted by burn pits under the 2022 PACT Act. The memo instructs top-level staff to prepare for an agency-wide reorganization in August to, quote, resize and tailor the workforce to the mission and revised structure. It also calls for agency officials to work with the White House's Department of Government Efficiency, also known as DOGE, to, quote, move out aggressively while taking a pragmatic and disciplined approach to the Trump administration's goals. We have been hearing from the other side here as veterans have been speaking out against the cuts at the VA, which so far had included a few thousand employees and hundreds of contracts. More than 25% of the VA's workforce are veterans themselves. In Congress, Democrats also speaking out against the cuts at the VA and other agencies. We did hear from Senator Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut. He's the top Democrat of the Senate committee that oversees Veterans Affairs. He said in a statement that the Trump administration, quote, has launched an all-out assault against progress the VA has made in expanding its services as the number of covered veterans grows and includes those impacted by toxic burn pits. We also have a continuation of this statement from Blumenthal. It says, quote, their plan prioritizes private sector profits over veterans' care, balancing the budget on the backs of those who served. It's a shameful betrayal, and veterans will pay the price for their unforgivable corruption, incompetence, and immorality. Again, that's all from Senator Richard Blumenthal there, as we are bringing you this breaking news that the Trump administration planning to cut 80,000 employees from Veterans Affairs. Keeping an eye on all of this for you here on Live Now from Fox as we do continue to learn more. We're going to go away for another 2-minute break. When we come back, we have more live events to take you out to. Stay with us. And welcome back. I did want to give you this live look here as we do see that there is now a break happening right now. This was this hearing of House lawmakers grilling mayors of sanctuary cities on their policies. We were listening into testimony from Mayors Michelle Wu of Boston, Brandon Johnson of Chicago, Mike Johnson of Denver, and Eric Adams of New York. We did hear from Chairman James Comer that they are taking this 15 to 20-minute break. So whenever that does resume, we will head back there. In the meantime, I do want to share another story with you. This happening just moments ago. You're taking a live look right now in Denver, Colorado, where our next story takes place just about 48 minutes south of Denver in Douglas County, Colorado, as we did just hear from officials as they announced the recovery of a 14-year-old boy who had been missing for more than 7 years. A remarkable story. We do want to play out some of that press conference for you as we do await this House hearing to resume.
Scene. Getting multiple stories from the suspects. And next you'll hear from one of our deputies who is tracking down the vehicle, which was also suspicious to him.
I'm a deputy in Douglas County, Colorado, and I'm out with a vehicle, and when we run its VIN number, it shows as belonging to y'all. Is there a manager or somebody I could talk to? Also, they can.
And next is what I like to describe as the aha moment, when the deputies realized that there was a warrant out for this woman's arrest and that children were involved.
Does it say what agency? York is the DF. Hang on, this is at the York DF. Yeah. I can see if I can get in contact with whichever. Oh, interesting. It's a 19 warrant updated in 23. So they probably. So is this a rental or are they buying? Yeah. So it's to an alias that they've given us, the dead guy. It's when it's the dead guy that he says he is the one that's got it registered. And when I pull up the registration, it's that guy's name plus a trust listed. Okay, so they're just. I already asked for a photo. I know, I can go back to. Okay. Here's your Kenner PD, Louisiana, has a phone number right in there. There, you'll have it all. You'll have her name, date of birth, and what. Yeah, what we need to do is figure out what kid is missing. Oh, well, we haven't run the kids yet. No, we haven't. No, just a listing. No, there it is. Yep, that's her. So what's her?
Just unbelievably phenomenal police work, and I'm so proud to be part of this agency. And with that, we'd like to open it up for questions if you have any.
How did the reunion take place? Sheriff, were you there? Who was there when the child was reunited with the family?
That process is still ongoing. It's going to take some time for them to get to that level. After Aziz was abducted 7 years ago, that is a slow process and it's still ongoing.
Were they casing homes in the neighborhood, or what were they doing there?
The question was, were they casing homes or what were they doing there? That is still under investigation at this time. We're still piecing all of that together. I know our deputies or detectives executed a search warrant in the city of Aurora where this couple was living, and so our detectives are still working on that.
Did the child know that he had been kidnapped?
Question was, did the child know that they had been kidnapped? That still is under investigation. I will share this with you, that when the deputies contacted the child in the driveway, the child immediately called the two people inside. So we believe that the child was actually coached on what to say if they came into contact with law enforcement.
Was he going to school? Was he enrolled somewhere, or was he living under a different name? Did he know his name was Aziz?
I don't have that information. That's still under investigation.
Sheriff, what was the interaction with the family like?
The interaction with the family, the father, it was actually amazing. I got to meet with them for about an hour yesterday in my office. They explained the story to me about how this all started. They had a tough time actually getting law enforcement to be responsive because this, on the front end, it appeared to be a custody dispute. The mother in this case made some allegations against the father, criminal allegations. My understanding is all of that had been dismissed. And then when it appeared that the father was going to get full custody, that is when the mother left with the child.
Do we know what led them to Colorado specifically and to Douglas County? I mean, you mentioned that there was 11 states that were searched in this process, but what led them to Colorado? Do we know?
The question is what led them to Colorado. That is still under investigation. We believe that they have actually been all over the country.
Sheriff, is there any indication that any harm had been done to the missing child?
The question was, has there been any indication that there was any harm done to the child? No, both children that were contacted appeared to be healthy.
Where's the boy now, Sheriff? Has he been physically reunited with his father, or is that still, like you say, not going to happen?
That's the question is has the child been reunited with the father? That has not taken place yet. There's still a transition that is underway right now, and the child's location is confidential.
What's the role the man who was arrested played in all of this?
The question was what was the role that the man had to play? That he was involved in terms of being an associate with Rabia. There are several charges in relating to fraud. There were several identifications that were discovered in the vehicle that our detectives have done a search warrant on. And so, again, that there's a litany of charges that he is also facing. Both suspects in this case are being held in the Douglas County Jail, each with $1 million bond.
Would this be a state charge, or would this go up to a federal level case too?
I'll let the DA, DA Brockler, do you want to take this one?
Sure. As for the charges, there are state charges right now. Whether or not the federal government would choose to get involved in this because of the interstate play of the transportation, that's a conversation we haven't had yet. I haven't talked with anyone from the U.S. Attorney's Office about that. I should also say this as we start talking about the case that exists now and what the next steps might be. We have to presume these people innocent, no matter how it seems on videos and Netflix and whatever. For this system to work, we got to presume them innocent of these charges to move forward. I'm happy to stand here, by the way, and answer any other questions that you have. Can I throw out a couple things so that you know? March, what's the date? 27th is going to be the preliminary hearing as it's scheduled now for both of these individuals. They each face a number of charges, more for the male than the female, and I think it's 14 total for the male. And I keep looking back. You should know the two hardcore prosecutors that are in part handling this are just off camera here. And I know she doesn't want me to say it, so Lauren, sorry, 14 for the guy and 9 for her. Of the 14 on the male, 12 of them are felonies and 2 are not. And for her, it's 7 are felonies and 2 are not. What you will note about those charges that have been filed is that he is charged with kidnapping. She is not. She is charged with conspiracy to kidnap. That's because one of the nuances of the law is that you cannot kidnap your own child. And so we've filed those charges. That preliminary hearing is scheduled for the 27th. Whether it goes then or not could be a function of a whole bunch of different things. But if it goes, you'll see a lot more presentation of some of the stuff that you saw here, but much more details about the fraud and the ID stuff and all that. Jeremy?
Is it possible that there could be charges filed in Louisiana too?
Undoubtedly, undoubtedly. And I think that's the other question that you're probably driving towards is what next in terms of that? Now, this case originated in Louisiana. They have a warrant for her. For whatever reason, they don't have a warrant for him. There's a hold on her. And the question is, well, what do we do with that? And so having conversations with our counterparts in Louisiana matter. I will tell you, practically speaking, from experience, it would be unusual for us to not resolve this case first here and then send them on. Once you lose control of somebody, anybody in the system will tell you that you very rarely get them back. So whatever we have going on here, my focus will be to try to get as much justice as I can out of that in the context of the case that we have, and then probably figure out a way to get them where they need to be to address those charges.
Without getting into too much detail with the other child, I know you have to protect his privacy. What was the relationship of the other child to the man and to the woman? And were they a couple? Would you characterize them as a couple, Sheriff?
I'm not going to be able to answer that question at this time.
Okay.
Do we know
Yes.
how long they were in Colorado for?
I do not have that. I know detectives are working on that.
How easy or how hard is it to stay under the radar for this long period of time without some kind of blimp somewhere?
Well, honestly, it's attention to detail. Again, I'm just speculating. I'm guessing over the last 7 years, they've probably had contact with law enforcement, whether it be a traffic stop or what have you. And that law enforcement officer may have just taken them for their word. We have IDs that were being used. Rabia, in particular, she claimed not to have identification. And so that's what's so great about this is our deputies and our dispatchers, they knew something wasn't right. They were following their gut, and they investigated further. They just didn't take it on face value and take the easy way out and move on. They dug and dug and dug for about 5 hours until they could figure out what was going on. I'm also proud of the fact that our deputies, while these two kids were in the middle of this, when our deputies are trying to figure this out, they went to a neighbor's house near the scene, and they got food. They were watching Blue's Clues. They were keeping these kids occupied so they weren't in fear about what was going on. I'm just exceptionally proud of the work of my deputies.
With these IDs and everything, is there a way to backtrack to see maybe they may have been stopped or questioned or whatever before?
100%. The question is to backtrack on identification and everything else. Our financial crimes detectives do this for a living, and that's part of this investigative process as they will dig down, figure out when these IDs were used, where they were used, what names they were using, when they were using them. So there's a lot of work ahead of us.
Sheriff, what were they doing in the neighborhood? I have spoken to someone who encountered them and have an idea of some of the things they were doing. But what do you understand they were doing there? Why were they in that neighborhood?
All I can tell you is I know they went through it. The house was up for sale. They made entry to the home through an open door. As far as what their end goal was, I would only be speculating that time. Our deputies or detectives are still working on that.
Did it appear they may have been trying to steal anything, or what were they doing at that house?
I don't know. That I don't know.
Have you guys seen any Ring doorbell video that might have seen as they moved about that neighborhood and what they might have been doing? And I know you can't show that to us, but can you tell us what that video shows?
That is standard for our detectives to do that on any type of criminal cases, to gather Ring doorbell footage and things like that. That is still being reviewed, and I can't comment on what they have seen.
Thank you.
Is she showing any remorse about this?
The mother had made claims to her original claim to authorities in Louisiana about making allegations against the father, and that was her claim is why she left with Aziz. As I mentioned before, those charges in Louisiana have been dismissed, and when the mother absconded with the child was when the father was going to get full custody.
Who was at the reunion? The father, well, not the reunion. You said you spoke to the father. The father was here in Colorado, is that right?
That's correct.
And who else was there, the father, and who was in that office with you? Can you say?
I'll just say members of the family.
Sure.
Can you talk about you talked about the long process, the reunification process? I would imagine you have maybe Child Protective Services present, maybe some other state level, social workers that may be part of this process, Sheriff?
That's correct. It is a slow process. Again, this father has not had contact. He told me for like a total of 9 years he has not seen Aziz. So this is the only life that Aziz has known, and so it is gonna take some time. So it's baby steps to get up to that point, and there's just a lot of work to be done for this reunification. It's not a simple process.
Did the deputy who we saw in the video there, he was very surprised with that aha moment that Deb described. What did the deputies, how do they characterize that encounter with the parents? Were they nervous? Were they fidgety? Do you know any of that?
Well, the two suspects that we contacted, they were both very nervous. Their stories were not adding up. Our deputies would ask them, what's your date of birth? Okay, how old are you? Basic police 101 stuff that we use on a daily basis when we think people are lying to us. These are the tactics that they use to figure out that they were in fact being lied to, that there was more going on here, and that they needed to dig deeper to figure out what was going on.
Is there any concern that they were going to escape or drive off or anything like that? Did the deputies ever feel that?
Not that they have told me. Our deputies do an amazing job, so that is always a consideration for our deputies on the street when they're dealing with any type of an issue. One of the many things that they are dealing with when they have contact with any individual is what the unknown could be or what could happen. So there was no real concern of that, just because our deputies do an exceptional job.
How long did it take from the time they arrived at the scene for them to realize that this was a very serious, dangerous matter? An hour, 2 hours?
They were out there a total of 5 hours to get this figured out, and detectives eventually responded. They knew something was up within the first few minutes of arriving, that just things were not adding up. There was more to this going on. Just the stories weren't fitting with, a typical contact of somebody not breaking the law.
And Sheriff, you may not know the answer to this question, but typically, how long might it take for Aziz to be reunited with his family? Is there a general time frame, or I don't know if you can even answer that question?
I really can't answer that question. I think it's going to take as long as it takes. It's a slow process, and they're going to take their time to do that.
And really, we've never experienced something like that before. So.
And that was just moments ago as you're taking a live look out of Denver, Colorado right now. This press briefing took place in Douglas County, Colorado. Again, that's just about 50 minutes south of Denver. This remarkable story here, a 14-year-old boy who was reportedly kidnapped by his non-custodial mother in Atlanta 7 years ago has now been found, as we just heard officials say. Authorities say a burglary call led deputies in Colorado to discover the child, Abdul Aziz Khan. Khan's mother and her husband now facing multiple felony charges. Did want to let you know we are keeping an eye on several other live events as we are keeping an eye on this hearing we've been bringing you throughout the morning, as we've been hearing testimony from Democratic mayors on sanctuary city policies. That's set to resume here in just a moment, as well as keeping an eye on the White House press briefing, the first one since President Donald Trump made his address to Congress last night. All of this and more coming up after our final 2-minute break of the hour. My name's Christy Matino. On the other side of this will be my colleague, Mike Page. Stay with us.